Rise and grind, ladies and gentlemen. It's about to get bumpy. Time to attack and dominate. This is Morning Juice with Brandon Beam and Bobby Carpenter.
And here we go on a Monday, attacking and dominating our way to 9 a.m. every single weekday morning right here on The Fan. Brandon Beam, the General Bobby Carpenter, and of course our fearless leader and producer, Mark the Shark. General, we've made our way here the 4th of July weekend. What's going on, man? Good to talk to you.
I mean, that was a long weekend, I'll tell you this. When the 4th falls on a Thursday, I took Friday off, but it felt like the festivities kind of started Wednesday night with Red, White, and Boom. So that gives you a nice 4.5-dayer, and that was a long time. That was a long time.
You had to celebrate America's birthday the right way.
100%. I'm all for the celebration of Team America. Like, there's nothing a whole lot better than that to me, but my goodness, it was
power packed.
It was power packed. It was a robust situation, a little fatigued to say the least, but you know what? I feel like it came out of it okay.
Unscathed. The first thing I checked.
Unscathed.
The first thing I checked this morning when you walked in was I looked at your hands just to make sure you had all your digits and they're all there.
My son, he may have lost a toenail, but that was unrelated to fireworks. He was riding over to the park and slipped off his bike and had sandals on and buried his toe into the concrete while he was driving. So it is a suboptimal situation for his toe, to say the least. But other than that, I mean, everybody survived it, was good, went down to the river a little bit, let off some fireworks there too.
Nice.
And yeah, I mean, down there it's a little more spacious and it's not near as frowned upon. So did that on Saturday night, and then I came back Sunday. Court and some of the kids are still down there today.
Nice.
So yeah, pretty exciting stuff. Beam, had a good one. How was your weekend? I didn't get a chance to talk to you on Friday.
It was good. Yeah, it was good, man. I just kind of hung out on Friday, watched some soccer, and then Saturday played in that big Central Ohio two-man scramble league, Marysville Marathon. So played 36 holes on Saturday. Meredith and Willie Boy came back Saturday afternoon, hung out with them on Saturday evening-ish when they got back. And then yesterday was our 6-year wedding anniversary. So
nice.
Yeah, we went out, had the babysitter come in, went out to a little dinner, went to Watershed last night. It was very good. I haven't been there, Bob.
It's it's very tasty. I haven't been there in years.
Yeah, so we went over there. We would go over a lot when we lived on Northwest, just because it was right down the street. We hadn't been in a little bit of time. We're like, you know what? That sounds pretty good. Anniversary dinner. It's kind of a special place to go, you know. Usually we go there on like Friday or Saturday if we wanted to just go over and have a couple of cocktails, but did the full dinner last night. So that was pretty great. Little, 6-year wedding anniversary celebration. So busy weekend, but it was fun. I feel like we packed kind of a lot in here.
Nice.
Surrounding the 4th of July and America's 248th birthday. I feel like we really kind of did it up.
Good for you, man.
Yeah.
You had a babysitter for Billy? Or did you bring him with you?
No, we had the babysitter.
Okay.
We're pretty good at identifying places that he can go or places that he probably shouldn't. I don't know if Watershed is a place that I'd really feel good like
He said he loves bourbon though, Beam.
Yeah, he likes their 4-Peel gin. He's a big fan. He's a big fan.
It smells so good in there.
It does.
I think Theo would have really enjoyed it.
Yeah, we would just bring the whole family over,
Perfect.
Yeah, man, it was a great weekend though. A lot of fun to be had. So I'm sure that there will be tales from both of us across both of our weekends, but I'm glad that we both got back unscathed. We got an awesome show lined up for you here this morning. The amount of schools generating money off of college football tickets is actually, I think, a little bit surprising on the low side. We'll get into that coming up here. You sent that to me a little bit later on in the week last week, so we'll get into that coming up here in our next segment. Bill Bender of the Sporting News, of course, he's going to join us coming up here around 6:35. Your Columbus Crew are on a crazy run right now.
Heater.
Like, they're on the proverbial heater. So we'll get into that coming up here 7 o'clock. I think James is going to be fine just as a recruiter and as a coach for the Buckeyes. We'll get into that, the weekend that he had in Ohio State.
It's amazing he has enough time to do it with all the radio shows.
Right, he's got to sandwich it in between somewhere. So we'll get into that in the 7 o'clock hour. Spencer Holbrook, Letterman Row, he's going to join us at 7:35. And then, of course, Joshua Perry, he's going to round out the program with us as he does every Monday, coming up here at 8:35. Before we get into anything else today, it is Monday, the 8th day of July, 2024. Time for Today in History.
Time to get smarter. Morning Juice presents Today in History. Here's your professor, Bobby Carpenter.
Sponsored by Dr. Mark Levy. If you're snoring and not sleeping, call Dr. Mark Levy at 1-800-MORE-SLEEP.
All right, Bob, what do you got lined up for us on this big Monday, buddy?
Oh, boy, it is is Monday, July 8th, 190th day of the year. 176 rather remaining, Beam. How about that? I mean, once we cross over the threshold, it feels like you're running downhill in a hurry after
for sure.
Early July.
And then once you get to August, I mean, we got football camps rolling there.
It's done.
High school football is going to be kicking off before you know it. Then it's go time.
It is. I mean, like I said, you hit the 4th of July, the month of July, you get that little pit in your stomach because you've only got a couple weeks left. This date's 1775. The Olive Branch Petition is signed by the Second Continental Congress. It is the last attempt to avoid war before the Declaration of Independence signed 1 year approximately later. This date's 1776. So about 1 year later, Beam, church bells are rung after John Nixon delivers the first public reading of the Declaration of Independence. How about that?
Just a few days after the 4th. Nice.
Absolutely. Well, you know, they had to take time off for the holiday.
Right, correct.
You know?
Who doesn't? They really wanted to celebrate.
248 years later, they still got it going on. This day, 1889, the Wall Street Journal publishes its first issue. 1932, the Dow reaches its lowest level during the Great Depression. Shark, do you want to guess what that is?
What year are we talking about, Bob?
1932, Dow hits its bottom during the Great Depression.
They'll be right smack dab.
I'm going to say it was at 200 points.
41.22. Just a little over.
I mean, it'll do that in 2 minutes these days.
Yeah, for sure.
When I saw that, I was like, 41, really? I mean, that's straight up the number. Okay. Well, there we go. Goodness. Also, this date, 1909.
To let you aware, too, what the Dow is at currently.
So 40?
39,375. It's just a skosh better today.
I remember when it cracked 20,000, Shark. That was a big deal. Huge. 1909, first pro baseball game is played under the lights. 1947, reports of a UFO crashing near Roswell, New Mexico. Remember that guy cruising around? Aaron Rodgers.
He was there. He was there for it.
He was there.
Time traveler.
This date's 1778. Bjorn Borg beats Jimmy Connors in Wimbledon.
AR's guy.
Straight sets. The Borg win 5 straight, Shark, or is it 6?
Yep, he won 5 straight.
5 straight. He retired at a young age. One of the best on grass you're going to find. And then on this date, 2011, the Space Shuttle Atlantis is launched in the final mission of the U.S. space program.
Go for main engine start. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. All 3 engines up and burning. 2, 1, 0, and liftoff. The final liftoff of Atlantis on the shoulders of the space shuttle. America will continue the dream.
The space shuttle spreads its wings one final time for the start of a sentimental journey into history. 24 seconds into the flight, roll program complete. Atlantis now heads down, wings level on the proper alignment for its 8.5-minute ride to orbit. 4.5 million pounds of hardware and humans taking aim on the International Space Station.
4.5 million pounds of hardware and humans. What a great line.
That is a great line.
I mean, I felt like I was about to hear like Vern Lundquist or Jim Nantz on that call right there.
Oh, my.
On the calls, if you will. Goodness, some birthdays today. Born in 1831, John Pemberton, the inventor of Coke. Eli Lilly, born on this date, 1838. Colonel during the Civil War. Didn't realize that before founding the Eli
Mr. Lilly
Company.
was?
Yeah.
Nice.
John D. Rockefeller, born 1 year later in 1839.
That's a big birthday today.
It is.
Historical significance.
Very big. Founder of, obviously, Standard Oil. Was deemed the richest man in the world, and they said even today he might still have been the richest relative to inflation. He controlled, Shark, 90% of the kerosene trade, which was what was used at the time to light and heat houses.
Yes, they used to just dispose of gasoline. There were no gasoline-powered engines or anything. They just dumped that in the Cuyahoga River, and it eventually caught fire. But, Bob, the U.S. government made him split up his monopoly into 21 different oil companies, and then he just bought all the 21 of those.
There you go.
He was no dummy.
It's called dividing your portfolio, I guess.
Absolutely. Hugo Boss, born in this date, 1885, the founder and fashionista. Nelson Rockefeller, who is the grandson of John, who was the VP Shark for?
Gerald Ford.
Gerald Ford is the only president to not ever be elected.
Elected vice president or president.
Yes. Yeah. Do you know that, Beam?
Nope. But now I know that.
He was the Speaker of the House. And then who was Nixon's VP?
Spiro Agnew.
Spiro Agnew resigned. He ascended up.
What, jumped the line, got the fast pass?
Well, he was the Speaker, so he took that's the succession, so he slid into the VP role. And then when Nixon resigned, Gerald Ford took over, and Nelson Rockefeller was, I think, in the Senate. Was he in the House or Senate at the time? I read all this up on Thursday. It was fascinating stuff. But born on this date in 1908. Wolfgang Puck, turning 75 today. One of the cornerstones of the Steel Curtain defense. Kent State grad and Steelers alum, Jack Lambert, turning 72.
Do you think there should be any rules changes for the safety of the quarterback?
Well, it might be a good idea to put dresses on all of them. That might help a little bit. I got called last week for a late hit on Brian Sipe, and, in my opinion, it wasn't a late hit.
Cardiac kid. Well, do you know what year that was, Shark?
Oh, gosh. I would say 76 to 81.
He's probably sick watching the game today.
Well, I said, what do you think he thinks of it today with the quarterbacks?
Oh, man.
That's,
you can't even put your full body weight on him now when you land on him.
Exactly. Hurt your shoulder trying to get off of him. Kevin Bacon. Man with degrees all around him, Shark, turning 66 today.
From the oldest of times, people danced for a number of reasons. They danced in prayer, or so that their crops would be plentiful, and they danced to celebrate. In Psalm 149, sing unto the Lord, let them praise his name in the dance. And it was King David in Samuel, leaping and dancing before the Lord. There is a time to dance. This is our time to dance. It is our way of celebrating life.
This is our time.
Their time is done. Our time is now.
I mean,
time to dance.
I felt like I was the Miracle on Ice right there. It was time. Toby Keith, R.I.P., born on this date, 1961. Unfortunately, lost him earlier this year. Singer Beck turning 54 today.
Been around a long time.
Absolutely. Passing away on this date, 1986. Skeeter Webb, 12-year MLB vet, played for the Tribe Shark. You didn't know that. Betty Ford passing away in 2011. And my man, the Snake, passing away in 2015. Who would that be, Shark?
Kenny Stabler.
That's right. One of the all-time greats. Some holidays observances. It's Be a Kid Again Day, Coca-Cola Day, International Town Criers Day, Math 2.0 Day, Beam. So make sure you and Mayor celebrate that together.
I'm not doing it.
Well, I mean, National Freezer Pop Day, which I'm almost ready to eliminate. If I find another plastic trash wrapper in or around my home, I told my wife we're done with them. I'm done. If kids bring them from other places, get out. I don't want to see it because I don't want to pick them up later. It is National Ice Cream Sundae Day, National Milk, Chocolate, and Almonds Day as well. And those are your historical events. Your birthdays, your passings, your holidays observances for this date. Monday, July 8th, 190th day of the year, the 176 remaining, and God bless you as you recover from a great 4th of July weekend.
Good job of that, Bob, as always. The amount of schools generating money off college football ticket revenue, I think it's going to surprise you in a low fashion. That's next. Morning Juice right here on The Fan.
Fan traffic.
From the Atlas Butler Plumbing Services Traffic Center.
This morning, we're seeing light to moderate traffic as you make your way along eastbound 670 from 70 to 270, southbound 315 from 270 to 70, about an 11-minute drive there this morning. We're moving along close to Post and speeds westbound US 33 from 270 to Post Road. No major delays to report. I'm Alan Schley for 97.1 The Fan Traffic.
Fan Traffic is sponsored by Buckeye Lake Marina, your go-to destination for all your on-the-water needs. The good life, the lake life, starts at Buckeye Lake Marina.
Low testosterone causes many issues, including low sex drive, bad sleep patterns, unproductive workouts, decreased energy, brain fog, and more. But many men just attribute these symptoms to aging and don't consider that there are medical treatments that can give them back their vigor and vibrancy. This is Jeff for Tri-State Men's Health, the leading men's sexual health practice in our area for treating low T. And if you're feeling like I just described, it's time for you to treat that low T. At Tri-State Men's Health, we're experts in treating low testosterone. We've successfully treated many men for the condition and seen the amazing difference that those treatments can make in a man's life. If you're like most men with low T, within just a few weeks, your energy will return, that brain fog will disappear, your sleep will improve, as will your workouts, and your sex drive will be significantly enhanced as well. So call us and make a true life change. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes blood work and a medical consult. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 800-900-9654 or go to tristatemenshealth.com. We have 2 convenient locations, just off 270 in Hilliard and near the Medical Mile in Westerville.
As a local family-owned and operated company, Newman Roofing takes great pride in providing great customer experience and quality product to every job they do. From the first phone call to the end of your project, they'll know who you are. Don't just get a roof, get a Newman roof. Call 614-NEW-ROOF, newmanroofing.com.
Dreaming of a wedding band as unique as your love story? Join us at Diamond Cellar's Wedding Weekend, July 26th and 27th. Hi, it's Alex Johnson from the Diamond Cellar. We've been helping you craft your love stories for over 77 years. And for 1 weekend only, we're offering 20% off custom designed wedding bands. We guarantee the best price and unparalleled quality. Let our expert jewelers bring your vision to life with a custom creation. The possibilities are endless. Come see us July 26th and 27th at Diamond Cellar on Sawmill Road.
Come play Skyline's 75th Coney Hunt game. Use your phone to search for virtual conies, tap to collect coins, and redeem them for exclusive Skyline merchandise at participating Skyline restaurants for a limited time. Details at skylinechili.com/coneyhunt.
The Fan app is about to become your new best friend. Your one-stop shop for all your favorite fan shows. ESPN Columbus and BetQL. Live or on demand. Listen on your schedule. Download the 97.1 The Fan app today. It's free. Do it.
Excuse me, waiter. There's a hair in my soup. A long purple hair.
I'm so sorry. I'll get the manager.
I'm the manager. How can I help?
Wait, weren't you the Plum Insurance mascot?
What gave it away? My long purple fur?
Something like that.
What if all insurance companies were like NJM and were known for putting their policyholders first, not gimmicks? Then all those insurance mascots would have to get real jobs.
I'll pass on dessert.
No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
Ready for an amazing deal? BreezeLine's fiber-powered internet starting at $19.99 per month offers the reliability you deserve and security you can trust. Whether you're streaming, gaming, or working from home, we've got all your needs covered with speeds up to 1 gig and our 2-year price lock guarantee. This deal gets even better with 2 free months of internet, free equipment, and free Wi-Fi your way to protect against cyber threats. Act now. Terms and conditions apply. Offer expires July 8th, 2024. Learn more at breezeline.com.
You can use your phone at a doctor's office. You can use your phone at a football game. You can even use your phone at an amusement park. But one place you should never use your phone is behind the wheel. Fines now start at $150. So remember, Ohio, phones down. It's the law.
Along with the Ohio chapter of the International Society of Arboriculture, while you're outside, this is a great time to be on the lookout for invasive plant species like honeysuckle, poison hemlock, and even wild parsnip, which can cause severe skin blistering, so be careful. Invasive species can wreak all sorts of havoc, like altering the native food web, making it harder on native wildlife, altering soil chemistry, even creating a better environment for things like ticks and mosquitoes. To learn more or to find a certified arborist near you, go to treesforohio.org. That's trees4ohio.org.
Fan weather.
From the Logan AC and Heat Services Weather Center.
High pressure on top of us today, delivering another hot and humid day. High 93. Tonight we get down to 69, and on your Tuesday, look for partly to mostly cloudy skies with a high of 89. I'm meteorologist Dylan Robichaud with your Doppler 10 forecast on 97.1 The Fan.
FanDuel is the exclusive online sportsbook partner of Morning Juice. Just sign up at FanDuel.com/juice. The Fan, Ohio sports destination.
Bobby played football for Bill Parcells and Bill Belichick. Beamer played football for a drunk named Joe who worked at the gas station. You're listening to Morning Juice.
The Schmitz Cardell Jones celebrity softball game is coming. Why Picnic When You Can Schmitnick is presented by Monogram Homes. When is it? Saturday, July 20th, 6:30 at Huntington Park. Who is going to be there? Current Ohio State players versus the former players. Former players scheduled to play. Cardell Jones, the captain, his buddy Tivis Powell, DeVere Posey, both of which you can hear here. James Laurinaitis, that you can also hear on the Fan. And Boom Heron. Current players. Emeka Ibuka, captain. Jack Sawyer, heard on the Fan. Will Howard, Devin Brown, JT Tuimoloau. Tickets, folks, they're only $10. They're available today at BuckeyeCruise.com. Go check them out. It'll be a great family event this weekend.
We are also giving away a 4-pack of tickets a little bit later on to the Cardell Jones softball game.
It's got a street value of $40.
It really does. It really does. I know we were talking about how the weekend was, man. Anything? I mean, how was the fireworks show that we did?
Fireworks show was good. My wife gets mad at me because I try to put the kids in experiences where they can learn themselves with like some guided supervision. So I was letting Caleb, he's going to be in second grade this year, like light off some fireworks with us there. It wasn't like, hey, go light them off and walk away. I'm like right behind him. All right, buddy, we're going to light it. We're going to take a knee. We're going to then take the flame to the wick, like make sure that we get out of there. We have enough space and time and, like little stuff, some bottle rockets, Roman candles, maybe a small mortar, like just show him through some things. But she didn't find that appropriate and she didn't like that.
Doozy do's, doozy don'ts, with or without the scooter sticks.
With or without the scooter sticks. And so I was making sure that he was able to do that. So he survived all of that. I survived all. Like my son Colin, though, he wrecked off his bike and his nail is jacked. I had to go over there, find him randomly, like on the 4th. He's, obviously in distress. Someone had called us. He's in like a random yard. Mm-hmm. And they had just been walking by as patrons. And,
Dad, my nail's gone.
It wasn't that. It was like screaming. It was pretty good. Because I thought he may have broke his toe as well, which I don't think he did. But I mean, like, dude, that's what you get when you ride your e-bike in sandals. Mm-hmm. So we slipped off the pedal and bam. Then our toe took the brunt of it. So that was not great. That was the main injury that happened. Everybody else, pretty good. Had a good time. I would say that able to survive that. Now, I did go down to Portsmouth to our place on the river on Saturday after they split their swim meets up for Saturday for 8 and under and then 10 and over. Mm-hmm. And like 9, 10 and up. And so Caleb had his on Saturday. So after that, we went down, got some stuff done. And we were cutting down a tree. There was a bunch of trees that had fallen. And from a storm like a couple months ago, like a month and a half ago.
When it was real wet and then it got windy.
Yeah, it was bad. And, those trees are on the riverbank. Some have fallen. One like smoked. We had 2 covered boat slips. Now we have 1 covered boat slip.
Nice.
One got smoked by a tree. And there was a tree that had fallen down in the river. You know what? Yeah, a tree had fallen down in the river. And like it was probably about 40 feet tall, about 25 feet up, probably about 20 feet up. It kind of snapped in half. And it was still connected but lodged into the water.
Okay.
It's like a tripod.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, okay, I can fall a tree probably within 2 feet of anywhere. I think my brother, you could like throw a nickel out and he could make the tree land on
right
it.
There.
He's really good. So I'm decent at falling trees. The thing is, anytime you have like a tripod situation where it's lodged into another tree or the ground, it's really tough to kind of anticipate where it's going to go. I mean, I had wedged it out, done everything I could, and we're pushing it. And there were 2 gentlemen that were helping me. And I'm trying to get the fall away from this utility pole that was right there on the side. I mean, it's got some power going to it. I wanted it to fall the other way, not hit any other trees. So I wedge it out, and we're pushing it that way. And I cut this thing. It should have fallen. And then we start pushing on it. And it's like, all right, it should go. It starts to fall. Well, it had so much like torque built up from where the one area was in the ground. Then instead of falling, it starts to fall, but then it rides back up the slant. And we can see it, and it happened quick. It goes shoosh, and it kicks up like jackknives
like like a double kicker.
Oh, brutal.
Goes down and then back up.
So I bail out. One of the other guys that's with me runs, bails out. He's got flip-flops on. The one dude was helping push right in the middle. I look over, he's just standing there. And he takes one step to the side, again, just gets skinny.
Mm-hmm.
The thing rises up, kicks, the other side falls, and it falls in a triangle that's probably about the size of a doorway if you tipped it and laid it down.
God.
And it all falls around him. And the two guys' wives were down there watching. My wife and the mother-in-law were watching from in the house. And they're like, did that just happen? I'm like, I think so. But everybody's okay.
We think he was thinking that.
I'm like, I thought fireworks were going to take somebody out. He goes, well, I saw you take off. So I saw Josh take off. He goes, I knew that I couldn't get out of there in time with where it was coming at me. And so I just calculated the best I could to step one step to the side, avoid the main part of the trunk that was kicking back, hitting me. And then as it turned and fell, everything just kind of fell around him.
Oh, my God.
It's pretty fun. It was exhilarating, though, Beam.
I bet, for him, for sure.
So what I did, that was the last thing. They were coming over actually to have dinner that night. They were cooking out. And so they were like, I'm all sweaty and gross. I have sawdust all over me. And I said, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to finish cutting the rest of this tree up tomorrow because I wanted to get it down, and I would have maybe cut it up. The chainsaw chain was like smoky at that point. I burned it up. I mean, I think I needed new one. I was going through so much bar fluid. It was so hot. But it was, I've learned this. After a big win, sometimes it's best to walk away from the table beam.
Yeah,
you don't need to push your luck anymore.
Nah, I'm good.
So I'm gonna
take my chips and go back to my room.
It's like I think I may have played all the hand the good Lord gave me today. I'm gonna sleep on the victory here, and we'll come back tomorrow. And
I don't need to push my luck anymore.
Oh yeah, and so it was good. I went and cut everything up yesterday, and I was dealing with some huge branches that were falling down. I was worried they were gonna roll. Like it was a mess, but I got it done, thankfully. And it was all good because everybody survived.
I'm glad that you guys got that done because I know that was stressful for you going into the situation, trying to get the trees down. And then
I got about 85% of it done. I need some chains to pull some stuff around, but it was pretty close to where I wanted it to be.
And everybody was safe. In
the end.
It didn't look that way maybe for a little bit, but everybody was fine.
There were moments where it was hanging in the balance.
Bill Bender of the Sporting News. He's going to join the program. I'll recap his 4th of July holiday with us next. Morning Juice right here on The Fan.
Fan traffic.
From the Atlas Butler Plumbing Services Traffic Center.
This morning, we're seeing light to moderate traffic as you make your way eastbound US 33 from Post Road to 270. Southbound 315 from 270 to 70, about a 10-minute drive there. We're moving along close to posted speeds as you travel westbound 670 from 270 to 70 with a 9-minute drive there. I'm Alan Schley for 97.1 The Fan Traffic.
I'm Kelly Burris, a partner at Cordell & Cordell. For over 3 decades, Cordell & Cordell has been on the front lines of family law. Divorce is more than just a legal process. It's a life-changing event that can impact your future, finances, and your relationship with your children. You've worked hard to build a life you're proud of, and you deserve a legal partner who will work just as hard to protect it.
Schedule an appointment with one of Cordell & Cordell's Columbus area attorneys. 10 West Broad Street, Suite 1550, Columbus, Ohio, 43215. CordellCordell.com.
Roof leaks and damage can ruin your business and your reputation. Property management pros trust Legacy Roofing Services, Ohio's leader in commercial roof repair, replacement, and ongoing maintenance. At Legacy, our reputation for fast, reliable, safe, and permanent roofing services for commercial buildings can solve your roofing problems before they become roofing nightmares. Call Legacy Roofing Services today, 800-880-ROOF, 800-880-ROOF. Legacy Roofing Services.
Hey friends, Brandon Beam here for Truehold. If you had a crystal ball, you wouldn't agonize over when to sell your home. You would just ask these questions. Should I sell when my home's value is sky high? Or wait and hope that the bottom doesn't drop out of the housing market? The thing is, I'm not ready to move. You don't need a crystal ball with Truehold's Sell and Stay program. You can literally sell now and stay in your home as long as you'd like. When you sell your home to Truehold for its best current value, you can fully cash out on your home's equity, and you can stay in your home as long as you want with an easy, affordable lease. Truehold pays property taxes, insurance, and all the maintenance and upkeep, too. Truehold unlocks your wealth without uprooting your life. You can get an offer now while your home's value is sky high and use the money to secure your retirement, pay off bills, or finance your dreams. It's your money. Do whatever you want with it. Call 1-855-300-9993 or visit Truehold.com. The smarter, faster way to cash out on your home's best value without moving. Again, that's Truehold.com.
Want to see some football players try to play softball? Join us for Schmidt's Cardale Jones Charity Softball Game.
Why picnic when you can schmicnic? And presented by Monogram Homes and the U.S. Air Force. The Fan.
You can always say good morning. But when you're about to enjoy golden biscuits and toasty hash browns at McDonald's, you say, good morning.
And what better way to start your day than at McDonald's with a sausage McMuffin, sausage biscuit, sausage burrito, or hash browns. Mix and match any two for just $3. Price and participation may vary, cannot be combined with any other offer, single item at regular price.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Does our waiter look familiar?
I think he was the Plum Insurance mascot.
If all insurance companies were like NJM and didn't use gimmicks, then their mascots would have to get real jobs.
That explains the long purple hair in my soup.
No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
Score a goal with the Love My Crew checking account from Pathways, the checking account that rewards you for supporting the crew. Learn more at pathwayscu.com. Pathways Financial Credit Union, official credit union of the Columbus Crew. Federally insured by NCUA.
Need assistance with door and window projects? The Home Depot can help. From inspiration and materials to ordering and installation, our free Millwork virtual apron service can get you moving and doing. Plus, we speak Spanish too. Our associates can help you tackle complex jobs without you leaving the job site, saving you time and money. Call us at 1-833-HD-APRON or visit homedepot.com/MVA. The Home Depot, how doers get more done.
Around here at Wrangler, we are all excited for spring. The longer days, the warmer nights. When you've got your pick of shorts and jeans, either works just fine. Because comfort keeps us going. So grab your family, your friends, and your Wrangler layers for some fresh air adventures together. Blue skies, open roads. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Morning Juice is sponsored by Affinity Whole Health, the leader in testosterone and hormone replacement therapy. FeelGreatColumbus.com. The Fan.
Beamer is tweeting about Formula One.
Oh, hells yes.
Bobby is tweeting Rick Springfield concert video. Both are a cry for help.
This is one twisted mother.
This is Morning Juice.
On a Monday edition of the program, Brandon B., Bobby Carpenter, Mark the Shark. Right now, we're heading out to the Bryant Heating and Cooling Systems Fan Guest Hotline. Checking with our great friend of the Sporting News. He is Bill Bender. Bill, thanks so much for the time, buddy. Always appreciate it. How was your wild 4th of July weekend, all right?
Yeah, we had a great time. A lot of cookouts, a lot of a little bit of swimming in between, and a lot of conversations about Ohio State, honestly. I mean, I think the big question I got was, are they going to do it this year? And I'm like, it's a first year of a 12-team playoff. There's a lot of things they have to do, but the high expectations from a lot of the people I saw this weekend, obviously.
So what was your answer, Bill? I mean, a resounding yes, I'm sure. Play to your crowd.
It's like, well, 16-0, no problem, right? Like, first team to do it. And, realistically, I think there are 3 tough games on the schedule that I wouldn't even call them 50-50 games. I mean, it's Oregon, Penn State, Michigan, Big Ten championship, and then 3 that they're going to have to win in the playoff. And the playoffs are the tough part because you just don't know what the matchups are going to be, who's going to be standing, what injury happens. There's a lot more variables to a 12-team playoff season than there are the traditional 4-teamer we had done for the last decade.
So with that, Bill, I've always thought since the BCS, and I think it got it right far more than it got it wrong, but it was probably the truest champion really almost in maybe outside of Major League Baseball for the World Series, but probably the truest champion you're going to find, especially in any type of one-off play. Because as well as anyone, you see the NCAA tournament. I mean, it's a little bit of random who's getting hot at the time. Is it the best team or the team that's playing the best? The NFL playoffs are the same. When you get in series, it's a little easier to manage. but I feel like the way that it was set up, it got it right more than wrong. Do you think that we will see champions, and not that they're not worthy and they're not deserving, but maybe aren't the best team over the totality of the season, but maybe the team that's just kind of playing the best at the end?
The BCS was the best format we had. I would stand on that. And I know it was a computer, and there were a couple, close misses, didn't involve the third or fourth team. But on any given year, to me, there 5 or 6 teams can win it anyway. And they did have some legendary 1-2 matchups. Miami, Ohio State, USC, Texas, for example. Those were the best possible matchups you could have. And I was thinking about it as you were asking the question. Probably the only other one that was a true champion was Major League Baseball before they expanded the playoffs.
Yeah.
Remember, it was just 2 divisions when we were growing up, and there were 90-plus win teams that didn't make it. So that's a great point. But for some reason, Bobby, people hated the BCS, and I've never understood that.
Well, I think they probably hated the BCS because a lot of times their team didn't get in. I mean, there's only 2 spots, Bill. I mean, that's going to be a tough challenge, to get obviously multiple teams in, or even if your team has a one-loss year, great one-loss year. Like, it's not like you had that ability to lose a game and then go on like the 2014 Ohio State Buckeyes, right? I mean, you have to think back to that inaugural 14 playoff. Like, they would have been out of the BCS. They go on their run that they do and then ultimately win a championship in 14. And that one's special here in Buckeye land. But, yeah, it is crazy. And I do think it presented a 2 champion. We were talking about this on Friday, Bill, and I do get a little bit sad when we have these massive college football games in kind of like copacetic environments. And, you take these big non-conference games that you're playing in and you want to put them in a neutral site field. Do you think the college football playoffs should have had not only the first round games, but the second round games in home field advantages as well when the top 4 teams got their byes?
Yes, and that's a little bit of a flaw in this process. I understand the why, because they're still rotating the 6 New Year's Day 6 bowls in those locations. But, just from a season ticket standpoint, if you're buying Ohio State tickets for the season, imagine how many more people would buy it if you were guaranteed the home playoff game that season. That's similar to NFL packages, I'm sure. What's the advantage for those top 4 teams other than the bye week? And, one of the better things about the NFL playoffs is that home field advantage goes through, and that they play conference championship games at places like, I'm going to say Lambeau Field, but it's been a few years since they've done that, but still having flashbacks to Tom Brady. But point being, you want to have those games at home. You want to have that home game for Ohio State. I mean, picturing a quarterfinal of Ohio State and LSU is different when you picture it versus the Rose Bowl versus Ohio Stadium in early December.
Absolutely. What else, Bill, what do we got cooking here as we kind of round out the last couple weeks? Is, NFL is going to be starting up here in a few weeks. College football will be starting probably in about 3. Anything else on the preparation for you as you kind of march towards July here, towards the start of August?
Well, I mean, Big 12 Media Days this week. I'm not going to Las Vegas, but it's later this week, and 118-degree temperatures out there this week, so it's probably a good thing I'm not. But, that's the first sound bites. And, that's Dion will be there, and you have to kind of, again, pull out your card and be like, oh, wait, Arizona and Arizona State are in this conference now? And you always wonder what these coaches are going to say at these events. So I think they're the first one on the spot. And that is a conference, if you told me 3 years ago, hey, Oklahoma and Texas are going to leave, but they're going to be fine, I would have told you, what are you talking about?
Is that the biggest storyline for you, Oklahoma and Texas leaving, or is it something like Colorado? What is it for you, Bill, as we talk about the Big 12?
Well, I think the increased parity of that conference. Anybody could win it, literally, and not having those 2 in the conference is going to shine some light on some other programs. Will it get the same TV as the Big Ten and the SEC? No, but I'm wondering if they can get 2 playoff teams in, or if the ACC can get 2 playoff teams in. And Bobby and I have talked about this a little bit, where I think the Big 12 as a football conference going into this year is in better position than the ACC is. And again, that's something I wouldn't have said 4 years ago when it was announced that Oklahoma and Texas were leaving the conference.
It's kind of surprising for that to be the case, but I mean, outside of Clemson and Florida State, is there anybody that you could conceivably see from the ACC winning that conference?
I mean, Miami is a popular team.
Are they back, Bill? Are they back?
Yeah, I'm not going to say it. I can't. I've heard everybody say that for the last 15 years. As I like to point out, they've only won 10 or more games one time since Larry Coker left. So how can you pronounce a program back? I mean, I was at the game in 16 when they beat or 17. They beat Notre Dame, and we thought they were back then. Then they lost the following week. So they're still a long way from being back. But in that conference, an NC State or a Miami, they could break through. NC State's particularly interesting to me. They've got their offensive line back. They have Grayson McCall, another transfer quarterback, and they're another team that we constantly do this with. Oh, NC State's the sleeper. Well, they have to break through and win 10, 11 games to do that.
Bill, before we get you out of here, what do we got on the docket this week? I mean, I think we're done with lacrosse. I mean, where are we standing at in summer sports as we get ready for the fall?
We got one more tournament this week up by Lake Michigan. It should be fun. The kids have had a really good summer. And, when Wimbledon comes on, and I'll take this off the air and have Bobby talk about it. When Wimbledon gets on, it always goes back to my high school playing days where you're not thinking about watching that tennis match. You're thinking about two-a-days, and they're coming. So football's coming. Fortunately, I don't have to put the pads on anymore, but we're full steam ahead on football here very shortly.
Hey, your Wimbledon is my Tour de France. That's why I watch it every year, and I'm like, it just takes me back to literally dreading the next day, and then the next day, and then the next day. Buddy, always appreciate the time. Thanks so much for hopping on with us here this morning. Glad you and the fam had a great 4th of July, and we'll check in again soon, okay?
Hey, same to you guys. Thanks so much.
There he goes, Bill Bender, the Sporting News, with us here on the Bryant Heating and Cooling Systems Fan Guest Hotline. Who's the alpha dog on the USA basketball roster heading into Paris? I think the answer might surprise everybody as we get into quick hitters coming up next. Morning Juice right here on the Fan.
Fan traffic.
From the Atlas Butler Plumbing Services Traffic Center.
This morning, we're seeing light to moderate traffic flows now as you travel southbound. 71 from Polaris Parkway to 70, about a 10-minute drive there this morning. Eastbound 670 from 70 to 270, a 10-minute drive there. We're looking good as you travel southbound. 315 from 270 to 70. No major delays to report. I'm Ashley for 97.1 The Fan Traffic.
Fan Traffic sponsored by Pella Windows and Doors. Voted by Columbus homeowners as the leading and most trusted window brand. Find out why at PellaColumbus.com or at their brand new Polaris showroom.
Welcome to the plus side, where a AAA Plus membership means that an empty gas tank won't keep you from a full day, and where a dead battery can't stop you from being the life of the party. Because on the plus side, roadside mishaps don't have to ruin your day. With AAA Plus, tire changes, battery swaps, and emergency fuel are just a tap away. AAA gets to you faster, and if you need a tow, we'll take you further. Become a member today and experience peace of mind on the plus side. Towing is subject to a 7-day waiting period. Terms and conditions apply.
Get Eco. Hey, Aaron. Hey, Jerry. Remember when we first met? I was just starting Eco Plumbers and looking for a silent partner. And I had just invented sneakers with lights in them and was looking for somewhere to invest my fortune. I didn't even think inventor was an actual job. I didn't think plumbers started companies. Get Eco. As I recall, you thought the name Eco was a pretty good idea. As a full-time inventor, Aaron, it's just that kind of creative thinking that caught my attention. Simple, memorable, singable. Get Eco. And it reminds homeowners that modern plumbing can make economical sense and ecological sense at the same time. Waste less water and save money on your utility bills. Get Eco. Instead of just sitting here raking in royalties after inventing that little plastic hanger that socks come on, I might as well be a silent partner in a company that's doing good. You're not all that silent, as silent partners go. But I am charming, Aaron. Get Eco. GetEco.com.
We go to war for you. Insurance disputes can be a battle, a cage match. But we're here to win it for you. I'm Robert Scherger. At Scherger Schnarr Trial Attorneys, we know the law and we'll fight for your rights. Call us at 877-WARFORYOU.com or visit warforyou.com for a free consultation.
That's 877-WAR-FOR-YOU. 877-WAR-FOR-YOU. Or visit warforyou.com.
War for you, warforyou.com.
The Buckeye Show.
Jim Lachey back in the day just pointing, we're running that way.
We going right here, and there's not a dang thing you can do about it.
Don't you love that?
The Buckeye Show.
Sponsored by CareSource.
Weeknights at 6 on The Fan.
America's favorite car show returns to Columbus with a jam-packed weekend of cool cars, cool people, and good times. It's the Good Guys 26th Summit Racing National, and it's all happening this weekend at the Ohio Expo Center. Cruise on out with your family and friends and check out over 6,000 of the country's coolest classics on display. And don't miss Good Guys CPP Autocross Racing action, Nitro Thunderfest, a huge swap meet and vendor midway, live music, family fun, and so much more. It's Ohio's biggest hot rodding party of the summer, and it's all going down this weekend at the Ohio Expo Center. Get details at good-guys.com.
Ready to be the change and have a positive impact on your community? Consider joining the Columbus Division of Police. Starting pay is $70,000 plus, growing to 6 figures after 4 years of service. We offer paid vacations, paid holidays, and health insurance. Do you aspire to complete your degree? We offer 100% tuition reimbursement after you complete your first year of service. Contact the CPD recruiting unit at jobs@columbuspolice.org or apply online at columbus.gov/government/jobs. The City of Columbus is an equal opportunity employer.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you. Discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. hims.com/joy.
Fan weather.
From the Logan AC and Heat Services Weather Center.
Today we're going to be looking at sunny skies, high 93. Tonight look for partly cloudy skies, low 70. On your Tuesday, look for increasing clouds along with a pop-up shower or storm for the afternoon, high 89. And then heading into your Wednesday, it'll be wet and rainy as the remnants of Beryl come through central Ohio. I'm meteorologist Dylan Robichaud with your Doppler 10 forecast on 97.1 The Fan.
All your favorite fan shows are available when you want them.
Head to 971thefan.com and hit that subscribe button.
The Fan, Ohio sports destination. Just a couple of dudes being guys.
What's better than this? Guys being dudes.
You're listening to Morning Juice.
We're here on The Juice, brought to you by our good friends over at Affinity Whole Health, the leader in testosterone and hormone replacement therapy. You can, of course, visit them online at feelgreatcolumbus.com.
Morning Juice presents Quick Hitters.
Sharky, yeah. Happy Monday to you.
If there is such thing, Beam, it will be a good day for me. You know, one of the lessons that Kevin Costner teaches Tim Robbins in Bull Durham is when you get in a fight, punch with your offhand, not your pitching hand. Mm-hmm. Colton Brewer must have been watching Bull Durham. The Cubs pitcher didn't get in a fight, but did punch a dugout wall. Brewer entered Saturday's game against the Angels as a relief pitcher and promptly allowed 3 runs in 2/3 of an inning. Came back to the dugout, punched the wall with his left hand, not his pitching hand, and wound up with a broken hand. Still, Beamer, the Cubs have placed Brewer on the 60-day injured list.
Well, the best part about this, too.
60?
60-day IL, Bob.
Well, maybe it's because he just gave up 3 runs.
And the best part about this, did you see what he had to say about this? It was so good. He goes, my intention wasn't to break my hand. Yeah,
I respect that.
I'll get frustrated, make some mistakes. That's no excuse. There's a lot I can prove out there that I'm willing to do stuff like that. Emotions just get the best of us sometimes. When those things happen, you know you screwed up. That was what Craig Counsell said, who's also not having a great year in his first year with the Cubbies. That was the conversation. Then there's consequences for the mistakes that you make. It's an unfortunate mistake that he let the emotions get the best of him. It's not who he is, but a mistake is a mistake, and he definitely made that. I mean, just firing off punches in the dugout. Things obviously aren't going the Cubbies' way this year. Just maybe don't punch walls. I mean, stay away from the walls. If you want to do it, maybe to the water cooler, Bob, or some of that, like those big buckets of double bubble or sunflower seeds, like maybe that.
Didn't this happen to somebody else, Shark? Didn't someone break their hand?
It was who was it? I know there was a Mets pitcher who imploded earlier this year, but I think
this was a couple years back, if I'm remembering correctly. It's been a minute.
I don't know. I mean, we've seen this happen from time to time. I mean, the Cubs are 42-49. You go up there, you give up a 3 spot. They're 11 games back. It's about to be the All-Star break. I mean, they're going to be out of the division. They already are out of the division. He tried to punch with his offhand too, and it still got him landed on the 60-day IL.
I understand catch-up, but 60 days, dude. That's them saying we don't want you up here for 2 months. There's no way.
How long does a broken hand take?
Coach, what's he doing with it? Catching a ball that's thrown back to him? I mean, what are we? We're fine.
I don't know.
After 4 weeks, he could gut through. He could gut through the pain
with
just
a cast.
Hey, cast, dude. Just put the glove on.
Just put the glove on your right. Just put it on your right hand, and then just swap it.
Yeah, you could bury a nut ball coming back to him.
Who was the? Why am I blanking on the?
Jim Abbott.
Yeah, it's a Monday morning. It's too early. Do a Jim Abbott style.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah, Jim Abbott. Tell him to pull the Ronnie Lott, Shark. Cut it off.
Yeah,
take it.
There you go. Mm-hmm. There have been several dynasties in NBA history. The Minneapolis Lakers won 5 titles in 6 years. The Celtics won 8 straight and 10 in 11 years. The Los Angeles Lakers won 5 titles in the 80s. The Bulls won 6 titles in the 90s. Golden State went to 6 championships in 8 years, won 4 of them. Steph Curry thinks his Warriors will be the NBA's last dynasty. Bobby, he believes these days it's too difficult to keep stars together long enough to maintain a dynasty.
Well, I don't know if it's difficult to do that. I think it's the fact that a lot of these stars, number one, like the dollars they command, if they're looking to max out your deals.
What was Jason Tatum's $315 million or somewhere around there, right?
You're crushing your cap. And like your ability to pick up role players and auxiliary players is tough. Ancillary players to help fill out your roster. I mean, and then you have to have 2 guys that genuinely get along.
Yeah.
That aren't going to fight and be petty and complain about who's getting this or that or whatever it is.
They don't have to be best friends, but they have to be able to do that on the court.
You've got to be able to play and work with each other. Mm-hmm. And Brown and Tatum, in all fairness, you've never heard really any issues between those 2.
Yeah, nothing.
And just the question is, when they're both maxed out like this, how that's going to work and what that looks like.
I just don't believe it for a second. That's going to be the NBA's last dynasty. This has been a league, Shark, like for every decade that we have been in the NBA. There has always been one team that kind of runs the decade. And I just don't. I know that Steph is a terrific basketball player, and he is one of the greatest of all time, and has obviously changed the way the game has been played with his ability to shoot 3-point balls. But I just have a hard time comprehending that this is going to be the NBA's last true dynasty. It's just not going to happen. There will be another one after that, and then there's going to be another one after that, and that's just going to be the way that we're rolling here. So not the last, but one of the best, because they were terrific.
I'm with you, Beam. I'm with you 100%. The U.S. men's basketball team that will head to the Paris Olympics this month features LeBron and Steph and KD, Joel, Kawhi, Jason Tatum. The youngest player on the roster is 22-year-old Anthony Edwards, who believes he's the straw that stirs the drink.
Yes.
He thinks that the Olympic team runs through him. He said yesterday, Beam, quote, "I'm still the number one option. They've got to fit in to play around me."
I love that. I mean, that's pretty incredible. The last time the Olympics came around, okay, that was 3 years ago. I'm 22, just coming off of what, Eastern Conference Finals, right? Anthony Edwards, Western Conference Finals. Yeah, Western.
22.
No. I'm just saying this past year. He is 22 years of age, just coming off the Western Conference Finals. He's feeling really good about himself. I don't know if he's going to start. Like, that's the crazy thing about this. It's like you have all the confidence in the world, and I think during that playoff run, we all loved and respected what Anthony Edwards was doing, right? Like, it was all like, man, look at this guy. They're just not going to lose this game. He's going to take it over. It's pretty bold to say that heading into an Olympics with a roster, Sharky, who you had mentioned. I mean, guys like LeBron and KD and Steph and all these different guys who have been to multiple Olympics before. Now you're heading to Paris saying, I'm still the number one option. I love it. I respect it, and I love the confidence. Shoot your shot. but I'm not really sure if that's going to be fact or not.
I'm the star of stars, is what he's saying, Shark. No one shines brighter than me. I'll give him credit for this. Like, he has a person. This is his personality.
It is.
He has a 100% dog personality. He might end up being the alpha of that team. We'll see how that goes.
Yeah, are you guys watchers of like every Team USA basketball game? I used to be in the Olympics.
No. I don't really get into Olympic basketball. I don't know why. I did when they were amateurs, but it's a foregone conclusion. Who's going to win this thing? It's not so fun anymore. I like women.
Oh, you want to go back to when we were losing,
No,
Shark?
I'm not saying that. I'm just,
rather be dead than red,
I like
Shark.
the Olympics when there were amateurs. They're all pros now.
Everybody's pro. There are no amateur sports.
That's what I'm saying.
Hey, did you know 95% of college athletes go pro in something else other than sports?
Thank you.
Thanks, Mark Emmert.
Thanks, Enterprise Rental Car. I think that's from that, too. Your Columbus crew are on an absolute heater and the likes of that we've just really never seen before. We'll do that in the re-rack coming up next. Morning Juice right here on The Fan.
Fan traffic.
From the Atlas Butler Plumbing Services Traffic Center.
This morning, we're seeing light to moderate traffic as you make your way westbound US 33 from 270 to Post Road. Southbound 315 from 270 to 70, about a 10-minute drive there this morning. We're moving along close to posted speeds as you travel eastbound 670 from 70 to 270 with a 10-minute drive there. I'm Alan Schley for 97.1 The Fan Traffic.
Check out the all-new John Hinderer Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram facility in Heath and experience the difference. We're your exclusive AgPack dealer, offering up to $30,000 in savings and benefits. And if you're tired of waiting at the dealership for service, take advantage of our service made simple with Carvenience or mobile service. Home of a lifetime powertrain guarantee and one of the largest selections in Central Ohio. John Hinderer Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 79 in Heath, or HindererCDJR.com. We love what moves you.
Bobby Carpenter here for Affinity Whole Health, the leader in the testosterone and hormone replacement therapy game. And weight loss too, that's right. Affinity offers semaglutide injections for weight loss in addition to their testosterone treatments so you can lose weight and build muscle. They customize a plan directly for you. They added peptides to my TRT. They've added semaglutide with my friend's testosterone, and the results are amazing. They're pumped about summertime and pool season, so check them out at feelgreatcolumbus.com. That's feelgreatcolumbus.com.
Diamond Seller's Wedding Weekend is back. Shop buy one, get one half off wedding bands, 20% off diamond anniversary bands, and special offers on diamond engagement rings. Visit us at Diamond Seller's Wedding Weekend, Friday, July 26th and Saturday, July 27th on Sawmill Road.
Skyline is turning up the heat this summer with Hot Met Cheese Conies, made with a premium Hot Met sausage from Queen City Sausage. But don't wait. Hot Met Conies are only at participating Skyline restaurants for a limited time. Come get yours today.
This radio commercial was made to convince you to stop speeding. We can't use siren sound effects on the radio, so we'll use other equally jarring sound effects to get your attention. Like telling you that whether you drive a little over the speed limit or a lot, you can crash just the same. You could hurt yourself or worse, others.
I'm at the scene of the collision.
And the damage you cause will be beyond repair. See, we didn't have to use crash or siren sounds after all. Speeding catches up with you. Brought to you by NHTSA.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. 120,000 miles of night drives, daily commutes, and who knows how many.
Are we there yet?
Through countless fixes, elbow grease, and a new radiator, you kept your ride alive. With eBay Motors, you have over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Broadcasting from the Lindsay Honda Studios.
Honda makes the cars. Lindsay makes the difference. Visit lindsayhonda.com.
WBNS-FM, HD1 Columbus. The Fan. Sports.
Good morning. I'm Mark the Shark. A rough weekend for the Reds. After sweeping the Yankees in a 3-game series in New York, Cincinnati came home and was swept in a 3-game series by the Tigers. In yesterday's finale, Tarek Skubal struck out a career-high 13 batters as Detroit won 5-1. In Cleveland, the Guardians overcame a 3-0 deficit to beat the Giants 5-4. Beau Naylor's pinch hit 3-run homer in the 6th turned a 3-2 deficit into a 5-3 lead for Cleveland. At the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course in Lexington, Pato O'Ward took the lead with 24 laps remaining and held on to win the Indy 200 by just under a half second. It was IndyCar's closest finish this season on a road or street course. In golf, Davis Thompson earned his first PGA Tour victory, finishing the John Deere Classic at 28 under par. The Sports Center is sponsored by Dr. Mark Levy. If you're snoring and not sleeping, give Mark Levy a call at 1-800-MORE-SLEEP or visit him online at sleepbettercolumbus.com.
If you can find a show that's closer to Buckeye football, it would be hosted by Ryan Day. You're listening to Morning Juice.
Hour number 2 of the program for us on a Monday. Brandon Bean, Bobby Carpenter, Mark the Shark. Coming up here, 7:35, Spencer Holbrook, Letterman Monroe. Going to talk some Buckeyes with him. Continuing some nice recruiting trends for Ohio State, this time pertaining to James in the linebacker room. We'll get into that coming up in our next segment. Spencer Holbrook coming up here at 7:35. Then Joshua Perry, he's going to join the program as he does. We'll recap his big 4th of July weekend coming up here around 8:35 a little bit later on. So JP at 8:35, Spence coming in here at 7:35.
Keeping you informed about what's trending this morning. It's time for a little re-rack on Morning Juice.
Sponsored by Billiards Plus, your destination for top-of-the-line grills with up to 30-year warranties. Billiards Plus on Dublin Center Drive in Dublin.
Nice job by the Reds sweeping the Yankees at Yankee Stadium last week.
The New York Yankees?
And then they got swept by the Tigers at home this weekend.
It's all right.
Sometimes
take it away.
Sometimes you get them. Sometimes you get got. Just the nature of the business.
How many
right
games back of the Reds right now?
8 or 9, I think. I was just looking at the standings.
Was it I thought it was like 10.5. No,
it is 10.5. Shark. I checked on Friday doing the show and it was 9.
Oh, that's good.
Now they're 10.5. Yeah.
How many are they out of the wild card? Do you know?
Let's take a look here, Bob. Let's take a look at the wild card. They're only 5 out of the wild card.
Okay,
not bad.
Not getting swept by the Tigers would have helped that.
That would
situation.
have been preferable.
Yeah.
Sharky, Guardians just got to keep winning series. Just got to keep doing that, and they did. You said they were awful against the Giants, right? They took 2 out of 3 at home this weekend.
They had lost 13 of their last 15 against the Giants going back to 2021, and they took 2 of 3 this weekend.
Feeling pretty good about that.
Pretty happy. They went over 1 million yesterday in attendance in their 41st game. So it was the midway point of their home schedule, and that's the earliest they had reached 1 million fans since 2008.
All right. That's pretty good. Almost 20 years for the Guards. Good for them. They're in Detroit tonight. They're taking on the Tigers, and then the Reds entertaining the Rockies here this weekend. The Crew beat up on Toronto in Sharky's coveted Trillium Cup. So we got a 4-0
Where do we put in the
aggregate.
Trillium Club?
Austin and I were talking about this on Friday.
Is this by Club Trill? Is he the one that sponsors it?
I think it is. I think it's sponsored by Mark Titus. I do.
Okay.
I think it's a Mark Titus trophy. So they won 4-0.
Like the Gronk Bowl?
Basically, it is. It's the Gronk Bowl of MLS. So Rob McBurnett, who does the PR for the Crew, he tweeted this out. So the Columbus Crew have won 8 of their past 9 regular season matches, including the past 4 with a club record of plus 14 goal differential.
That's pretty good.
The only time that the Black and Gold accomplished that feat was back when they won 8 consecutive games in the inaugural 1996 season.
Brian McBride.
So it's been a long time since we've seen anything like the Crew.
You know where they played those games, Beam?
Historic Crew State. At the Horseshoe.
There you go.
At the Horseshoe.
Exactly. You wanted to jump all over that.
I did. I wanted to get in there. So the first time in 28 seasons, the Crew won 16 league games by 4+ goals. No more than 2 coming in one season. They have now won by 4+ goals 3 times in the last 2 weeks.
It's a lot.
They're on a heater, man. They are on a total
offense
heater.
is clicking, man. You don't want to get. When do the playoffs start, Beam?
I don't know, Bob. Like September, October. We're a long ways away.
I have
from
no
that.
like the soccer season. They've all these breaks and other tournaments.
We're on a different schedule than like what the Europeans are on.
Yeah.
So we take the winter off, play spring through basically fall.
Mm-hmm.
They take the summers off and play fall through spring.
Is it just because it's too cold here?
I don't know.
Is it not cold in Germany?
It's plenty cold.
I don't know.
There.
I watched the Battle of Bastogne. It looked pretty darn cold up there in Band of Brothers.
Yeah. Yeah. It's not warm. I don't know. That's just their schedule, and then we're on our own schedule. So it's backwards.
If the internet, I mean, I don't know. Maybe there's something about players and, doing the loans and all that crap that it makes it more sense for us to do it this way.
I don't know. I don't have a good answer for you.
But I can't. You can't sit here and tell me it's because of weather, because the Northern European plain is just as cold as anywhere you're going to be in America.
Yeah.
And by the way, they don't have any. Well, I wouldn't say any place. I'm guessing probably part of like Italy and maybe southern France, La Liga. They can play down there, and it's probably warm-ish in the winter. Probably akin to Florida, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either. I'm not really big on my geography, but
Shark's a huge European guy. What's it like over there, Shark?
Yeah, what's the weather like over there? I know I can say this because I watch a lot of English games. It is cold and rainy for them in the winter from just about like September until March. It is just cold, gray, and rain. That's what they get.
I don't understand it, Beam. I don't understand it.
You don't understand weather patterns?
I don't understand why they play in cold weather. Soccer.
I don't know. It's just a different schedule. But anyways, the crew run an absolute heater right now. You can always watch us on the YouTube machine. Got a question from Mike. He said, hey, guys, want to ask you something. What's the best thing you ate for your 4th of July break? It's a great question. What did you guys do on Thursday? Did you guys do cookouts or anything?
Gosh, it seems like a century ago.
I kind of have brain fog this morning a little bit. I'm not going to lie to you.
What we had a little party at our neighbor's house for it, and they got City Barbecue Catering and got a whole hog, Beam. Came in,
smoked hog,
apple in its mouth and everything.
I love that. We did that one time. It's sweet. But
on I wouldn't say the negative. The positive, there's a lot of meat, like probably another 30 or 40 pounds of pulled pork. So we've been eating a lot of pulled pork the last couple of days, which I'm a fan with.
Oh yeah,
I'm a fan of. I'll throw in some eggs, put it on a sandwich, just eat a pile of it straight up, put some of that great sauce, a little sauce on there. We took some down to the river on Saturday, ate some there.
You said it was City Barbecue who did this?
I believe so.
Okay, I didn't know that City Barbecue offered whole hogs.
Well, Beam, just about any place will offer a whole hog if you ask for it.
If you have to ask, you can't afford it.
Well, I mean, it's the question. Can you handle the whole hog? Usually that's what they say to you. It's the Socratic method. When you ask to order a whole hog, their question is, can you handle the whole hog?
I guess it depends on who you are. Yeah, I grilled some steaks over the weekend. Like that was pretty good.
What kind?
A couple of ribeyes.
Nice.
A couple of ribeyes. It was.
Sorry, you didn't invite me.
Shark, I'll invite you over to dinner all the time.
Never.
I invite you.
Not once.
And we have only linked up when we've both been 7 hours away from our house in Northern Michigan. We live 20 minutes apart. Doesn't matter. What was the best thing you had to eat this weekend, Sharky?
My son-in-law Jake, he smoked
whole hog,
a pork butt.
So there you go. That's good.
We had some yummy pulled pork all weekend long. I mean, he had like 9 pounds of this stuff. It was great.
What's better than that, Shark?
Nothing.
A nice tray of it. You put barbecue on it, you just eat it straight up.
I did put barbecue on it, but it was moist and tender enough you could have eaten it straight. I didn't even put it on a bun. It was so good.
Just straight to the plate?
Yeah.
Nice.
Well, you get that nice smoke flavor to it. Yeah. You don't really need a whole lot of sauce, if any at all. So you want to try to make sure you get that.
I think the older that I get, the older I get, the less sauce I tend to put on.
because you're not a child anymore.
It's true. Yeah.
I mean, when you're younger, you load everything down in condiments.
Yeah, you put ketchup on it.
When you're a kid, I've watched kids eat spoonfuls of ketchup. And as you get older, you're like, maybe I'll just have some of the actual food that I'm enjoying here. I don't need a ketchup sandwich.
Yeah, I don't know if we've given William ketchup yet.
Oh, once you do, it'll be over.
I think that ketchup on everything. And we have yet to do juice.
I watched my son.
We have yet to do juice. It's just straight water and milk for him.
I forget what we had one time. You made like a little plate for maybe like a hot dog or a hamburger. Maybe we had some fries on there, and then we had some all right, we're gonna for your kid throw some like baby carrots on there. We're gonna try to keep it moderately healthy. Throw some baby carrots on there. And I remember looking over, and I think it was my oldest son, RJ. Was then dipping the carrots in the ketchup and just
licking the ketchup off, sucking the ketchup off.
The carrot, the fry, it was just a vessel to get the ketchup. That's all it became. So that's why once you give it to him, Beam, that sugary red paste. They're going to just gobble it all up.
We went to Watershed last night for our anniversary dinner. You got to get back over there.
Oh, you went over there on a Sunday?
Yeah, we went last night.
We'll have to do that. That's, you know what, I'm going to try to.
I had the best thing, because I really enjoy their cocktail menu. Obviously, they're a distillery. They're going to have good cocktails.
They do have great craft cocktails. They used to have this pork chop on the menu that was delicious.
So the pork chop wasn't there last night because I looked for the pork chop. They did have a pork tenderloin dish, Bob, which sounded pretty good. I didn't get that. I got the, I don't even know what kind of fish it was. Grouper? Yeah, I got the grouper. I want to say that they were serving up last night. Like, that was really solid. There were some like pickled vegetables on there, which is good. Mare got like some sort of eggplant. It was like eggplant and tomatoes, and then she got a side of these.
Side of the pork tenderloin.
I don't know what they did, but she got a side of these potatoes. I think they had to boil the potatoes and then like flash fry them or fried them in something because they were awesome.
So it tasted like it was like soft and gooey,
soft and gooey, but a crispy on the outside. God, it was really good. So that
sounds tremendous.
That was pretty solid. I did enjoy our meal very much last night. Had a sandwich at the Central Ohio 2-Man Scramble League Marysville Marathon. That's what I had. Had a turkey and cheese sandwich out there. For anybody wondering, I almost finished dead last again.
Oh, Beam, come on.
I can't do it.
I thought with 16 guys this year, you're going to finish in the top 10.
I think I think I was 12th or 11th.
What about Timmy Hall?
Timmy finished above me. Yeah, Tim finished above me. We did play the championship 9 together, though. Tim and I did. We were paired together on the championship 9. He played way better than I did. Yeah, way better. I just, at that point of the day, I couldn't. My body was giving out. I was a little bit tired.
How was your rendition of the national anthem?
Well, which rendition? I did 3.
You did 3?
Oh, I did Star Spangled Banner.
Was it better or worse than Carl Lewis?
It was better. I did the Star Spangled Banner, and then did O Canada in English and in French, because we did have a Canadian in the field, and they were celebrating Canada Day on July 1st.
Jan played?
Yeah. I didn't sing the national anthem, Shark. I didn't sing one national anthem. So we got there. Our first tee time was 7:50. So everybody arrived. We were all good. We had tee times from 7:50 to, what would that have been, 8:30, I think, because we had 4 groups. So yeah, we had 7:50, 8, 8:10, 8:20. 8:20 would have been our last tee time. And so we knew we had 40 minutes for all of us to get out the tee, get off the tee. And if you've ever been out to the beautiful Ridge Golf and Gardens, the spiritual home of the Central Ohio 2-Man Scramble League, the first hole is a par 3. So it's a 160-yard par 3. I don't like that. And you're looking right. I mean, the tee box is directly, so I mean, you are facing dead east on the first tee. So you can't, once the ball gets up in the air, I mean, that sun's right in your eyeball, so you can't see. So we knew it was going to take a while for everybody to get off the tee. And once we had the groups and everything, people were inside getting beer and doing whatever they needed to do. And the first group just went off. So there was no traditional correct start to the entire tournament. So I didn't get the platform to sing the national anthem.
What country do we live in when you don't sing the national anthem before a sporting event?
Hey, I was yelling at those guys as well, all right? I was yelling at them, but they wanted no part in it, which was pretty upsetting. So I didn't get to sing that, and then my golf game wasn't good. But I played very well. Your boy, Topsy Turvy, won. He ended up winning Dottie. So it's the third champion now, third different champion
How about
in 5 years. A-Dub finished, I want to say, like right middle of the pack, maybe 5th or 6th, somewhere right in there. Yeah, Commissioner did a great job with that event. We think that James Laurinaitis is going to be just fine as a recruiter here for the Buckeyes. We'll get into that coming up next. Morning Juice right here on The Fan.
Fan traffic.
From the Atlas Butler Plumbing Services Traffic Center.
This morning, we're seeing light to moderate traffic as you make your way westbound US 33 from 270 to Post Road. Southbound 315 from 270 to 70, about a 10-minute drive there this morning. We're moving along close to posted speeds as you travel eastbound 670 from 70 to 270 with a 10-minute drive there. I'm Alan Schley for 97.1 The Fan Traffic.
Men, this is Jeff, and I'm one of the owners of Tri-State Men's Health, where we treat men's sexual health issues here in our area. I say our area because I'm from here, and I'm proud that the practices in the Tri-State region are leading the charge against erectile dysfunction, low testosterone, and other conditions that affect a man's sexual well-being. At Tri-State Men's Health, we're experts in dealing with these problems. For ED, we have a variety of treatment options and treatment combinations that if you're like most men, you will get your sex life back. And I can say this with all confidence as we have the protocols that work in well over 90% of cases. If you're suffering with the fatigue, low sex drive, bad sleep, brain fog, and other symptoms of low testosterone, our treatment plans are highly effective, with most men seeing significant changes in just a few weeks. So call Tri-State Men's Health today. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes blood work and a medical consult. Call 800-900-9654 or go to tristatemenshealth.com. We have 2 convenient locations, just off 270 in Hilliard and near the Medical Mile in Westerville. Tri-State Men's Health, a Promenic restorative health practice.
Tired of waiting for your auto service to be completed at the dealership? Hi, this is Justin Hinderer with the Hinderer Motor Company. Let our experienced factory-trained technicians come to you in our mobile service truck. 90% of all repairs can be done at your home or office. Brakes, recalls, maintenance, it can all be done on your terms when you need us with our mobile service truck. Go to HindererMotorCompany.com and schedule mobile service today. That's HindererMotorCompany.com. We love what moves you.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
One of the most important Buckeye football seasons ever is coming. The Fan is your home for all the news and interviews you need as fall camp approaches. Join us. We're a friendly bunch of degenerates. Your Buckeye station, The Fan.
Spectrum delivers with fast and reliable internet. And with Spectrum One, you get even more. Spectrum Internet, so you can work, game, and stream with speeds up to a gig. Plus advanced Wi-Fi for enhanced security and one Spectrum Mobile Unlimited line, both free for 12 months. Internet, advanced Wi-Fi, and mobile. Get it all together with Spectrum One, starting at just $49.99 a month. Visit Spectrum.com for full details. Offer subject to change. Valid for qualified residential customers only. Restrictions apply.
I need a small order of sheet metal to repair something in the shop. It's not much, but can you help me out?
At Metal Supermarkets, no order is too small.
Wait, really?
Yep.
What about small home projects?
Yep.
For a car I'm working on?
Yep.
Any kind of metal?
Yep.
Cut to size?
Yep.
With no minimum order?
Yep.
How about 1,000 cut pieces of aluminum flat bar?
Yep. Choose from over 8,000 types, shapes, and grades of metal in any quantity you need. And yes, we're serious. Any metal, any size, ready fast. Locally owned on Wilson Road.
Hello, it's John Kozik, founder and president of TurboTrack Realty, and I buy real estate as is fast for cash. Give us a call today for an all-cash offer at 614-470-2000, 614-470-2000. I buy vacant properties, inherited homes, divorce situations, death in the family. I even buy my tenants won't pay me the rent houses. Give us a call today for an all-cash offer at 614-470-2000, 614-470-2000.
Have you experienced foot or ankle pain during or after sports, running, or exercising at the gym? Nagging aches in your foot or ankle that won't go away? Podiatric physicians can provide you with important foot care solutions, shoe inserts, or show you how to support your feet and ankles so you're able to compete or exercise comfortably. Ohio Foot and Ankle Medical Association podiatric physicians are located throughout the state and have been serving the profession and the public for over 100 years. For more information or to find a member of the Ohio Foot and Ankle Medical Association near you, visit ohiofoot.org.
Fan weather.
From the Logan AC and Heat Services Weather Center.
High pressure on top of us today, delivering another hot and humid day. High 93. Tonight we get down to 69, and on your Tuesday, look for partly to mostly cloudy skies with a high of 89. I'm meteorologist Dylan Robichaud with your Doppler 10 forecast on 97.1 The Fan.
FanDuel is the exclusive online sportsbook partner of Morning Juice. Just sign up at FanDuel.com/juice. The Fan, Ohio sports destination.
Hash browns and smackdowns. You're listening to Morning Juice.
Hey, why picnic when you can schmitnick? Told you about the Cardale Jones softball game coming up here July 20th at Huntington Ballpark. Why don't you give me a number right now, Bob? I'm giving away a 4-pack of tickets to that.
Let's say number. It's go number 6.
Caller number 6, 614-821-9710. That's the phone number. You get into Shark. You're going to be walking away with a family 4-pack of tickets to the Cardale Jones charity softball game on Saturday, July 20th over at Huntington Ballpark. Current Ohio State football players versus former Ohio State football players. If you aren't the winner, don't worry, because tickets can be purchased for $10 at BuckeyeCruise.com. Caller number 6 right now, 614-821-9710. Get that into Shark, and you're going to be walking away with a family 4-pack of tickets to go see the Cardale Jones Celebrity Softball game over at Huntington Ballpark on July 20th. I think James is going to do just fine on the recruiting cycle, Bob. Saw this from earlier in the weekend. 5-star Texas linebacker Riley Pettijohn committed to Ohio State on Saturday over USC, Texas, and Texas A&M, giving the Buckeyes a monster win on the recruiting trail. Pettijohn took his official visit to Ohio State on May 31st, so not too long ago, just over a month ago he did that. Received a full developmental plan from James Laurinaitis, linebackers coach, Jim Knowles, defensive coordinator, and the rest of the Buckeyes coaching staff. Ohio State had to weather a storm. I'm reading this from 11 Warriors, by the way, including a furious pursuit of Texas A&M and USC during the final few weeks of Pettijohn's recruitment. But with Pettijohn now in full, Laurinaitis has a class enviable by much of his first recruiting cycle as a full-time assistant coach. Pretty good. 5-star player, 31 in the country total. Number 4 linebacker in the country. That also comes with Taros Alford, who we were talking about, who is ranked 48th in the country and 5th at linebacker. So
number 4 and 5. That
number 4 and 5, pretty good dudes.
Where's Taurus? What's the other dude? The first dude's name?
Riley Pettijohn.
No, and then Tarvis
Alford.
Tarvis Alford. Yeah. Where's he from?
He is from Vero Beach now in Florida.
Okay. And so these are 2 guys, out-of-state guys, very talented players.
And then Eli Lee, who's a linebacker, is 41st in the country, but he plays at Hoban.
He's committed already.
He's committed too.
Yeah, he's a good young player. I mean, I met him at spring ball, maybe last year even, I might say. I think it was last year. He was a good-looking kid even then. So that's a nice class of 3 guys right there. You got 1 Ohio kid, 2 kids from out of state, and I think this is, I want to say I saw a stat beam where like over the last 6 years, Ohio State has only had 2 top 5 linebackers.
Really?
And he has 2 in this class.
C.J. Hicks has to be one of them. I know he was highly ranked, right?
I would say C.J. Hicks was one of them. And I don't know who else would be the other. I have to go back and look through how that shook out.
So Pettijohn's the number 31 overall prospect, number 4 linebacker in the class, highest rated linebacker since Ohio State landed C.J. Hicks in the 2022 cycle.
There you go.
Where he was number 7 overall and the number 1 linebacker.
There you go. Yeah. And C.J. obviously will be in line to play a lot this year as well. And James Pettijohn, they said his comp is kind of a Ryan Shazier type guy, incredibly fast, runs a 10.600 according to Berm. So yeah, the guy can fly. He can scoot. And it's going to be exciting to see this. James is doing an awesome job. It's amazing, Beam, he's had time to squeeze in all the recruiting between doing the shows here for the Fan.
Really is, and I thought he didn't want to. I thought he didn't want to recruit. I thought that was the whole thing, right?
That was a rumor that has been dispelled, if you will. That I don't know who was perpetuating that out there. But yeah, James enjoys the recruiting element of it. He's really good at it. And I heard him give this speech. He was talking about this.
James?
Yeah, it was in one of his interviews when he first got hired, talking about developing guys, not just as players on the field, but he wants to develop them as whole people. And he goes, I look at the coaches that were most impactful for me. And he's like Luke Fickell, Jim Tressel, Steve Spagnuolo. He's like, these guys were very impactful into his development. He's like, not only as a player, but as a man. And his things, like, I tell guys, I want to be there in the green room with you when you get drafted. He's like, that's tremendous. That'll be a great day. But I also would like to be there, be a phone call for you when you call me to tell me that you're getting married, and or advice on how to do that or whatever it may be. But whether you're going to have a kid or this happened in your life, he's like, I also want to be that phone call as well. And when you hear that resonate with the right kids, it's not going to resonate with everybody.
Yeah.
But I say kids, young men. When the right young man hears that, that's going to make a difference. And it's James. He's like, that's why he gets into coaching. He's like, that's why the development of players and the ball, that's great. But like part and parcel with that, it's the development of young men. and him getting to be a part of it, a piece of it, and really getting to kind of like give back. That's the way that's why I enjoy being around those guys. Like, I had so many coaches and players, like even former guys, whether, it's Mike Vrabel or Joey Galloway, guys who I'm like friends with now. And some of us have kids that are around the same age, but guys who I looked up to growing up and were able to give me nuggets of football and even more importantly, like nuggets for life over at the Woody Hayes or when we're having breakfast together, or just talking about kind of how to go about your business and how to be a man. Like those things were all really important and really critical. And that's what James is able to do here. And I'm excited to kind of see this and watch him recruit guys, develop them. Like I said, not just as players, but as young people as well.
And you have to think too. I mean, look at the coaching staff. Look at Hartline, Walden, James. I mean, Ohio State guys through and through, right? And so they're doing a good job on the recruiting trail, Bob. And I've told this to you before, and I've told this to the listeners. I mean, it's so impressive. Like Lathan comes in, once. Yeah. Every couple of weeks, maybe once every week, like he wants to get into this. He wants to get into sports media when he's done. And he will text you like, hey, I want to come in again. That was great. Like, that was awesome. It's like, it's really impressive, the caliber of human beings. Yeah. Like Jack Sawyer was the most recent Buckeye that we just had in. Jack's in his off week, right? He said, I want to come in because I would like to do this when I get done playing too. That guy spent an hour of his off week in here in the morning. I could have been out at Buckeye Lake and know that he's a big lake guy.
Well, I mean,
sleeping in hanging out.
I'm a pretty charismatic guy. People, my wife notwithstanding, enjoy spending time with me. She used to at one point and at some point she found me funny and humorous, I think, but now she finds me sophomoric and annoying, I think, with all of it. But yeah, I mean, you see him coming in here and, hey, and I always try to talk to guys, how can I help? How can we do this? And those guys are good. They're responsible. Mm-hmm. Number one, they show up when they say they're going to. Yeah. Number two, they're good on air. They're smart guys. They can speak. And it's something that they want to get into. And like, hey, the only way to get better at things in life that I know is reps and to work at it. You just got to do it. And so finding someone to help give you that opportunity, I mean, that's a way that's like, hey, we can help facilitate that and try to get that done. So, hey, maybe we'll have, working to see if we can get Lathan back in here, depending on his schedule. So much of it is contingent upon, hey, their primary thing, which is actually playing football.
Yeah.
We're going to school. Not sure which, but they've got to get that done. And then it's like, when does it work out scheduling-wise? Plus, I've got a note. We always try to get some different, unique guests in here. Tomorrow.
At this time, right?
At this time, yeah, between 7:15, I think, and 7:45, we're going to have Ryan Hawk, the brother of AJ Hawk, in studio with us. Ryan has written a couple of books. Welcome to Management. I think that was on the New York Times bestseller list. And then his most recent one that just recently came out, The Score That Matters, which he wrote with Brooke Cupps, who's the Centerville basketball coach. Yeah. He has the Learning Leader podcast. He's interviewed a ton of awesome guys. And he played at Centerville football team, so you guys can commiserate and reminisce about that. But he's going to be in it. It's going to be awesome. Now I can just challenge AJ to say, when's he going to come in studio and get down here? Yeah, we'll have that.
Because they're leaving for Tahoe, because that celebrity golf tournament they're playing in Ryan Caddies for AJ. That's going on a little bit later this week.
Absolutely. It's on AJ's bag, is what they say.
AJ stuffing some bricks in there.
Absolutely. I want to tell you this here. Spending money to replace our home's windows, rarely something we're going to get excited about, folks, unless the utility bills are coming through the roof. You only do it usually because those energy bills, like I'm saying, are going to be crazy when you get these wildly hot weeks, or your windows, they're just too messed up. But you're going to work with the local Pella Columbus team. They'll open your eyes like they did to mine. New windows can legitimately change the entire look of your home, and they're going to help the climate feel a little bit better in there, regulate the temperatures. They have colors and styles like you've never seen before. It can change everything. Windows, they're like the eyes to your home, and everyone loves a nice set of eyes. So go see my friends at PellaColumbus.com. That's PellaColumbus.com.
Congratulations to Gene from Grove City. He knew he needed to be caller number 6 to get that family 4-pack of tickets to the Cardale Jones softball game, all happening July 20th at Huntington Park. Again, get your tickets at BuckeyeCruise.com. Spencer Holbrook of Letterman Row, he's going to preview what lies here in the month of July for the Buckeyes with us next. Morning Juice right here on The Fan.
Fan traffic.
From the Atlas Butler Plumbing Services Traffic Center.
This morning, it's a slow go as you make your way westbound US 33 between the West Outer Belt and Post Road. Southbound 315 from 270 to 70, about an 11-minute drive there with no major delays to report this morning. Eastbound 670 from 70 to 270, about a 9-minute drive there. We're moving along there close to posted speeds. I'm Alan Schley for 97.1 The Fan Traffic.
Fan Traffic is sponsored by BMI Federal Credit Union. BMI Federal Credit Union has been voted best credit union for the past 6 years in a row by CBUS Top Picks. Visit BMIFCU.org to learn more.
Does our waiter look familiar?
I think he was the Plum Insurance mascot.
If all insurance companies were like NJM and didn't use gimmicks, then their mascots would have to get real jobs.
That explains the long purple hair in my soup.
No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
You can use your phone at a doctor's office. You can use your phone at a football game. You can even use your phone at an amusement park. But one place you should never use your phone is behind the wheel. Fines now start at $150. So remember, Ohio, phones down. It's the law.
Come play Skyline's 75th Coney Hunt game. Use your phone to search for virtual conies, tap to collect coins, and redeem them for exclusive Skyline merchandise at participating Skyline restaurants for a limited time. Details at SkylineChili.com/Coney Hunt.
Hey, it's Chaps. After my initial consultation with Awaken 180 Weight Loss, I had one thought in mind. I could do this. After my first week losing 7 pounds, I thought, I'm doing this. Every week, I found myself sticking to my plan and continuing to lose weight. Why? Because Awaken 180 is doable, a simple term with a whole lot of meaning. If you've tried to lose weight in the past, you know what I mean. Either it was too time-consuming, too confusing, or maybe you weren't eating enough. All valid reasons, all of which are put to bed with Awaken 180. By now, you probably know someone who's lost weight with Awaken 180. Ask them. I bet one of their first things they would say is the program is doable. Maybe their word would be easy or realistic, but they all mean doable just the same. If your goal is to lose weight and you want a program that makes sense, do what I did and call Awaken 180 Weight Loss. 844-346-1800. That's 844-346-1800. Or reserve your consultation online at awaken180weightloss.com. That's awaken180weightloss.com.
Attention weekend warriors. Fan Sports Saturday has moved to 10 a.m. Join Eric Reeser and Tyvis Powell as they dive into popular topics like the Buckeyes and Tyvis's liquid diet.
Saturdays from 10 to 1.
The Fan.
When it comes to protecting your business, whether it's your staff, property, or assets, don't make a crucial mistake by contracting companies that provide subpar and unprofessional service. What you need is a security partner known for their unwavering professionalism and unnatural liability. You need Event Risk. Event Risk is a U.S.-based, veteran-owned company that not only specializes in on-site guarding, but also offers armed security associates and executive protection agents. Event Risk, elite protection for your peace of mind.
Hello, my name is Eric Rose, CEO and founder of Event Risk Security Services. We are a U.S.-based, veteran-owned company providing protection services and consulting to Fortune 500 corporations, movie studios, celebrities, and high-net-worth individuals. If you're tired of fluff margins with low compensation for poor-quality security officers and the endless revolving door of vendor staffing, then give us a try. For virtually the same cost, we can then address what keeps you up at night.
Visit eventriskinc.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you. Discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit, hims.com/joy.
Morning Juice is sponsored by Affinity Whole Health, the leader in testosterone and hormone replacement therapy. FeelGreatColumbus.com. The Fan.
Beamer has a very punchable face, so Bobby punches it. This is Morning Juice.
Cruise along here, little Monday edition of the program. Brandon Bean, Bobby Carpenter, Mark the Shark. Reminder, this time tomorrow, AJ Hawk's brother, Ryan Hawk, he's going to be in studio with us before they're going to head out to Tahoe. So he's going to hang out with us about from 7:20 to around 7:45 tomorrow morning at this time. Then we'll have Schlegs in the 6 o'clock hour, Beau in the 8 o'clock hour, all kinds of good stuff coming up here on tomorrow's program. Right now, we're heading out to the Bryant Heating and Cooling Systems Fan Guest Hotline. Check with our good friend of Letterman Row. He is Spencer Holbrook. Spence, thanks for the time, buddy. Always appreciate it. Are we back from our time schedule from in Europe? Have we caught up against the jet lag yet?
So it's been about a week, and I will tell you guys, it's weird. I have woken up every day at 4 a.m. just randomly, which isn't really making sense to me because that would be 10 a.m. over there, and I didn't get up at 10 a.m. over there every day. And so I don't really understand what's going on, but 4 a.m. seems to be the time du jour every day for me. But other than that, I'm not like tired when I wake up. I don't feel jet lagged anymore, but it's a 4 a.m. thing that I'm battling right now, and it's just since I got back. So good to be back, but also kind of a weird thing that's happening.
So what I've heard is you have been back for a week, so you were able to come back over from Europe just in time to celebrate our birthday, Spence, in the 4th of July.
Absolutely.
Okay, good.
I'm not doing it over there. Are you kidding me?
Well, I mean, in all fairness, Spencer, do you think they celebrate the 4th of July over there?
I mean, they did help, right? I know an island that they don't celebrate it, but the French did help.
Does Sharks celebrate that tribe loss in 2016? Or is it 17, Shark? When is it? When do you celebrate? 16? That's right. Yeah. You don't want to celebrate the losses. Like, nobody celebrates the losses, Spence. But we're going to get back to the wins. James Laurinaitis winning on the recruiting trail. Bigly, how is he able to get that done? Because I heard he didn't like recruiting.
Yeah, it's kind of a crazy thing. You put him on the recruiting trail, you let him go into homes and make some relationships and form some friendships with some people, and all of a sudden, boom, poof, David Copperfield. He's pretty good at this thing. I think it just goes to show how dedicated he is to the recruiting trail. And it's one thing to say you like recruiting, and as a former player who has been in the NFL and don't really need the money and all of that stuff, and then you come out on the practice field one day when you finally get introduced here and you say that you love recruiting. It's another thing to go out and actually do it and to prove that you love recruiting the way that you do. And some coaches, just don't. Some, especially when you get to these former players, they don't really love recruiting. They love coaching, but they don't love recruiting. James is not like that, and I think he's proving that time and time again already. He's got T.J. Alford, one of the top 10 linebackers in the country from Florida, committed. He's got now Riley Pettijohn, one of the top 2 or 3 linebackers in the country, depending on who you ask, from the state of Texas. And he's got Eli Lee, the local kid, who I think kind of probably reminds James a little bit of himself, just an underrated guy who works hard. So James loves to recruit, and I think you're going to continue to see that as time goes on, as the cycles go on here. But this first haul that he's bringing in is pretty impressive.
Yeah, it really is. As we check in with Spencer Holbrook of Letterman Row with us here on the Bryant Heating and Cooling Systems Fan Guest Hotline. Any other possible commits that we need to be on the lookout here, Spence, as we get into the teeth of the month of July before the Buckeyes start camp on August 1st?
Well, I'm almost past the month of July on the recruiting trail at this point, especially last night when it comes to, 5-star offensive lineman David Sanders now announcing on August 17th. Like, you want a date to circle if you're Ohio State? Oh, my gosh. If you can land the number 1 offensive tackle, the number 2 overall player in the country, according to some, top 5 player nationally, no matter where you look, if you can put that in with the rest of this class, the top 2 corners in the country, the 5-star linebacker from Texas, the 5-star quarterback from Ohio, all of this talent that they're bringing in this 2025 class, I still don't want to put it as like a make or break class, depending on what David Sanders does, but that August 17th date looms very, very large, especially for Justin Fry. For what Justin Fry's been able to do so far in his career at Ohio State, landing that top-tier offensive tackle has not been, checked off of his to-do list. And so I think that the Buckeyes are in a good position there, but if you're asking me about just commitment dates and what to look forward to, August 17th has to be at the top of that list.
How is the Spencer Holbrook Magic Crystal 8 ball looking when you shake that thing up?
Yeah, it says maybe right now because I think it's Ohio State or Tennessee, and Georgia's in there, which maybe call Justin Fry maybe. Georgia's in there, and I will never ever discount Georgia because it's Georgia. It's the new Alabama, but I think Ohio State's done a lot of repair in that relationship with David Sanders. When there were some doubts about whether he could leave that far from home, they kind of put it in his mind, it's only a little bit of a flight compared to a little bit of a drive, and you're going to have the money to purchase these flights and to make this thing happen when you come here. And so I think they've done a really good job with that. They've shown him the development. Tennessee has also done just an incredible job, a remarkable job with David Sanders' recruitment. And so I think it's Tennessee or Ohio State right now. But a lot can change in a month, and I don't think I would put in a prediction for him to go to Ohio State right now. But I do feel pretty good about where the Buckeyes stand.
Spence, while you have your Magic Crystal 8 ball still out, if you look at Oregon and just the kind of threat that they will bring here to the Big Ten, and I know that Phil Knight has obviously been pumping a whole lot of money into NIL stuff over there in Eugene. How do you think their welcome ceremony is going to be to the Big Ten here in year number 1 for the Ducks?
Well, you hope that their welcome ceremony is a rude awakening at home in October, right? I think they're going to be pretty good. You wonder how they handled the rigors of a Big Ten schedule. You go to Purdue right after they play Ohio State on a Friday night, which sounds
have fun with that for them. Ugh.
Yes, if you beat Ohio State and lose on the road to Purdue, have fun. And then they go to Wisconsin in the middle of November, which I think is going to be another game that really kind of trips them up. I believe that's right after they play at home or at Michigan. And so, that's a schedule that they didn't see in the Pac-12. You're not getting Cal and Arizona State anymore. And I know that the Big Ten has its share of teams that kind of are not very good, to put it lightly, but also it's just a schedule that doesn't look the same as when they were in the Pac-12. And so it should be good. Oregon should be really good. I think they have the second best team in the Big Ten on paper. But it's just not the same as going through that Pac-12 schedule, and you don't know how you're going to handle that. And I expect them to be 11-1, 10-2, but I don't expect them to beat Ohio State. I think they're going to struggle against Michigan. I think that either Purdue or Wisconsin could be tough, and so their welcome ceremony, obviously it begins here in a couple weeks at Big Ten Media Days, and I'm anxious to see, what the reception's like there. But then from there, you just got to go on the field and do it. And I think that it's going to. We're finally going to see something from them. Their schedule is terrible until October 12th, and when Ohio State goes out there, that's going to be an absolute blast.
Hey, buddy, before we get you out of here, he is Spencer Holbrook, noted nephew of Aunt Karen Holbrook.
Absolute drunken orgies.
I mean, did we go to a cabaret when we were in France, and would Aunt Karen would have approved of that?
No, we didn't actually. Actually wanted to see the Moulin Rouge just because, you go all the way over there, you want to see it. It's going through repairs right now because the windmill fell off the top of it back in April. And so it was really just like a billboard up there on top of the building that showed what it looks like, which kind of sucked. But the rest of the street is actually kind of insane. When you go there, you're walking, you get off the metro, you're walking toward the Moulin Rouge, and in every store, it was quite literally every store from the metro stop to the Moulin Rouge is like, hey, come in here and buy these toys. And I was like, absolutely not. I have no interest in that. And so, my wife.
But maybe a little interest.
My wife's looking around at me like, where did you bring? What is this? And I'm like, we're going to see the Moulin Rouge. I promise. I promise there's something cool up here. She's like, where are we? So, yeah, Aunt Karen would not have approved. But also, we did not go see a show. We just went and took a few pictures of the Moulin Rouge and then got the hell out of there.
Hey, good luck getting those through TSA, buddy. Always appreciate the time. Hopefully you have a wonderful week. The 4 o'clock a.m. wake-up calls do not continue throughout it, buddy. Have a great rest of the week, and we'll check in again soon, all right?
Thanks, guys. Always appreciate it.
There you go. Spencer Holbrook, Letterman Row with us here on the Bryant Heating and Cooling Systems Fan Guest Hotline. We're going to get Juice next. Morning Juice right here on the Fan.
Fan traffic.
From the Atlas Butler Plumbing Services Traffic Center.
This morning, we're seeing slowdowns westbound US 33 between the West Outer Belt and Post Road. Expect heavier traffic volumes in that area. We're seeing moderate traffic flows now as you make your way eastbound 670 from 70 to 270. Southbound 315 from 270 to 70, about an 11-minute drive there this morning. No major delays to report. I'm Alan Schley for 97.1 The Fan Traffic.
When you have to stop but don't really want to, stop at BP. Because BP has everything you need to keep it going. Fuel to keep the adventures going. The BP Me app to keep the savings and the commutes going. Snacks and drinks to keep the crew going. And the BP Me Rewards Visa to keep the rewards going and going and going. A stop at BP isn't a stop at all. Keep it going.
Hey, Bobby Carpenter here from Carpenter Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electric, announcing our $99 July special residential AC checkup. Carpenter and Bryant will do whatever it takes to keep you cool this summer. Check us out at CarpenterColumbus.com. That's CarpenterColumbus.com.
Right now at Planet Fitness, you can get everything you need for just $1 down. And I mean everything. Top-tier equipment? Check. 24-hour access? You bet. Free fitness training? Always. Workouts in the free PF app? What'd I tell you? Even super friendly team members.
Hey, welcome to Planet Fitness.
Oh, hey, I was just mentioning you.
Hey.
Join Planet Fitness today and get everything you need for just $1 down, $15 a month. Cancel anytime. Deal ends Thursday, July 18th. See Home Club for details.
Hey guys, it's summer and time to do more outdoors, but do you feel out of energy, lacking motivation and mental focus? It could be low testosterone. Low T affects millions of men and happens naturally. The solution? Testosterone replacement therapy at Low T Center. It starts with a quick test and results are fast. Don't wait. Take control of your health. And now, Low T Center is offering a free initial test. So if you're over 30, schedule a visit at lowtcenter.com today. Offer till July 6th. That's lowtcenter.com. Terms and conditions apply.
Hi, this is Ron from the Good Feet store. Are you standing on painful feet all day? Don't lose hope. We want to help you live without pain. Discover your option and visit goodfeet.com.
Rothman and Ice.
I won't go to a football game if it's 45 degrees.
We do a broadcast at the tailgate when it's less than that.
Yeah, and guess what I do during the breaks? Just sit in the car with the heat on.
Rothman and Ice. Weekdays at noon.
Sponsored by Pella Columbus.
The Fan.
This radio commercial was made to convince you to stop speeding. We can't use siren sound effects on the radio, so we'll use other equally jarring sound effects to get your attention. Like telling you that whether you drive a little over the speed limit or a lot, you can crash just the same. You could hurt yourself, or worse, others.
I'm at the scene of the collision.
And the damage you cause will be beyond repair. See? We didn't have to use crash or siren sounds after all. Speeding catches up with you. Brought to you by NHTSA.
Common Man here for Universal Windows Direct. Universal Windows Direct is the best. Why? Number one, they have the best technology. They have window systems that last up to 5 times longer than the other jabronis. Plus, they back it up with a true lifetime warranty for as long as you own your home and a 20-year warranty to the next homeowner. And how about the deals? 0% financing for 60 months. That's 5 years. Restrictions apply because they always do. Call them today, 614-502-5220. Schedule your free in-home estimate. For the last windows you'll ever need, go to uwd.com.
Home ownership. At Progressive, we know it's part of the American dream. It's the land of the free and the home of student drivers ready to back into your new fence at any given time. It's firing up a round of burgers and dogs on your rusty grill with a faulty gas line that engulfs your tool shed in flames. It's also around-the-clock protection when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive, which can help keep the American dream of home ownership alive and kicking. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Are you ready to build your company's dream team? Just like in sports, finding skilled players is essential for success. With Robert Half's winning combination of specialized recruiting professionals and award-winning AI, we'll help you find the MVPs and key role players who will have you hanging banners in the rafters. Because in business, it's all about having the experienced team on your side. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com today.
Fan weather.
From the Logan AC and Heat Services Weather Center.
Today we're going to be looking at sunny skies, high 93. Tonight look for partly cloudy skies, low 70. On your Tuesday, look for increasing clouds along with a pop-up shower or storm for the afternoon, high 89. And then heading into your Wednesday, it'll be wet and rainy as the remnants of Beryl come through central Ohio. I'm meteorologist Dylan Robeshad with your Doppler 10 forecast on 97.1 The Fan.
The Fan Guest Hotline is sponsored by Carpenter Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electric, and Bryant, doing whatever it takes to keep your home comfortable. The Fan.
If Bobby and Beamer aren't talking about it, it's not worth your time anyway. You're listening to Morning Juice.
We're here on The Juice, brought to you by our good friends over at Affinity Whole Health, the leader in testosterone and hormone replacement therapy. You can, of course, visit them on the line at feelgreatcolumbus.com.
What's got you juiced?
Sponsored by Newman Roofing. Call Newman Roofing today at 614-NEW-ROOF or visit online at newmanroofing.com.
Bob, big Monday, buddy. Coming off of a huge 4-day weekend. It's got you fired up today.
Oh, huge.
Big Lee.
4-day weekend. My goodness. You know what, Shark? We'll get to that in a second. What's got me juiced today? Got to spend an unbelievable 4th of July, Beam. Thanks for working on Friday. I took the day off, had a long weekend. Just fun, good times. No fireworks injuries, Beam.
Nice. That's a win.
You know what? I shared a little bit at 6:15. Maybe we'll relive some tree trimming excitement.
It's pretty large. You showed me the picture of it. It's a pretty large tree that man escaped.
I would have definitely killed him.
Yeah.
100%. So
trying not to say that directly.
I would have. Everybody was getting full acknowledgement. Best case, irreparably maimed. You would probably have a severe handicap the rest of your life. But either way, all's well that ends well. No fireworks stuff. It's a fun time. 248th year. And I was beginning to think, Shark, I don't know if I want to live this long.
Is it 250?
I'd hope that I'd make it there. If I don't, you know what? God, thanks for taking me. Could I make it to 300?
52 years? That's put you at 92, big
92,
dog?
93. That's kind of right in the wheelhouse for my family.
The tricentennial. I was alive for the bicentennial.
Yeah.
I will not be alive for the tri.
Well, they say, better buy than tripod, Shark. You've got plenty of those in the
Shark,
room,
you're going to be 64 next week. I mean, that would put you at a paltry, what? 106?
Sounds pretty good. Over 100.
16.
Shark might make it. He could still be there.
116.
Yeah, you'll be fine.
No.
You'll be good. Shark, we'll keep wheeling you out there. We'll keep you alive. Don't worry. Pump you full of drugs. But I'm saying that might be an aspirational goal. I don't know if I'll be functional enough.
I won't be able to see the fireworks, let alone hear them.
Shark, just think, after you retire from president, you want to make sure you have a good 20 years to live and hang out.
Correct.
So that's when you get your run at 78, it's going to be a good one for you. And then also last night, got to do something. Every year I've been coaching my boys in football, and it is a interesting process as we go through it, trying to help kind of put together who's going to coach together, and then that is impacted by the kids they have, trying to balance the power of making sure the teams are fairly even. And it's like a 3-stage process now that last night I just wanted to go home and watch House of the Dragon and relax and go to bed, and had this meeting at 8, and in my mind, optimistically, I thought I'd be home at 9 and could watch
Coach,
it.
you know better than that.
Coach got home at 11:30, and I had some laundry I still had to do, so I had to fold my laundry before I went to bed.
I was wondering why you were tweeting at like 11 o'clock.
Yeah, you know why,
night.
Beam? I do it because I love my kids, I guess. That might be the best thing. And then you know what? Let's listen to Chris Williamson this morning, Shark.
Back in the 1970s, there was this young guy and young girl, and they go out on this first date. And he says to his date, "Do you want to do something kind of unexpected? I oftentimes go for walks out in Provo Canyon. It's a really cool spot." And she's like, "Okay, let's do it." And so they start walking into the forest. As they were walking, they hear a rustling sound kind of off to the side. And at the exact same time, the guy steps on something that he described as being soft. And they practically ran back to their car. That was the whole date. They wound up getting married. And 10 years later, they're at home, and the TV is on. An interview comes on on, and it's a journalist talking to a death row inmate. The journalist asks him, was there ever a time that you almost got caught before you got caught? And the serial killer is like, yeah, I was out in Provo Canyon and I just killed a girl and I was trying to dispose of her body. And this young couple comes turning around the corner and they stepped on the body. But for some reason, the couple didn't look down. They just turned and left. And so it would turn out they had come in contact with Ted Bundy, like one of the most infamous serial killers of all time.
Hey.
Thanks for that uplifting story today, Bob.
First, I couldn't remember what it was. First dates are everywhere. They're fun. They're legendary. Shark, what's Slay's got to say?
I went to the Buckeye cruise. They gave me like 4 bottles of bourbon. I'm like, this is awesome. So I just have a sipper and watch that. And then the next thing you know, it's 10:30. I'm like, guess what? I'm going to go to bed because I got to wake up at 4:40. I got my Caffeine Dominate mug. I fill it up, well, about halfway up with ice. And I pour some bourbon to the top, and I just sip on it.
Yeah.
I watch some baseball, and then I go to bed.
It's like you, Shark. He's like an old man.
Yeah. Watch baseball and sip bourbon with my sipper. Went to Ashland on Friday to celebrate my mother's 87th birthday. She turned 87 on Thursday, on the 4th, but we didn't get up there until the 5th. Oh, my brother, he smoked some nice ribs. Oh, boy, I ate a lot of pork this weekend. But I was looking at the census. When I left Ashland in 1983 to move to Columbus, the population was like 20,200. Today, it's 19,300. It's a dying town. It's a dying town, Beam. I don't want to ever go back. It's dead to me.
Jeez, I didn't know you hated Ashland so much.
It's like going back in time. There's not a lot to do in Ashland. I apologize to any Ashlanders listening today. I don't think there are any listening, but anyway.
You don't know that.
The Guards 30-11 at Progressive Field this year. That's the best home record in Major League Baseball. They are, I think, 10-0-1 in their last 11 home series. So, life is good as a Guardians fan right now, and it was really good yesterday because they trailed 3-2 in the 6th inning when Beau Naylor came up with 2 outs and 2 men on base.
The pitch, swung on, hit high, hit deep to right. There she goes. A pinch hit, 2 out, 3-run homer down the right field line for Beau Naylor, and with one swing of the bat, the Guardians have taken the lead, 5-3.
So that had me juiced, Beam, listening to Tom Hamilton on WTAM.
Yeah, that's fantastic, Sharky. Guards, #1 team in the entire American League. How about that? Super pumped, super fired up about you. Congrats to Josh Naylor, too, right? Going to the All-Star game. So
first All-Star game.
I know that we were very excited about that. Congrats to Ellie De La Cruz going for the Reds. Super pumped about that. It was a great weekend that I had. Awesome time playing in the Marysville Marathon. 36 holes over at the Ridge. Didn't play very well, Bob. I got to be out there for like 10 hours, which was great. And it was a beautiful day on Saturday too. Nice winds rolling in. It was breezy. I mean, I remember a couple of years ago it was 100 degrees and 2,000% humidity, and that was not the case this weekend. So great time with that. And then big anniversary yesterday, 6 years, hard to believe, hard to fathom. 6 years ago, the wedding, and then everything that's been on since there, Bob.
Mike moving in.
Yeah, moving away from our other roommate, getting our own place, and then Mike moving in for like 2 months at a time, and then buying our house, and Theo came along, and then William came along after that. So hard to believe, hard to fathom what's changed in 6 years. But fired up yesterday, getting to go to a very nice dinner over at Watershed, which was a great way to kind of cap off what was a terrific 4th of July weekend. It'd be a massive upset for Kevin Stefanski to win the NFL's Coach of the Year award again this season. We'll get into that coming up next. Morning Juice right here on The Fan.
Fan traffic.
From the Atlas Butler Plumbing Services Traffic Center.
This morning, it's a slow go as you make your way westbound US 33 between the West Outer Belt and Post Road. Southbound 315 from 270 to 70, about a 12-minute drive there with no major delays to report. We're looking good as you travel northbound 71 from 70 to Polaris Parkway, about a 12-minute drive there. I know, Schley. For 97.1 The Fan, traffic.
You're not going to want to miss this. Diamonds Direct summer sale starts next weekend. For 3 days only, next Friday through Sunday, get 20% off. Rings, earrings, pendants, bracelets, and more. Plus, book an appointment and get an additional $100 off. And designers are flying in from New York and LA to showcase their latest trends. That's 20% off, plus $100 off with an appointment and designer trunk shows. Tons of engagement rings on sale, too. 20% off starts next Friday. Details at diamondsdirect.com.
He's a former coach with 2 sons who played professional basketball. Satch Sullinger's a competitive individual, but his golf game was suffering because of painful joints.
Right, that's real important. The golf game, right. As we get older, we create these bad habits because we're relegated to hit a certain way.
QC Kinetics used regenerative treatments, all natural healing properties from Satch's own body, to restore those damaged joints and get his golf game back on track.
QC Kinetics regenerative medicine is regenerating me, all natural. And that's what I'm about. I'm going to tell everybody why I'm better.
Oh, and by the way, it looks like the competitive Satch is back.
We're all in the same boat, and I'm getting better, and I'm watching them stay old.
Go to QCkinetics.com. Get relief and your game back. Call for your complimentary consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 380-208-4544. That's 380-208-4544. 380-208-4544.
This radio commercial was made to convince you to stop speeding. We can't use siren sound effects on the radio, so we'll use other equally jarring sound effects to get your attention. Like telling you that whether you drive a little over the speed limit or a lot, you can crash just the same. You could hurt yourself or worse, others.
I'm at the scene of the collision.
And the damage you cause will be beyond repair. See, we didn't have to use crash or siren sounds after all. Speeding catches up with you. Brought to you by NHTSA.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Broadcasting from the Lindsay Honda Studios.
Honda makes the cars, Lindsay makes the difference. Visit lindsayhonda.com.
WBNS-FM, HD1 Columbus. The Fan. Sports Center.
Good morning. I'm Mark. The Shark Baseball's all-star pitchers and reserve rosters were announced yesterday. Cleveland already had third baseman Jose Ramirez and outfielder Stephen Kwan starting for the American League. Now, first baseman Josh Naylor, DH David Fry, and closer Emmanuel Clase have been added to the squad. The Reds' lone representative is shortstop Ellie De La Cruz. With 5 All-Stars, the Guardians have the most in the American League. Earlier in the day, the Guards edged the Giants 5-4 to take 2 of 3 in their series in Cleveland. Trailing 3-2 in the 6th, Beau Naylor came through with a 2-out pinch hit 3-run homer. The Guardians improved to 30-11 at Progressive Field, best home record in the major leagues. In Cincinnati, the Tigers wrapped up a 3-game sweep of the Reds with a 5-1 victory. Tarek Skubal struck out a career-high 13 batters in 7 innings, and Zach McKinstry hit a 2-run homer as Detroit picks up its first 3-game sweep on the road since the first series of the season. Breaking sports news when it happens on The Fan.
Miss a minute of the show?
Check out the podcast wherever you get your podcasts. Type in Morning Juice and subscribe.
This is Morning Juice.
Hour number 3 of the program for us on a Monday. Brandon Bean, Bobby Carpenter, Mark the Shark. Coming up here, 8:35, Joshua Perry. He's going to round out the program as he does with us every single Monday. You can take a listen to the podcast, too. You can watch us on the YouTube machine. Great stuff from a little bit earlier on. Spencer Holbrook joined us about a half hour ago at 7:35, talking all things Buckeyes. James doing a nice job on the recruiting trail in his first year as a linebackers coach. Then Bill Bender of the Sporting News. He was joining us, talking a little college football playoff, what was going on, BCS true national champion stuff. A little bit earlier on as well. So great stuff to listen to here as we get through the day. That podcast will be posted around 9:05. A little bit later on here this morning.
Keeping you informed about what's trending this morning. It's time for a little re-rack on Morning Juice.
Sponsored by Billiards Plus, your destination for top-of-the-line grills with up to 30-year warranties. Billiards Plus on Dublin Center Drive in Dublin.
So it's on a commercial right now, Bob, but we've got Wimbledon on one screen going on at ESPN, and then usually have NFL Network on, and they do a nice job. They kind of relax in the summer. So it's cool. We get to see a lot of like these old games and kind of like documentaries that they go over. And they were just doing an episode of Hard Knocks with the New York Jets. And the first person to pop on the screen was your guy, Nick.
Oh,
first guy right out of the chutes there.
He's a fun guy.
Oh, yeah. He's putting his some sort of like headband on, that sweet mane that he's got.
Oh, yeah.
Looking up there. Yeah, I dove into it a little bit, Bob. I didn't get through a full episode, but that Hard Knocks with the Giants is going to be a problem.
Oh,
the off season with the New York Giants is going to be a problem.
It's tremendous. I mean, I can't. Bryn Breer talked about it with us on the 4th of July.
Yeah.
Some of the folks may not have been listening, and he goes, it felt like it was kind of a bait and switch with the New York. They talked about, hey, we're going to celebrate the 100th year of the Giants. Oh, wait.
Just kidding. We're going to make it into Hard Knocks.
Hard Knocks, and it's going to be your negotiations and what you guys are saying behind the scenes with Saquon Barkley. Who else is going to pay him? Do you want to pay a 27-year-old running back? I mean, there was very candid conversations. I can't imagine anyone wanting to do that, though, moving forward.
No, I can't either.
I can't imagine the Giants even being happy about it at this point.
Yeah, no. I mean, we're only one episode into it, too. It's not like you got into the teeth of the season where it was a celebration for, a couple of episodes, Bob, about the history of the team. Like, we're one episode in, and they can't feel very good about that. Crew 4, Toronto 0 over the weekend. Crew are just lighting the league on fire. So I saw Rob, the Crew's PR man, tweet this out a little bit earlier on. I mean Saturday evening. The Crew have won 8 out of their last 9 regular season matches, including the past 4 with a club record of plus 14 goal differential. The only other time the Black and Gold accomplished the feat is when the Crew won 8 consecutive games in the inaugural 1996 season. That's just incredible. So in their first 28 seasons, this comes from Steve Sirk, who does a great job keeping up on all things history of the Crew. The Crew won 16 league games by 4+ goals.
There you go.
No more than 2 coming into any one season. They've now won by 4+ goals 3 times in the last 2 weeks. So, I mean, it's not something that we see very often, the amount of goals that they're putting in right now, but they are continuing to do that at a really, really high level. So good job on them on the weekend. Hoisters of the Trillium Cup. I know everybody's really excited about that. Red sweep the Yankees last week on the road in New York. Get swept at home by the Tigers. They got the Rockies coming in here tonight. Guards take 2 of 3 from the Giants at home. Sharky, what was the stat a little bit earlier on? Their struggles against the Giants as of late?
They had lost 13 out of 15 going back to 2021.
And we shut that down after this weekend, right?
Yes.
So we get
2 of 3.
So we get.
So now they've won. The Giants have won 14 of 18.
Yeah. So
it's pretty good for the Giants.
It is good for the Giants. It's not so great for the Guards, but it doesn't matter. It's a what have you done for me lately society, and the Guards. Well, they continue to win. So we shut down baseball after this week. Sunday is our last game, Sharky, before we get to the All-Star break.
That's right, Beam. And then the All-Star game's in Tejas.
Is it later this year? I feel like normally it's more.
It's about around this time, I think.
It's usually it is usually this week.
Yeah.
Instead of next week.
Baseball Bob
but
knows.
the whole calendar's a little off.
It's because of leap year?
Was it because of that South Korea game to start off the season?
That's what it was.
Because we started the year early, right? But then
we're a week behind.
How does that? My brain isn't.
Yeah, computing. The All-Star game is always the week of the British Open. Mm-hmm. So the British Open's a little late this year. The All-Star game's a little late.
So hold up. We coordinate America's pastime to the British Open.
I don't think.
Is that what you're trying to tell me?
I think it's
that was your argument that you made, is that it's always the week of the British Open, so that's why it's a week later.
That doesn't make any sense at all.
No.
It's major. Rob Manfred and the RNA. They are really tight. They're in cahoots with each other. That's crazy.
I'm going to say, hey, it's always the week after the 4th of July or whatever it is. But instead, I was like, because I usually remember it being the week after the 4th of July.
I remember it being too our the week leading into our wedding because there was nothing on the calendar that week, like when we were doing the wedding festivities.
That's when I always take vacation.
Yeah. Well, so you even backed up your Deer Creek week.
Yes.
So you,
Even
Major
that's
League
what-
Baseball and the RNA are all in cahoots.
Yep.
All of you guys together. What are we looking forward to next week, Sharky? I mean, here we go. We're 5 days away from vacation. You're taking a week off. We got to get the last of summer vacays in too, boys, because, I mean, before you know it, here in about 3 weeks' time, the Buckeyes are kicking off training camp.
We'll be out there.
First and second.
August
we're
1st
gonna be
and
live.
2nd.
Yep.
They have open practices to the public, the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. 3rd and 4th will be Saturday and Sunday, being we will not be there.
Correct.
I'll probably be there. We'll be broadcasting live.
I'm going on my annual fishing trip that weekend.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's good. How
Which, by
many
the way, so
how many fish do you think you'll catch this year?
well, 0 because we're not even on a body of water this year.
That's great.
Last year, we went to one of the guys' houses up in Massillon, and at least we did go fishing. That was the first fish I ever caught because he's got like a pond on his property, so we walked down to the pond.
Did you guys get drunk and eat goldfish?
The snack cracker or the
No, the
actual
live
fish? So this year, we're not even, Bobby, we're not even close to a pond or a body of water. It's just
Where are you staying now?
It's a cabin.
Where?
Warsaw.
You're going all the way to Poland?
Yeah, we're going
Warsaw,
to Poland.
Indiana?
Warsaw, Ohio.
Warsaw, Ohio.
Yeah.
I don't know where that is.
It is
Who would I guess
east
Poland,
of
yeah.
Mount Vernon and like north of Zanesville.
There's probably some lakes around there.
Not from what I was looking on the maps. There's a river or maybe
Yeah.
the mouth of a
Muskegon River around
tributary maybe. But there's not a whole lot of body of water. So I got that. We're going to Michigan next week, and then we'll be done and locked and loaded for the football
Oh yeah,
season.
Warsaw's on a little river right there, Beam.
Yeah. What's the river called, Bob?
I don't know.
Warsaw River. Do a little fly fishing, Beam.
A river runs through it.
I'm not positive on that.
There is, it is a little river that does run through it. I don't know what it's
It
called.
goes and hits up in Coshocton. There's a lot of
6 Mile Reservoir.
That's all I'm seeing. We'll have to do a little. It feeds into the Tuscaroras River, Beam.
Okay.
So I'm
All
not
right.
sure. We'll have to figure that out.
You want to take a stab at the population of Warsaw, Ohio? Sure.
It's 4,742.
Bob? Because what did you say Ashland was? You said it was 20,000 and it dipped down to 19.3. Okay.
I don't know. 2,000?
624.
There you go.
Where do you think you're going to go for a little cocktail?
Right on the deck.
You're going to bring it.
Oh,
You're going to bring the cocktail with you.
For sure.
Might be the Killbuck River.
Is it?
I don't know. It says the Killbuck Confluence River Access.
All right.
There we go. I've been over there to that. That's not.
Have you ever seen the stoplight in Warsaw? It's got 3 colors.
Killbuck Creek.
It's the difference between that and every other stoplight that's out there. So yeah, I got that coming up here at the August 3rd and 4th, buddy. And then it's going to be locked and loaded. Shark, how many rounds of golf are you going to get in next week?
Well, I booked Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Got the first tee time, 7:04.
Will you play an hour and a half?
No. I'll be playing with people.
Oh, okay.
So-
You're not playing by yourself like
No.
you traditionally do.
It might be the Mohegan River, Beam.
I've
Is
got
it?
brothers that
Yeah.
go to Deer Creek.
I
with
thought
me.
you said a couple of years ago you played by yourself like every day because nobody
Shark,
wanted
I think
to play.
he's staying on the Mohegan River. After doing a little research here.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought the Mohican was like around Mansfield.
Well, it starts up there, but it runs all the way down.
The
And
Walhonding. It's the Walhonding River.
It changed names on there? It's one continuous
It's a
river.
principal tributary of the Muskingum River.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah, there we go.
Take your rod and reel just in case.
I don't want to. I don't want to do it. I don't want to take up any more room in the car. That's for the cooler.
Let's fill that up.
Yeah, I want to make sure that I've got everything good to go on that front. If I gave you guys a guess as to who has the best odds to win NFL Coach of the Year, do you think you could come up with it? Do you think you could come up with
This year?
the favorite?
I have no idea, man. That sounds like a. Who won it last year?
Kevin Stefanski won it last year.
I think, what's his name? I could see D'Amico Ryans having good odds.
D'Amico Ryans has the 4th best odds, Bob, at 14 plus 1,400. So there are 3 coaches above him with better odds. Kevin Stefanski, by the way, this year DFL last.
Well, yeah, because no one gives it to him 2 years in a row.
Well, and the amount of injuries that they overcame to make the playoffs last year was pretty remarkable. Yeah, he is 70-1 odds. Kevin Stefanski is.
Dan Campbell on there?
Dan Campbell is kind of far down the list, Bob.
Yeah,
he's at 25-1.
Like
They're good. They're too good now.
That's my point. Like, your team can't be perceived as being good.
What about Zach Taylor?
Zach Taylor, Shark, is below Dan Campbell. He's with Kyle Shanahan and Doug Peterson. So he's at 40
Joe
to 1.
Burrow as his quarterback. You're not winning at that.
Yeah. You might win MVP. Might maybe get number 1 seed in the AFC. They're going to try to win the AFC North, but Coach of the Year, I don't think he's probably going to get that award.
Wow.
This is tough.
Think NFC East.
Mike McCarthy.
You guys
No.
You guys ponder on that, and I'll give you like 4 minutes or so, and then I'll tell you who the favorite is coming up the other surprise. And I don't know if it's going to be a big shock to the system. That's next. Morning Juice right here on The Fan.
Fan traffic.
From the Atlas Butler Plumbing Services Traffic Center.
This morning, we're seeing slowdowns as you make your way westbound 670 between 71 and 3rd Street. Southbound 71, heavy traffic now between 17th Avenue and 5th Avenue. We're seeing slowdowns northbound 71 between Greenlawn Avenue and 315. Westbound US 33 between the West Outer Belt and Post Road. A slow go there this morning. I'm Alan Schley for 97.1 The Fan Traffic.
You're not going to want to miss this. Diamonds Direct summer sale starts next weekend. For 3 days only, next Friday through Sunday, get 20% off. Rings, earrings, pendants, bracelets, and more. Plus, book an appointment and get an additional $100 off. And designers are flying in from New York and LA to showcase their latest trends. That's 20% off, plus $100 off with an appointment and designer trunk shows. Tons of engagement rings on sale, too. 20% off starts next Friday. Details at diamondsdirect.com.
Tired of rising food prices? Start saving with deals for days at Giant Eagle and Market District. Enjoy low prices on more than 1,000 of your go-to grocery items store-wide. Dive into deals for a limited time at your local Giant Eagle and Market District.
Most businesses have one tagline.
Boring.
Which is why at Sunny Street Cafe,
we got 7.
And here's our number 2.
Sunny Street Cafe, serving pancakes so fluffy you could sleep on them.
Now with 8 locations.
Right now at Planet Fitness, you can get everything you need for just $1 down. And I mean everything. Top-tier equipment? Check. 24-hour access? You bet. Free fitness training? Always. Workouts in the free PF app? What'd I tell you? Even super friendly team members.
Hey, welcome to Planet Fitness.
Oh, hey, I was just mentioning you.
Hey.
Join Planet Fitness today and get everything you need for just $1 down, $15 a month. Cancel anytime. Deal ends Thursday, July 18th. See Home Club for details.
Great coaching can make all the difference, especially when it comes to your money. At Right Pac Credit Union, our financial coaches are on your team. We'll help you create a winning game plan that's customized for your unique needs, so you can make the most of your hard-earned money and live the life you want to live. Best of all, Right Pac Credit Union serves all of Central Ohio, so getting in the game is easy. Let's win together. Stop by one of our Central Ohio member centers to get started today. Equal housing opportunity, insured by NCUA.
Common Man and T-Bone.
3093.
None 3.
Sister Jean.
That's Sister Jean's line.
None.
Right there. 3093.
Stupid.
Common Man and T-Bone.
Sponsored by the Hinderer Motor Company.
Weekdays 3 to 6 on The Fan.
I'm Leslie from Pella Columbus.
And I'm Wilson from that other window place.
Pella has forever been known for the best of windows, Wilson. But our doors, just as game-changing.
Yep, same with us.
We've got traditional and modern options, but also some really innovative stuff, like big, bold colors or tuck-away sliding doors.
But do you have the give it a little kick to open it door?
Does that mean what I think it means?
Yeah, you got to give it a good little kick to open it.
Get the windows and doors that Columbus homeowners rate the leading and most trusted. PellaColumbus.com.
Hey, what's up, Buckeye Nation? It's Cardale Jones. Join me Saturday, July 20th at Huntington Park for the Smiths Cardale Jones charity softball game presented by Monogram Homes and the U.S. Air Force. Come check out former Buckeye greats take on this year's current Buckeye stars such as Emeka Ibuka, Jaden Ballard, and many more. Come see and meet the Buckeyes before they hit the field this fall. Gates open at 5 p.m. Contests and prizes all night long. Home run derby at 6:30 and the game to follow. Tickets available at BuckeyeCruise.com. Why picnic when you can smicknick? Get your $10 tickets now at BuckeyeCruise.com.
You can use your phone at a doctor's office. You can use your phone at a football game. You can even use your phone at an amusement park. But one place you should never use your phone is behind the wheel. Fines now start at $150. So remember, Ohio, phones down. It's the law.
Hello, it's John Kozik, founder and president of TurboTrack Realty, and I buy real estate as is fast for cash. Give us a call today for an all-cash offer at 614-470-2000, 614-470-2000. I buy vacant properties, inherited homes, divorce situations, death in the family. I even buy my tenants won't pay me the rent houses. Give us a call today for an all-cash offer at 614-470-2000, 614-470-2000.
Fan weather.
From the Logan AC and Heat Services Weather Center.
High pressure on top of us today, delivering another hot and humid day. High 93. Tonight we get down to 69, and on your Tuesday, look for partly to mostly cloudy skies with a high of 89. I'm meteorologist Dylan Robichaud with your Doppler 10 forecast on 97.1 The Fan.
FanDuel is the exclusive online sportsbook partner of Morning Juice. Just sign up at FanDuel.com/juice. The Fan, Ohio sports destination.
Panic and passion. Is that a motivational quote or the title of an adult romance novel? You're listening to Morning Juice.
Here's the log here. Little Monday edition of the program. Brandon Bean, Bobby Carpenter, Mark the Shark. Coming up here in our next segment around 8:35, Joshua Perry. He's going to join the program. Also, special note for tomorrow, Ryan Hawk is going to join us live in studio. Yep. It's about 7:20 tomorrow morning.
Yep. Talk a little bit. He's going out to Tahoe with his brother AJ, caddying there. Has the Learning Leader podcast. Very, very successful with that. Written a couple of books, interviewed a ton of people on there.
Somehow I manage. One
of them's Welcome to Management, and the other is The Score That Matters. Very good. So talk to him a little bit about some of the stuff he's learned and different people he's met and what Tahoe will be like with his brother. And
I think that
what his brother's all about.
Put a reminder down on your little notepad, Bob, because I'll try to remind myself too that we need to ask, because I'm pretty sure there's a Schlegel story about him and Ryan at a B-dub somewhere.
Oh, yeah. That's not pretty sure that is factually
so
accurate.
when we talk to...
Yeah.
When we talk to Schlegs tonight, somebody will have to remind ourselves, one, the fact that he doesn't blow through an entire 10-minute segment with just one question like he did last week. But we'll have to bring that up and then bring it up tomorrow with Ryan.
Yeah, that'll be good. We can ask him about it. We can have them both recount the story and listen to it from different sides, Beam. It'll be a nice little, I guess, sociology test, psych test of how they remembered it based upon their current state at that time.
So when we last left you, we were going over Coach of the Year odds.
Matt Eberflus, where's he at?
Matt Eberflus, Bobby, is number one on the list.
I just looked at this. I'm like, the Bears have been bad.
Matt Eberflus is number one on the list at 10-1 odds. Well, you got it. I know you love. That's your guy. You love him.
I just know a couple of guys who have played for him who are not fans of him.
I think how they handled that quarterback situation last year was a disaster.
Yes. And I don't think he's a great leader, but he has a team and a roster that's supposed to be a lot better than what people think. And that's kind of, to be the odds-on favorite for Coach of the Year, people have to think you're a good coach.
Yep.
But then also, you have to have a team that hasn't really played well but has the potential of playing well. Like, you have to outplay your expectations. So I was like, DeMeco Ryans, okay, they were good last year. You have to be better this year.
Outplaying their expectations would be like first round bye, which would be, it's hard to do because you got to be number one team overall in
just
your
continuing
conference.
To develop. And I mean, frankly, the fact, I'm not saying Kevin Stefanski shouldn't have won it last year, but I mean, there was a couple of good candidates. There always are, and so it's tough. You just want to put yourself in that selection set and have the chance for that. So that's good.
Sharky, who was going to be your guess? Because you said during the break, you're like, I have a guess.
I thought maybe you brought the whole thing up because of this guy, but now it makes sense that you would talk about your Bears guy. I was thinking Jimmy Harbaugh.
So I thought you guys were going to guess Harbaugh immediately off the bat, and so he's number 2 on the list.
Yeah,
and that's where I thought I could throw you guys a curveball. because Eberflus is 10-1 odds. Harbaugh's right behind him at 11-1.
Oh, that's yes.
And they've been, first of all, their coach was a psychopath. Their former coach.
Been underachieving.
They're underachieving with a roster that should have been competing.
Yeah. So they've got, and you've seen Jim Harbaugh do it before, so it'll be interesting to see that. You asked me earlier about when I came in, like you checked out my fingers.
I wanted to make sure all your digits were there.
My digits were there.
Yeah.
Had both my eyes in socket.
Mm-hmm.
No fireworks accidents, which was good.
Yeah.
However, though, as I was telling you, we had to go down to Portsmouth, and there was a big flooding that came through and some winds and blew some trees over, some big ones. Destroyed. We used to have 2 covered boat slopes. We now have 1.
Yeah.
One got smoked. And there was all these trees down. And they'd taken, my in-laws had helped out. And they'd gotten a bunch out of there. But went down with the chainsaw, started cutting some stuff, and cut up one tree, piled up these logs. I mean, it's pretty darn thick. Did all that. And there was another tree that was like half down, probably 40, 50 feet tall, about 20 feet up. It had broke off in the middle, and it was still connected, but it was tipped over and like right on the river's edge. It was tipped down into the river. So I'm like, okay, there's a power pole, utility pole right beside the dock that I wanted to keep it off of, not have it fall on that. So I angle cut it to make sure I can fall the other way. And I'm not as good as my brother at this, but I mean, he could, like I said, he could throw a nickel out there 20 feet away. He could fall the tree right on it. But I could get it within a foot or two of usually where I want it to go. But anytime you have it touching the ground, it's that added element of the physics of you don't know what's going to happen. And so I showed you this picture for telling you about this a little bit earlier. So I've got it cut down. I've got it wedged to where it needs to fall. I start cutting the back of it out, and it should fall. I mean, everything in the laws of physics, like, unless this thing's being held up by something else, it should fall over. 2 guys that were coming over to hang out from the boat dock, have dinner, stop by. One's got flip-flops on, great dudes. And they're like, all right, let's just start pushing on it, see if we can push it to fall.
Yeah.
And that way you can control it a little bit more. So we start pushing this thing over, both hands, all 6 hands, 3 sets of hands on the trunk, pushing here, start cracking. Like, all right, we're good. And as we're pushing it, it's starting to go, but it's not following the way that we want to. And as it leans forward more, all of a sudden it rides up the back slope where we had cut it. I'd run away, am able to get out of there. One of the other guys, he kind of runs, trips a little bit. He has flip-flops on. Thankfully, he gets out of the way. There's a guy right in the middle who is a fireman, paramedic. He should know better this than all of us. And this tree shark, I'm going to have to show you the picture. It like rides up the back slope that I'd cut it. It's probably about a 45-degree angle, pretty steep. Slides up that. The main branch falls to his right. The trunk falls to his right. The top part of the trunk that had been snapped off spins around and like falls to his left. He takes one step to his left and steps in an area about as big as a doorway.
I mean, it's maybe like 2.5 feet wide.
2.5 feet wide, probably 4 feet long, and just gets skinny, and the tree falls on both sides of him. And some in the back. Like it was a V. It was remarkable. And if it would have fallen on him, you saw like that would have probably killed him, like minus the probably. It would have. I picked up those logs the next day. I mean, that was
I can't imagine how heavy.
Thousands of pounds of that tree, that trunk would have fallen on him. It was a tall, heavy, dense tree, and it would have been brutal.
Yeah, dangerous stuff down there by the river, lifting up that hot tub, trying to get that out of there.
Hopefully this weekend we're going to get the hot tub placed. We've got it set up.
How are we getting it into the hole?
Well, that's a beautiful mystery, Beam.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that.
Because he already slid it up onto the deck.
It's on the deck right beside its final resting spot. We had to put, so we took there was a hot tub in this place before. We had him take it out. It was bad. So I said, okay, cut it out. And they get in there. My father-in-law was like, well, there's no kill switch on it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, kill switch? He said, yeah, you want to have a kill switch for the hot tub, safety purposes. And so then yesterday, I think my father-in-law and one of the other guys was going to put it on, like just so we have it ready so we can slide it in there hopefully this weekend. And then I asked him, like, my father-in-law, I'm like, Ralph, you had a hot tub for about 10, 12 years. Did you have a kill switch on yours? No. It's like, my parents have one, but it's further away. I'm like, frankly, I've been in a lot of hot tubs throughout my life. I've never seen the kill switch used once. He's like, well, it's precautionary. You get your hair caught or something happens. You got to cut it off. I'm like, well, that's great. I'm glad that now you're looking at this in a more responsible manner. When you put one in your own home, you didn't have a kill switch on that, but now we feel the need to put it in. So we're going to be safety first, Beam.
Good.
We have the kill switch in there. I mean, do we need it? I don't know. Probably seems a bit excessive.
But you got it. You're fine.
Yeah, if you want to put it in, I'm good with that. So we'll have the kill switch in, and it's getting down in there. We're going to get in the hole in the deck because Shark, I don't know if you've seen him. It's one of the ones that's sunken in, so it's got to go in about a 3-foot hole, and it's a 90 by 90 inch hot tub.
How much is this sucker weighing in at?
1,000 pounds.
Okay,
that's not an estimate. That's what it says in the specs. So we're able to get it out of my neighbor's yard, get it down to Portsmouth, get it up on an elevated deck, and now right beside the little hole it's got to slip into. And we've got a little play because the hole's a rectangle, whereas this is a square.
So you got a little wiggle room.
One of the guys who's helping us, he used to work at a cemetery. He goes, I'll be just like sliding the coffin right down in there. I said, okay, I've never done that. You have, so you tell me how this is going to work, and then we'll be ready to go.
Joshua Perry is going to join us and recap his big 4th of July weekend next. Morning Juice right here on The Fan.
Fan traffic.
From the Atlas Butler Plumbing Services Traffic Center.
This morning, it's a slow go as you make your way westbound 670 between 71 and 3rd Street. Northbound 71 between Greenlawn Avenue and 70. We're seeing heavy traffic there, and watch for slowdowns as you travel westbound US 33 at Scottsbluff Road. I'm Ashley for 97.1 The Fan Traffic.
Atlas Butler is built to keep you comfortable, and our plumbing services are no exception. You can rely on Atlas Butler for trusted, convenient plumbing and drain service. Our expert plumbers and drain specialists can take care of anything, from a broken water heater to a clogged drain. Call today, get it fixed today. That's our pledge to you.
Atlas Butler is at your service. Call 1-800-FURNACE.
Soak up the savings this summer from Family Dollar. It's never been easier. Just download the Family Dollar app, sign up for smart coupons, and see how you can save more than ever before. Enjoy smoking hot deals on cookout classics, or get ready for outdoor fun with SPF for the whole family, plus pool toys, decor, and so much more. Check out the app today and get ready to save with the Family Dollar Summer Savings Event. New offers drop every week. Family Dollar, helping you do more.
Much like a vampire, we need to be invited into your house. But once we're in, we never leave. Listen to The Fan on your Alexa or Google Home smart speaker. Just say play 97.1 The Fan and prepare to be amazed. Do it now.
Hot deal days are here at Meijer. Get big offers all over the store July 7th through 13th. Save $170 on Element 65-inch 4K Zumo TV. Plus, get $50 off your next in-store purchase with coupon printed at checkout. Limit 2. Save $80 on a SodaStream art machine. And get 40% off select top hydration bottles and tumblers. These prices won't last long. Shop Hot Deal Days at Meijer. Exclusions apply. See all deals in-store or in the Meijer app.
America's favorite car show returns to Ohio for the biggest hot rodding event of the year. It's the Good Guys 26th Summit Racing National, and it's all taking place this weekend at the Ohio Expo Center in Columbus. Check out thousands of chrome and candied hot rods, muscle cars, and trick trucks. Shop the huge swap meet at Vendor Midway and see which rides take home the crown of the Good Guys 2024 Classic Instrument Street Rod and PPG Street Machine of the Year. It's all happening this weekend at the Ohio Expo Center, and you don't want to miss it. Get complete details at good-guides.com.
Dive into the Marvel Universe on the official Marvel Podcast. We're going behind the scenes with the creators behind Marvel Comics, the stars of the MCU, and Marvel Studios' Kevin Feige.
But if you want the real answer, if we're trying to get real on this podcast,
celebrate the legacy of your favorite Marvel adventures and characters. The official Marvel Podcast.
I think this show's going to be a real treat.
New episodes every Wednesday wherever you listen to podcasts.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Morning Juice is sponsored by Affinity Whole Health, the leader in testosterone and hormone replacement therapy. FeelGreatColumbus.com. The Fan.
Beam has a baby face. Bobby has soft hands. That should not stop you from listening to this show. This is Morning Juice.
Little Monday edition of the program. Brandon B., Bobby Carpenter, Mark the Shark. Right now we're heading out to the Bryant Heating and Cooling Systems fan guest hotline. Checking with our good friend. He is Joshua Perry. JP, happy Monday, buddy. How was the big 4th of July weekend, all right?
It was good. It was good. How about you guys?
It was great. Yeah, played a little golf on Saturday. Didn't really do anything. Cooked out on Friday. And then I had a big wedding anniversary, 6th wedding anniversary yesterday. So a nice power-packed weekend for us over here.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you. Bob, when I first saw Bob this morning, I wanted to make sure to get a look at his hands, JP, just to make sure that all 10 digits were still attached. And we were happy to report that he does have everything. He still has all 10, 20 fingers and toes. He's good.
There we go. Country Bob was not a victim this weekend to the fireworks. I'm excited to hear about that.
Well, I mean, you need to make sure you do it safely and responsibly, Joshua. So, thankfully my fingers aren't as gnarled as yours yet, and hopefully I'll have them all for quite some time. That's the goal. How do we celebrate Independence Day up in the city, the Windy City up there in Chicago?
A little bit of grilling, always a good thing there, and then some relaxation. Like, it was a pretty easy weekend. Now, I don't know if I mentioned this last week or not, but like the whole 4th of July on a Thursday thing is so strange to me because thankfully we had Thursday off, and that wasn't a guarantee, but we got it. And then we had to go back into the office on Friday, and it felt like a Monday a little bit, and then you had Saturday, Sunday, and now we're back. And I have a thought process that we should observe the 4th of July on a Monday or a Friday coming off the weekend so we could just get that long weekend there. So it was a little bit of a weird feel there going back to the office on Friday, but we made do.
Thidoff has that same approach, Joshua, and I hold you in much higher regard than him. And so the fact that you have that similar theory, it's called the 4th of July, so it's always going to reside on the 4th. So I don't know if we can really move it off of that date.
I mean, companies have figured out how to do this with other holidays. Like, society has come to grips with other holidays, like, not necessarily being observed on the day. So the 4th of July, we also call it Independence Day. So there's the 4th of July, but we could observe Independence Day on a Monday or a Friday, and I think a lot of people would be happy with that.
Independence Day weekend is how you market it, JP.
Sure, absolutely. And I think that is a marketing push I could get behind.
Why celebrate in one day what you can over an entire 3-day weekend is what you're saying.
Yeah, wouldn't that be fantastic? I mean, like going back to the office it's a little bit of a bummer. It's a letdown. It doesn't let you fully celebrate the greatness of America. If you were somebody who wanted to do a little bit of cocktailing both Wednesday night and Thursday night, you might have a bad Friday and you want to end the week off properly. Now you could do the cocktailing Thursday night, have the whole Friday, drink Friday night into Saturday, Saturday into Sunday, and then be back on Monday.
Cocktailing. I didn't realize that was a verb, Joshua. Did that just become one, or was that something that's been around for a while?
That's how I like to describe it. It feels a little bit classier. It takes the edge off a little bit instead of just saying that you're going drinking. You're like, hey, I'm going cocktailing this evening.
It does sound a little bit better. I'll give you that. JP, so we were talking about this a little bit earlier on. James, obviously, in his first summer and off season as a position coach here at Ohio State, doing a really good job on the recruiting trail. And James has long said this, it's about the relationships and everything inside of the building. And he doesn't, want to be a guy that wants to be there just in the green room in the draft during the NFL draft when he gets drafted. But, he wants to be a call when you decide that, we're going to have a kid or we're going to get married, wants to be on that. I mean, you can speak. You've known James, obviously, JP, a long time. But Riley Pettijohn committing to the Buckeyes, got a few more other players, a 3-pack of linebackers coming in here. Just the fact that he's been able to get off the ground in running that quickly, I don't think is a surprise to many around the program that know him.
It shouldn't be. He's a phenomenal person. The relationship building is huge, and obviously that's a big part of recruiting. He talks about it, but he's really good at it. And I can remember back to, when I was in college and I first got to know him a little bit and how genuine he is. But, you pair the idea that he wants to build quality relationships with recruits with the fact that he's a guy who not only played at Ohio State, but was one of the best that ever walked through the doors. And you can't go into Woody without seeing all of his accolades, multiple All-Americans, had a phenomenal NFL career. Like, if I'm a linebacker and I'm sitting there and James Laurinaitis is talking to me and we're building a relationship, and then we get to the football part and he's literally like, all right, so this is the deal. I was a 3-star who came here and I had to grind, but when you do the work and you do it the right way, great things can happen to you. Take me as an example, and I'll teach you all the things that I did. It's really hard to say I don't want to play for that guy. And so I'm not shocked at some of the success that he's having, and obviously it's something he's going to have to continue to carry on. He's got to coach well in the fall and everything. I have no concerns about that. I'm really excited to see the fact that he's on the staff doing what exactly people thought he could do. And I think it's really just the beginning for him.
So I'm going to ask you this, non-football related. There's been a lot of blowback and some interesting things that I've seen regarding this Bronny James situation out in L.A. And LeBron came out and was talking about his son and how hard he worked to get to everything that he wanted to be. And whether or not he was, where he was drafted, to me is irrelevant. The fact that he decided to try to go pursue something vigorously, I think is more the testament that I'm looking at here, because he talked about the fact that he would have never had to work his entire life. And so that's pretty commendable, because I've seen people that have tremendous resources and opportunities and they choose not to pursue them and just to kind of rest on the laurels of their family. Kind of where do you come down on all this, Joshua?
Yeah, it's an interesting thing, because I think nepotism is one of the nastier things that exist in society. I've always said it like this: I'm not a fan of nepotism until it benefits me and my family, and now I've got a son, and so maybe perspective changes a little bit, whatever the case is. But the idea that you can place people in parts of society that maybe they didn't get to on their own, that they didn't they might have worked hard, but they could have taken an opportunity from somebody else, is nasty to me. I do think there is this idea that everything that LeBron and JJ Redick and Rob Pelinka are saying about how Bronny works can be true. Like, I think the guy can be a hard worker. I think we can also sit here and say that if it wasn't for the fact that his dad's one of the best players that ever played and still on the roster, that he would not be a Los Angeles Laker right now. It's the other part is, I think we gotta look at some of these situations differently than others. Like, Bronny getting a roster spot as a second round pick that was 5 picks short of the end of the draft or whatever is like, okay, I think a lot of teams roll the dice on their second round picks in the NBA because a lot of those guys they're not making the roster. Now, he got a guaranteed spot, and so maybe that's a little bit nastier. But I don't look at this the same way as I look at maybe Jerry Jones having all of his family in the front office. Those are big jobs. There's 32 teams, really difficult to get, and they don't turn over nearly as quickly as roster spots do in professional sports. And so, I think it's a little bit of a gradient here. I don't necessarily love it because, it could have been somebody else. Somebody else could have had a spot, and Bronny is guaranteed money, and that's kind of crazy. But the idea that he's also a hardworking kid who's going to try to earn everything he gets from this point on, I think can be true.
Here's Joshua Perry with the Sierra and the Bryant Heating and Cooling Systems Fan Guest Hotline. Hey, JP, Sharks looking to go to Wrigley for the Northwestern game here basically in the middle of November. At what price point do you think we're looking at for those tickets, and what's the weather in the middle of November like up there in the big city?
Oh, man, I have no idea price point-wise what anybody should expect there. With any of the Northwestern games, honestly, I don't know how much you pay to get on the roll-in practice field. I don't know what you should expect to pay to get into Wrigley. And Wrigley is super cool for the football games, but it's also not the greatest way to watch a game, not to discourage anybody from coming. Now, if there is something that would discourage, it's the weather. It's going to be cold. It's going to be windy. It might be a little bit wet. I think last year the winter months were a little bit milder than my first year in Chicago. Like, we were in hell that first year. Like, I was walking out of the office and I'm like, my face is frozen. I felt like I had Botox. I couldn't move my face at all. And last year it wasn't nearly as bad, but it's certainly not going to be pleasant. So if there was a deterrent, it'd probably be the weather.
I thought you raved about that warm lake breeze coming off of there in November and December.
Yeah, it ain't exactly warm, but it is a breeze coming off of the lake there.
Buddy, always appreciate the time. Thanks for hopping on with us here this morning. Have a great remainder of the week. We'll try to get the 4th of July changed to Independence Day weekend for you, all right?
I appreciate you guys. Take care.
There he goes, Joshua Perry with us here on the Bryant Heating and Cooling Systems Fan Guest Hotline.
Is arthritic joint pain keeping you from doing the things that you love? Bone-on-bone pain, knees, hip, back, shoulder. Listen, I'll tell you about there's exciting new cellular therapies that can get you lasting relief. Where's that at? Well, it's at QC Kinetics. They're helping patients like you. They helped me right here in Columbus, led by Medical Director Dr. Ray Tesner. They're the leaders in advanced regenerative medicine. I'm talking about cutting-edge treatments that accelerate your own body's healing properties, revitalizing your joints so you can move again. They've helped so many people here, thousands more around the country. Like I said, they've helped me. They helped my dad, and I'm still feeling good a couple of years after treatment. So learn how QC Kinetics can treat the pain and enhance your joints and restore mobility, give you long-term relief with no downtime, no surgeries, and no drugs. Dr. Tesner and his team of medical professionals at QC Kinetics are ready to help you get your life back. This is the future of medicine, so give them a call to learn more at 380-208-4544 or check them out at one of their 3 locations in Columbus, Dublin, Gehanna, or their newest one in Grove City.
We're going to reveal our fan poll coming up next. Morning Juice right here on The Fan.
Fan traffic.
From the Atlas Butler Plumbing Services Traffic Center.
This morning, it's a slow go as you make your way westbound 670 between 71 and 3rd Street. We're seeing heavy traffic volumes northbound 71 between Greenlawn Avenue and 315. Westbound US 33, expect delays between Scotts Lawn Road and US 36. I'm Alan Schley for 97.1 The Fan Traffic.
Hey folks, Austin Ward here. Do you ever find yourself just accepting things the way they are? It is what it is, right? Well, that was me before I met my Awaken 180 coach. It wasn't only about the number on the scale. It was about reigniting goals I'd shelved, thinking they were out of reach. We sat down, and she didn't just talk numbers. She helped me uncover real goals, personal goals. Looking back at what those were, I've had a really solid lineup of victories. Sleeping through the night like a baby? Check. Playing a round of golf without nagging back pain the next day? Check. Desire to be more active? You bet. That's a check. And okay, yes, dropping a whopping 50 pounds, that deserves a loud and proud double check. Change your perspectives from what ifs to what's next. Pull up awaken180weightloss.com on your phone or computer. Select the day and time that works for you, and boom, the first step is done. Uncover your goals, then reach them with the solution for weight loss. It's online at awaken180weightloss.com.
You're not going to want to miss this. Diamonds Direct summer sale starts next weekend. For 3 days only, next Friday through Sunday, get 20% off. Rings, earrings, pendants, bracelets, and more. Plus, book an appointment and get an additional $100 off. And designers are flying in from New York and LA to showcase their latest trends. That's 20% off, plus $100 off with an appointment and designer trunk shows. Tons of engagement rings on sale, too. 20% off starts next Friday. Details at diamondsdirect.com.
Hi, this is Justin Hinderer. Come see us at John Hinderer Ford in Washington Courthouse for the best selection of new and pre-owned vehicles in Fayette County. We're all in on America and proud to be your Ford AgPack dealer. Don't forget to ask about our convenience and mobile service at the home of the lifetime powertrain guarantee, including engine, transmission, rear differential, and drive shaft on all qualifying vehicles. John Hinderer Ford, just off 62 at Washington Courthouse, or hindererford.net. We love what moves you.
The Buckeyes are starting fall camp and we're tagging along. The Fan is broadcasting live August 1st through the 4th at Ohio State football practice. Morning Juice and Bishop and Friends Thursday and Friday, plus live weekend programming. Let's go.
Need inspiration? Shop Kroger for over 30,000 mouth-watering choices with savings beyond low prices, like digital coupons worth over $600 each week and up to $1 off per gallon at the pump. More savings and more inspiring flavors make Kroger worth it every time. Kroger, fresh for everyone. Fuel restrictions apply.
Be sure to keep thirst-quenching drinks on hand. Right now, Powerade or Body Armor Super Drinks are only 79 cents each with your card and digital coupon. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Did your mobile provider just increase their prices again? Switch to Spectrum Mobile, the nation's fastest growing mobile provider. With Spectrum Mobile, you get unlimited talk, text, and data, plus nationwide 5G. Switching to Spectrum Mobile has never been easier. We'll pay off your phone balance up to $2,500. Stop dealing with price hikes from your cell phone company. Get Spectrum Mobile. Visit spectrum.com/itpays-to-switch for full details. Offer subject to change. Service not available in all areas. Restrictions apply.
No one knows the importance of a great assist more than Lowe's and Leo Messi. That's why we've teamed up to give MVP's Pro Rewards members 10 times the points when Messi makes an assist during CONMEBOL Copa America USA 2024. Activate this offer starting June 20th, so when Messi assists, you score. Shop the day after an assist to earn those extra points. Not an MVP's Pro Rewards member? Join today. Visit Lowe's.com/Messi for more details.
Are you ready to build your company's dream team? Just like in sports, finding skilled players is essential for success. With Robert Half's winning combination of specialized recruiting professionals and award-winning AI, we'll help you find the MVPs and key role players who will have you hanging banners in the rafters. Because in business, it's all about having the experienced team on your side. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com today.
Fan weather.
From the Logan AC and Heat Services Weather Center.
Today we're going to be looking at sunny skies, high 93. Tonight look for partly cloudy skies, low 70. On your Tuesday, look for increasing clouds along with a pop-up shower or storm for the afternoon, high 89. And then heading into your Wednesday, it'll be wet and rainy as the remnants of Beryl come through central Ohio. I'm meteorologist Dylan Robeshad with your Doppler 10 forecast on 97.1 The Fan.
Want to know anything about the Fans contest? How to win? Or what's up for grabs? Check out 971thefan.com. The Fan, Ohio's sports destination.
A radio show hosted by two former football players, one slightly more successful than the other. You're listening to Morning Juice.
We are the Juice, are brought to you by our good friends over at Affinity Whole Health, the leader in testosterone and hormone replacement therapy. You can, of course, visit them on the line at feelgreatcolumbus.com. Uncle Beau and the boys going to be up after we're done, talking all kinds of fun things. Hopefully, everybody kept their flanges as well.
Well, hopefully, not only is it fun, but it's also dramatic meme.
Oh, yeah, that's what you want. Fun and drama, right? I've had a great time today just looking at Ohio water tributaries.
Oh, yeah.
I was on Google Maps over here, even during
around.
segments, probably while talking, just being a little bit distracted.
Yeah.
Looking at the great tributaries and rivers that we got in our state.
Well, we have them all. We just have the Ohio Erie Canal connecting Lake Erie to the Ohio River. It's fantastic. So we have all these different lakes throughout Ohio, but most of them are man-made, and they're dammed up to help feed that. And so that's nice. But I was looking at it as well, Beam, especially when you get into the rural parts, the eastern, southeastern, northwest. It's really fun to kind of see some of the small towns. And I know you said you and Shark always have to go to Michigan to get together. You have to drive 7 hours to go meet them when you live 20 minutes away. Mm-hmm. You're going to be going to Warsaw, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
So
never been to Warsaw before.
Just looking a little south of Warsaw, I'm guessing it's probably about a 20-minute drive. Maybe 25 minutes, depending on the terrain and how aggressive you're willing to go. Possibly 30.
55 on Mark Country Road.
It won't be, I know that's the speed limit. I'm just saying how fast do you want to drive it. Just because it's 55 doesn't mean you could drive it the whole way. And I'm guessing it's probably not heavily patrolled, so you could drive it a little faster. But that's also
giving me good ideas.
Well, it assumes you're not behind a combine or something else. But Shark and you can hang out there because he's going to be right in that area. Because I don't know if I told, like I said, about 30 minutes south possibly is where New Moscow is, which is Shark's summer home, as we all know. So the Warsaw Pact and New Moscow will be coming together again, Shark.
Where is New Moscow? Oh, I see it.
Yes.
I was looking for it on the map. I see it out there.
How excited are you right now?
That's great.
I'm kind of concerned about that part of the country, or state right there.
Warsaw, Moscow. What else is over there? Is there a Gdansk, Ohio?
What about an Irkutsk? Do we have that on the map?
There is a Paris, Ohio.
Of course. I mean, there's every
Milan. There's a Milan.
I mean, every prominent city in the world, there's a city.
We even have a Versailles here too.
Versailles.
That's right.
It's all right. We don't need to church it up. We're gonna keep it out.
We have a Louisville and a Louisville.
Absolutely.
Well, if you're Scotty Scheffler, you call it Louisville, even if you're down in the one in Kentucky.
Do you know what Milan, Ohio is known for?
It's Italian food.
No, it's the birthplace of Thomas Alva Edison.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
Up there by Sandusky. You go through it when you're on your way to Cedar Point.
So even when we would go to the usual fishing trip, and again, it's usually like the last weekend of July, first weekend in August. This year, it's the first weekend in August, so the 3rd and the 4th, like that Saturday.
Why do you call it a fishing trip when all you do is drink?
Because it originally started out as a fishing trip. Like they would go there, they would stay, like they would camp and they would fish all weekend. And since the original guys have been going for probably like 30 years, so now they've gotten older, and their sons have ruined the trip. And we don't fish. So I think we're the problem. Like our generation is the problem.
I'm the problem, it's me.
Yes, I think
my father-in-law used to have a hunting cabin, and then they joked because they said it became a golf cabin where they would just stay there and then go and play golf. They didn't really hunt much anymore.
Well, Beam, I know you, and I know I've seen you in action on Bear Lake.
Uh-huh.
You can fish and drink at the same time.
I can do just about both. I can fish, drink, and boat up there, Shark. I can do 3 things at once.
See, I think you should catch your dinner.
He does catch it.
I don't know.
Out of the cooler.
Yeah, 12-inch silver bullet fish, Shark. They're really cold when you pull them out of there. I don't know what the Walhonding River is capable of, though. I don't know what we've got stocked in there.
Minnows, probably.
Some brown trout swimming in there should be good. Maybe take Meredith's dad's fly fishing pole. That's something I've never fly fished before. I've never done that. I'd like to do that at some point.
Oh, being really drunk would help you, I'm sure. It'd help your rhythm and timing with it, Beam.
See, that looks a little more like an active sport. I like the passive sport in fishing where I just throw a bobber in the water. There's some kids, Shark, who, because we're up in the neighborhood that we stay in when we go to Michigan. So, like, there's kids all over the place, and, anywhere from, newborns all the way up until, 12, 13 years old. So they're all running all over the place. And there was a couple of years ago, there's a kid up there. And when I go up there, I don't like to even use like a lure. I just like to use worm on a bobber. That way I can just sit. I can just sit there and I just watch the water. I just like to look at the water. And this kid, he was probably, I don't know, anywhere between 8 and 10 years old. He goes, "Hey man, what's on your line?" And I'm like, "Fish, night crawler." He goes, "Watch this." He breaks out like a shiny new lure, and he's casting it. Immediately gets it stuck on like a lily pad or something. He's like, "Hey man, can you come over here and help me?" I'm like, "Not a problem with me. My night crawler doesn't get stuck on anything. I know exactly where to go." So then he had to end up like ripping it
out.
Yeah, he had to cut the line off.
Oh, he lost the lure.
He lost the lure, and then guess what he was using? Then he was using worms because that was the last lure that he had. Our fan poll today before we get out of here at 971thefan.com or on Twitter at 971thefan. Who's the best coach in the AFC North for you? John Harbaugh, Kevin Stefanski, Zach Taylor, or Mike Tomlin? How you guys think this vote's going right now?
Tomlin.
So there's 150 votes. This thing was just posted, half hour ago? John Harbaugh, number 1, 38%. Mike Tomlin, second, 32%. Kevin Stefanski, third, at 20%. And Zach Taylor bringing up the caboose with 11%.
I'm going to have to say it's a tight one for me between Freddie Kitchens and Hugh Jackson.
I think that's a really, really close call. Maybe a Greg Williams in there, too. He was in there, right?
I think he may be too successful for that.
Bob, I had so much fun today. What do you say we reconvene tomorrow morning? Big one, Schlegs, Ryan Hawk, Beau, all kinds of good stuff tomorrow.
It'll be robust.
Everybody have a great day. Uncle Beau and the boys are up next. We are back live tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. to break everything down. Have a good one. Talk to you then. Morning Juice right here on The Fan.
Fan traffic.
From the Atlas Butler Plumbing Services Traffic Center.
This morning, watch for delays due to an accident blocking southbound 71 at Cook Road. It's a slow go this morning, westbound 670 between 71 and 3rd Street. Heavy traffic northbound 71 between Greenlawn Avenue and 70, and we're seeing delays westbound US 33 between Scottslawn Road and US 36. I'm Alan Schley for 97.1 The Fan Traffic.
This is a Fan Action Update.
It's been a wild roller coaster ride in July for the Cincinnati Reds. Starting the month, Cincinnati swept the Yankees in New York, followed that up by getting swept by the Tigers in Detroit. Today, they open up a 4-game series at home against the Rockies. The Reds are minus 172 favorites today with a 9.5 run total. Reds are now plus 630 to make the playoffs. For your Action Update, I'm Scotty Vegas.
Now at UDF, buy 3 everyday favorites with UDrive Plus to quickly stack an extra 20 cents in gas savings. That includes Monster Energy and Red Bull and Gatorade and Body Armor. And that adds up. UDF, made for you. Specially marked products with an opted-in UDrive account.
With surgery and drugs being the main options to treat chronic joint pain, that left orthopedic surgeons like Dr. Ray Tessner thinking,
geez, wouldn't it be nice if we can have another form of treatment that eliminates some of the downside and has a bigger upside as we learn more about it?
And then he found it. Regenerative medicine, an exciting, fast-growing approach to dealing with pain using healing agents from your own body.
Well, it's using the miracle benefits of the human body to help encourage healing.
Today, you'll find Dr. Tessner at QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in regenerative medicine, giving patients lasting relief from joint pain in their knees, hips, shoulders, and back.
It's one of the best management tools that has come around in a long time.
Finally, options other than surgery and steroids. All natural regenerative treatments at QC Kinetics. Learn more. Call today for your free consultation.
Go to QCkinetics.com/Columbus or call 380-208-4544. That's 380-208-4544. 380-208-4544.
Your roof took a beating from winter storms, spring rain, and sun damage. Call Legacy Roofing Services before that crack or seam becomes a major leak, costing thousands of dollars. Call Legacy today, 800-880-ROOF, 800-880-ROOF. Legacy Roofing Services.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. Go ahead, feel your engine. Admire that perfectly installed exhaust. Your vehicle's moving along this freeway like it was made from fresh installs and a whole lot of love. With eBay Motors, you get over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Madam Giselle senses something in your future.
Is my boyfriend going to propose?
It's a big storm.
Wait, we're going to get in a fight?
No, a literal storm. Wind, heavy wind. I see a tree falling on your RV.
Oh, that's fine. I'm covered by Progressive. So, is my boyfriend there? Maybe on one knee?
The entire roof is crushed.
So, no ring.
Be prepared for the unexpected with Progressive, a leader in RV insurance. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Product features subject to policy terms and may not be available in all states or for all vehicles and covered selections.
Broadcasting from the Lindsay Honda Studios.
Honda makes the cars. Lindsay makes the difference. Visit lindsayhonda.com.
WBNS-FM, HD1 Columbus. The Fan. Sports Center.
Good morning. I'm Ryan Baker. The best team in the American League, the Cleveland Guardians, continue to win series as they beat the San Francisco Giants 5-4 yesterday. Beau Naylor hit a 3-run homer in the 6th to power the win. The All-Star reserves were named yesterday, and Josh Naylor, David Fry, and Emmanuel Clase found out they will be joining teammates Jose Ramirez and Steven Kwan on the team. Not a good weekend for the Cincinnati Reds as they were swept by the Detroit Tigers. Yesterday, Tariq Skubal pitched 7 innings and struck out a career-high 13 as the Tigers won 5-1. Ellie De La Cruz found out he will be making his first trip to the All-Star game as the team's lone representative. The Reds made a trade last night as they sent lefty reliever Alex Young to the Giants for outfielder Austin Slater. And Ohio State got a big win on the recruiting trail this week as 5-star Texas linebacker Riley Pettijohn commits to the Buckeyes.
Hello, friends. You're now listening to the lifestyle, leisure, and sports show you never knew was does two of those things.
I think we can all acknowledge that if this fails, you two will be fired and I will remain. So no pressure.
Beau Bishop, a regional media icon, winner of Emmys, purveyor of the good life.
Sir, you don't know that for a fact.
I just said it on the radio.
Also, two guys this company named Employee of the Month.
What are you talking about?
Paul Hogan is Hulk Hogan's brother. Look it up.
Because it's Hulk Hogan. That's his real name.
One guy is from Australia. The other one is from Tampa.
He's from Hollywood, brother.
Not brothers. Chops.
Yes, they are.
This is Bishop and Friends.
All right, let's do it live on a Monday edition of the program. Beau and the boys with you. Bake here with us. Chops as well as we kick off a week. This is the march now, right? I mean, I can feel it. The march towards football is here. You get through the holiday weekend. I'm not in any hurry of speeding through summer, but in a way, I almost can't help it. It feels just inching closer and closer. I feel like I'm going to blink and rebroadcasting August 1st and 2nd from Buckeye camp. The NFL gets going here in a couple of weeks, and then they go. The Browns are in the Greenbrier the last week of July. That's in like 2.5 weeks. They're good to go. So I know that from a great many of you, and I judge it mostly by the kids now, is that the kids are like, well, Dad, we still have like 6 weeks. I don't know what the big deal is. You're acting like it's done. I'm like, well, it's almost done for me, because the way I'm looking at this thing is I've got football in about 2.5 weeks, and away we go, which is a hard thing to wrap your head around, which brings us to what we're going to start today. I'll get to you guys in a second. We will start 20 most interesting programs today. So we've done this. Chops, is it 4 or 5 or 6 years we've been doing this? 20 most interesting programs?
It's got to be at least 5, because I found the Open today, and when I heard it, I was like, that's definitely been around for at least 3 years. And then that was all Bishop and Friends, and then we had to at least do it 2 years of Bishop and Laurinaitis. So it's at least 5. I'll go back. I'll check something. I've got a ton of old prep sheets, so I'll go back to, what would that be? 2018 would put us at 6 years, or we probably didn't do it that first year, so did we start it in 2019?
My
that
hunch
would be
is
6 years.
My hunch is I started it in COVID because we didn't have anything to talk about.
Okay.
That might be my guess.
I'll see if I can find it during the show, what the old prep sheet said. If I had to give you when did your Uncle Beau decide we're going to do 20 most interesting programs, I would bet you it was during COVID, because there wasn't a damn thing to talk about. And we didn't know when we were going to have football. And so this was a way of talking football and doing it in a timely manner and kind of going around the country and seeing what everyone's all about. I'll be honest with you. It's one of my favorite things that we do. I like it. Selfishly, I like it from the standpoint of I get a brush up on all of the teams that I need to be paying attention to. It's important to note that it's not the 20 best teams or the teams that we think are the 20 teams who could go win a national championships. A couple of the teams we're talking about here have absolutely no shot at winning a national championship, have no shot at making the playoff, but I find them intriguing. I find them interesting. There are certain things, whether in their program or their coach or where they are as a program, that check boxes and create the interesting tag. And so today we'll do Michigan. We'll get them out of the way. John U. Bacon will join us at 11:33, and we'll get a state of Big Blue and see how this is going so far with Sharon Moore, if they're still walking on clouds as they have been since they won the national championship. So we'll get to them in the 11 o'clock hour. Austin will join at 10:33. You good to have you back. You were off last week and back this week, and you had some comment. The midway of summer, Chops. Go ahead. Yes, well, I've always thought of that too, especially when you're a kid and you're in school and you get summer break. The July 4th always felt like the midpoint of summer, but you said your kids threw out like, we still got 6 weeks left. If you think that sounds like a long time, but the memorial was basically 6 weeks ago. Think about that.
Yeah, I mean, it just goes so fast, and it goes in a blink. It was a really great holiday weekend. I got my fill of fireworks. We had them at the club on the 3rd, and then we were up at the lake on the 4th. And 5th, and then there was NBC went to another thing on the 6th. So it was fireworks like 4 or 5 days in a row. They remain largely undefeated. I remain shocked that there aren't more incidents of it going awry. I have no idea what the laws are in the state of Ohio for lighting off fireworks, but it feels like at best they're tepidly enforced. It doesn't feel like anybody follows. If there are laws that say you can't do it.
Yeah, do they kind of just go, we're not going to do it for this group of days? So that's what it feels like.
I guess, because there was a lot going on. The dog hated it. Buddy hated it. He hated it. Any echoes of it, he couldn't stand it.
Kit hates it too, actually. And then when
they all do, right? My dogs did as kids too. They hated it. They would run when we would start to light them off, and we were on the Ponderosa. I mean, there's a lot of space, and they would hit the barn. Man, they're gone. They had no part of it.
Kit doesn't really mind lightning and thunder too much, so that's I don't know why that. But then the fireworks do get her, and when it gets her really scared or worked up, she likes to come onto the bed, but not just onto the bed, up by our heads, by the pillows. So then she starts to crawl over our heads, and it's like, all right, we're dealing with this. I would hope most people would agree that I was okay. I still heard some last night. Okay, I get it. Holiday weekend, still trailing it along. We can stop it now. No more fireworks for the rest of the week.
I don't have a problem with that. I think we've done it. I think it starts, July 2nd, 3rd. You go from there, and then it's through the weekend. Now we're on a Monday, and away we go. Bake, you have a nice holiday weekend, buddy? Get out there.
I did.
A little bit.
A lot of work, but played some golf yesterday. Enjoyed some grilling out time. So, yeah, it was fun.
That's a win for you. I did not see any of the Nathan's hot dog eating contest. I didn't see any of it. Apparently, there's a new world record. Did you watch this? Who charted this?
I did watch it. Yeah. So the women's one. I did not watch the women's one live, but they played it again in the lead up to the men's one. So I watched that whole 10 minutes. Miki Sudo had 51. That was a new world record, and it was interesting because she would have been, I think, 4th in the men's. With that 51. So it's like, okay, that's not only a new women's world record, but would have been a really big competitor in the men's side. And then Patrick Bertoletti, 58 on the men's side, a Chicago native. And they were, how they do all the entrances when they're coming in? They've got the World Eating Championship guy, whatever, Major League Eating, that's what it's called. And yeah, he goes for it and had just all these little anecdotes about each guy. And then I think it was last year we played the Joey Chestnutt introduction, which obviously he wasn't at this one. Yeah. But his was always 2 minutes long. It was crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. There's that old clip going around. It was a golf tournament. I want to say it might have been the Arnold Palmer. It was one with Tiger and Phil. They're on a tee box. Bake, you probably know what I'm talking about as a big golfer. And they go through all of Tiger's accomplishments as Phil is standing there with him on the tee box, and Phil goes, all right, enough. It was enough. That's when they were kind of sort of getting along. Do you remember what that one was from, Bake?
I do not, but I do remember that Phil Mickelson clip. Everybody laughed. It was kind of funny. The funny thing is about this, so Bertoletti had 58 in 10 minutes. That same day, Joey Chestnutt did something at Fort Bliss with some of the soldiers.
Right.
And he ate 57 in half the time in 5 minutes.
He's on a different level, dude. He's built insane. Different, as my kids say. Guy's built different. I don't know that it affected whether he was there or not, affected any of it, quite honestly.
Did you see what he's doing today, Joey Chestnutt?
No, I'm not on Chestnut watch. What's he up to?
BW3s has been doing this thing where they've had all-you-can-eat boneless wings on Mondays and Wednesdays. He is trying to eat 200 boneless wings today, and if he does, BW3s is going to extend that promotion through August or something.
Oh, my gosh.
I wonder how many boneless wings I could eat if I went to B-Dubs and tried the endless wings. The thing is...
So it's a chicken nugget. Let's just be real honest. It's a chicken nugget. It's what it is, which is fine. The kids prefer them. Sometimes I prefer them over a wing. Shoot me, fine. So, okay. But, let's just call them what they are. They're chicken nuggets.
I like the distinction because I agree with you. But there's also people who, say it as, they're chicken nuggets. They're just chicken nuggets. And it's so what? Chicken nuggets are delicious. Great.
They're great.
Slather some sauce on them. Give me all you can eat.
It's fine.
I'll head out there. But I have found that my eyes are much bigger than my actual stomach now since the weight loss, that I will make some orders at some restaurants that I used to fancy a little bit more, and no, I cannot get through the whole thing. The funniest thing, too, about the Nathan's hot dog eating contest, the stats they bring up for these guys, the various things they've eaten. Sometimes it's in pounds, sometimes it's in however many you eat, in the hot dog one. Yeah. And then during the competition, they'll have the actual numbers of how many they've eaten during the time, but they'll pop out a little other stat one, and it'll be dogs per minute.
Oh, dogs a minute. I'm always paying attention to dogs a minute.
And Miki Sudo was eating 2 dogs at once instead of splitting them in half and eating them. She was eating 2 at once. And so every time she would finish them, her dogs per minute would jump up again. And then while she was in the middle of eating them, it would go down. And then it was live stats for the hot dog eating contest.
Well, I just want to know what happens 10 minutes afterwards. I think I know.
Yes.
But I just think it's just brutal, that side of it. On Zuckerberg's thing, I saw this. This was from 2010, on this day, 2010, July 8th, 2010. So is that 15 years ago? Because do you count, or 14? Whatever. It's 2010. This is a post I put on the Facebook and was reminded of it today. Join Bobby Carpenter, Dee Miller, and Tim May for a LeBron edition of the Average Joe Sports Show. By the way, he's staying. There's no way you get on national television and bury your hometown team. It would be the cruelest exit for an athlete in history. Didn't have it.
Yeah,
clearly. It did remind me though. So that basically that show that we did, Buddy and I created that show for the Ohio News Network. Bob was a regular on it all the time. Dee was on it all the time. Tim was on all the time. And it was basically the best damn sports show for Ohio is what we did. And so have like a main topic. Then we did this thing called 15 and 15, which is 15 topics in 15 seconds. The third segment would be like, a lot of times it would be man court, and we'd have Tim in a wig and a gavel, and he would make judgments on people who had emailed us queries. And then we had like
Baker has a gavel.
Yeah, he does. That's right. You do, Bake. He's ready. So we could bring man court back.
I can get it if we need it.
It's always ready. And then the last segment, I think, was like a moment of zen where we just find something from this thing that people were just discovering called YouTube, and we would take a video of that and put it up at the end of the show. Long story short, though, when you come back to this, the last line of that, there's no way that you would do something like cruelest exit for an athlete in history. I'm reminded of, at the time, how naive he was to what the impact of that would be for him in his home area. He was always quick to designate he's from Akron, not Cleveland, but in his home area, and the effect that it had on him the next season, where he shrunk in the finals against Dallas that first year in Miami, and then the next 3 years he eviscerated everybody. But that first year he really struggled, like figuring out how to navigate all of it. And you say to yourself, well, it's clearly someone with his savvy would have learned from that. And then you see what has just happened in the last week with Bronny James, and you say he didn't learn at all. He didn't learn at all. He has had people around him telling him all of this is going to be okay. You're always right, for much of his life, and it's amazing he's navigated it as well as he has. But this Bronny James thing is an unmitigated disaster. It truly is. In terms of, not for them and the family, the kid's getting $8 million, and he's not going to have to play in the G League, despite the fact that his talent would require him to play in the G League. And I keep coming back to something I said last summer when Bronny was considering Ohio State. I think it's possible that for his true development as a basketball player, he would have benefited far more being a 3 or 4 year college player and making money on NIL. He would have been one of the bigger NIL guys had he actually played, but actually figuring out how to evolve his game a little bit. He's just not a pro. He's not an NBA player, and he's going to take up a roster spot in the Lakers, and it's undermined, I think, what the Lakers are trying to be as a franchise, because from the outside looking in, LeBron's running the whole operation, and I don't think that anyone would even push back on that.
No, he didn't even talk to JJ Redick before they hired him as the coach. He doesn't have anything to do with that. His biggest problem,
such a weird miss though on him.
It does
not see how this was going to go.
Bronny is the only player under, say, 25 that LeBron seems to think is good at basketball. Because even when I was reading one of the articles today, he had that interview with ESPN. It was like the players they were going after: DeMar DeRozan, Klay Thompson, James Harden, and I'm like, I mean, yes, those are still guys who can do stuff, but they're all old guys, and that's what he's done the entire time. Like, basically, Anthony Davis is like the cutoff for age as far as it goes, and he doesn't go after anybody else.
No, he doesn't. It's just one of those things where he just has a blind spot for how things are going to be perceived going back all the way to 2010, just misses how things are being viewed. Threes was on with us last Tuesday, and then he had a very good week going forward. We will get into that. Ted Carter, Top Gun Ted, says, hey, don't worry about cutting sports. We will get into that as well. And, of course, 20 most interesting programs loaded up on a Monday edition, Bishop and Friends, right here on The Fan.
Wake up with The Fan. Eat lunch with The Fan. Go to bed with The Fan. Dream about The Fan. Then change your sheets. Gross.
Ew, you guys are gross, but stick around in case I don't find anyone else.
The Fan.
Driving plays a big part in driving the local economy. It helps us all get where we're going and creates good jobs close to home. At Synovus Energy, our refineries in Toledo and Lima are a reliable domestic source of gasoline, diesel, and jet fuel. Plus, more than 2,300 employees and contractors work for us here in Ohio. See how we're helping local communities move forward at Synovus.com.
Hi, it's me, Little Bob from Bob's Discount Furniture. I know, you don't know me yet, but I'm here to let you know that I'm opening up a brand new store in your area, located at Taylor Square in Reynoldsburg, bringing even more of my everyday low prices to the people of Ohio. And if you can't wait, MyBobs.com is the quickest and easiest way to get unbeatable furniture prices delivered straight to your home today. That's my brand new Bob's Discount Furniture, coming to Reynoldsburg this summer.
Get Bob's Discount! Diamond Seller's Wedding Weekend is back. Shop buy one, get one half off wedding bands, 20% off diamond anniversary bands, and special offers on diamond engagement rings. Visit us at Diamond Seller's Wedding Weekend, Friday, July 26th and Saturday, July 27th on Sawmill Road.
We go to war for you.
At Sugar Schnarr Trial Attorneys, we don't back down. Accident? Call us today at 877-WAR-FOR-YOU or visit warforyou.com for a free consultation. Results matter because we go to war for you. warforyou.com.
Attention, boating enthusiasts. Bennington Factory demonstration models are at Buckeye Lake Marina. These exclusive demo units are loaded with the features built to dazzle at shows and exhibits. And guess what? They're all brand new with a full warranty. Some have never even touched the water. Hold on to your mooring ropes because we're offering dock-shaking discounts up to $40,000 only at Buckeye Lake Marina. These deals are hotter than the summer sun and won't last long. Visit Buckeye Lake Marina and make your dream boat a reality today. BuckeyeLakeMarina.com, where your adventure begins.
Guess what? Our ugly faces are on YouTube. Search 971 The Fan and watch all your favorite shows. Laptop, phone, tablet, smart TV, where and we wear. Bring us in the bedroom with you. Yes, The Fan.
When it comes to protecting your business, whether it's your staff, property, or assets, don't make a crucial mistake by contracting companies that provide subpar and unprofessional service. What you need is a security partner known for their unwavering professionalism and unnatural liability. You need Event Risk. Event Risk is a U.S.-based, veteran-owned company that not only specializes in on-site guarding, but also offers armed security associates and executive protection agents. Event Risk, elite protection for your peace of mind.
Hello, my name is Eric Rose, CEO and founder of Event Risk Security Services. We are a U.S.-based, veteran-owned company providing protection services and consulting to Fortune 500 corporations, movie studios, celebrities, and high-net-worth individuals. If you're tired of fluff margins with low compensation for poor-quality security officers and an endless revolving door of vendor staffing, then give us a try. For virtually the same cost, we can then address what keeps you up at night.
Visit EventRiskInc.com.
This radio commercial was made to convince you to stop speeding. We can't use siren sound effects on the radio, so we'll use other equally jarring sound effects to get your attention. Like telling you that whether you drive a little over the speed limit or a lot, you can crash just the same. You could hurt yourself or worse, others.
I'm at the scene of the collision.
And the damage you cause will be beyond repair. See, we didn't have to use crash or siren sounds after all. Speeding catches up with you. Brought to you by NHTSA.
At Glow Fiber Business, your business is our priority. With prepackaged and customized fully fiber optic solutions, Glow Fiber Business delivers the fast, reliable, and scalable fiber internet your business needs to grow, all backed by the superior local customer support you deserve. Glow Fiber is here, and we mean business. Call 1-833-WANT-GLOW or visit glowfiberbusiness.com to switch today.
Fan weather.
From the Logan AC and Heat Services Weather Center.
Today we're going to be looking at sunny skies, high 93. Tonight look for partly cloudy skies, low 70. On your Tuesday, look for increasing clouds along with a pop-up shower or storm for the afternoon, high 89. And then heading into your Wednesday, it'll be wet and rainy as the remnants of Beryl come through central Ohio. I'm meteorologist Dylan Robeshad with your Doppler 10 forecast on 97.1 The Fan.
Distilled sports discussion served in light beer quantities. You're listening to Bishop and Friends.
Indeed you are. The Schmitz-Cardale Jones Celebrity Softball game is coming. Why picnic when you can Schmidt-nick? It's presented by Monogram Homes and the U.S. Air Force. It's Saturday, July 20th, 6:30, Huntington Park. Current Buckeye players, former Buckeye players. Your captains are Cardell and Emeka Ibuka. Tickets are only $10 and available today at BuckeyeCruise.com. James Laurinaitis will be in that and will be attempting to win a home run competition. He told us last week. He won one. I guess the Rams had one, one that he played in a charity softball game, and he won the home run contest in that. As it turns out with him, and this is just letting you in on a little secret, if he attempts to do something, he's pretty damn good at it. So he attempted to do radio. He's pretty damn good at that. He attempted to do television as a lead analyst for the Big Ten Network. He was pretty damn good at that. He was really damn good at hockey when he was a kid. I guess he's really good at baseball. If he's winning home run derbies and softball competitions, he's good at that. As a football player, he's a 3-time consensus first-team All-American and the all-time leading tackler for the Rams. So he's really good at that. He's a good dad, good husband, all of those things. Basically, if you had like one of those things where it said like overall rating. Oh, by the way, he was a 99 on the NCAA video game, so he's really good at that too. Very few things he's not good at. And one of the things that I became acutely aware of when I was doing the show with him is that he had an itch to get back into football. And it was something that, before we even talked about it privately, it was something that I would hear every once in a while work its way into the show. And he would talk about missing the room or missing the guys or the juice that comes with running out to the field. And you try various different ways to replace that in other forms, but for those who have played, there really isn't anything quite like it. The locker room and running out and the juice that comes with when you're one of the men in that arena. And so it became pretty clear to me that that was a way that he was going to get back into it at some point. And so when he called me and informed me that I knew that he was going to go to Notre Dame for the visit, and I thought once he visited Notre Dame that there would be hard pressed for them not to get him to sign on the line, which is dotted. I also knew that when he did that, he had what truly was in his heart was to be here, was to be the linebacker coach at Ohio State. And Ohio State is very lucky in that this is an incredible place to live, and professional football players who made a great deal of money playing professional football want to come back here and spend the rest of their lives. And so what comes with that is a sense of home. And what comes with a sense of home is not necessarily a yearning to go find work elsewhere or a relentlessness in terms of a pursuit of climbing a coaching ladder. Would James want to someday be the head coach? Maybe. I don't know. Would he want to someday be the defensive coordinator? Yeah, maybe someday. Who knows? But I don't think he's going to go chase that to go, for example, go be the defensive coordinator somewhere else to try to get on some coaching treadmill. Same thing with Heartline. Like, they're set up. They make really good living. They made a great deal of money playing professional football. They love living here. They work for their alma mater. It's an easy sales pitch. Do you remember when he would talk oftentimes about he just wanted to be the linebacker coach at Montana State? He just wanted to live in Bozeman?
Yeah.
It's always been about lifestyle for him. It's not all of those things. And so when you combine him finally getting here, when you combine probably a year too late, quite honestly. This could have happened a couple of years ago. When you combine the fact that he finally got to be the full-time linebacker coach, and what comes with that is an ability to go and recruit, all of the things that have happened on the recruiting trail since that happened and he became the full-time linebackers coach, all of those things were pretty easy to forecast. He's good at everything. It's his alma mater he's selling. He's passionate. And from a mentor standpoint, he's going to check that box too. So am I surprised that he's done what he's done in recruiting? No. This is what we told you he would do. And he had a very good weekend. They landed the number one linebacker in the country on Friday, Riley Pettijohn. He's landed two others, Tarvos Alford and Eli Lee, in the class already. So Ohio State is now recruiting linebackers the way Ohio State recruits wide receivers and the way that Ohio State with Tim Walton recruits cornerbacks. And so all of these things are starting to happen. And now you have what we all knew would happen if James was ever mobilized and put in a position to truly flex all that he can bring to a program. All of those things have happened, and it's happening exactly the way anybody who listened to this show when he did it with me for all those years, or knew him as a player, or has come in contact with him in your private life or in a public life at Buckeye Cruise, whatever, you knew he'd be good at this. And he is. And he's really good at selling this program because he is the sales pitch. He's the guy. He's the 99 overall, and now he's going in and saying, let me do that for you too, and it lands. So this isn't surprising, but it's a hell of a weekend for him landing this Pettijohn kid.
Yeah, as you said, being somebody who knew him personally and professionally, it felt like, yeah, you can place him in there and he's going to get that done. And like you said, he can be good at just about anything he sets his mind to. Now, it's interesting that he is a good baseball player and he was a good hockey player. But you put another stick in front of him in golf, not his foray. That would be one blank spot on his resume. But everything else seems to be there. And I always thought, yeah, it made sense to me that, well, look at all the success they've had since bringing Brian Hartline in. And James seemed to be cut from a very similar cloth and could go in and do some of that. And now you're seeing the recruiting stuff. I also think 97.1 The Fan should take some credit for, hey, James comes in and does shows in consecutive weeks and then lands some huge linebacker recruits. I don't think that's a coincidence at all. But as far as the recruiting goes, it's really exciting to see him doing that on the linebacker side. But Larry Johnson has also picked up again, it feels like, on the defensive line as well. And that was something that we had seen over the last few years. On signing day, it felt like, yes, they were really highly rated overall classes, but sometimes maybe being lifted a little bit by a lot of those wide receiver groups. And maybe the quarterback, you had some 5-stars rolling in for Ohio State in the last few years. And if you really look down the list, how far you had to get to their highest rated defensive player and how many defensive players there are, it was leaving a little bit to be wanted over the previous few years leading up until like last year and now going into this 2025 class. That seems like it could be an all-timer for Ohio State. So I'm excited to see the defensive recruiting really bring it up to that level. And the other thing, according to 24/7 Sports right now, the 2025 class, ranked number 1 overall, of course, 23 commits. Ohio State's been at like 22-ish commits for most of these years, and we've always pointed to the Georgias and the Alabamas especially of, hey, they like to oversign and figure it out on the back end. And I'm wondering, hey, is Ohio State going to take that one?
Sure.
But it could be a blip, just a one-year thing, because they're also going to have a seemingly, you would think, a really large exodus after this season because of all the guys who were draft eligible this year who came back. Plus portal always,
You're going to have guys leaving too. Yeah. I mean, the 24/7 that you're talking about, currently number 1 overall class in the country. You mentioned the 23 commits, 4 5-stars, so forth and so on. But the one we always pay attention to, remember, is the average player grade. That's the one that matters most because that's how you decide. So, for example, just for those who are unaware, Notre Dame currently has the number 4 recruiting class in the country, but their average player grade is a 91.28. Usually that 93 number is the one where you start to say, okay, that's getting it done. So right now, Ohio State's at a 93.9 is their average player grade, 93.9. Alabama, with Kalen DeBoer, is 94.11. So he's crushing it. He picked up right where Saban left off. I don't know if the infrastructure guys stayed, like their version of Pantone. I don't know if those guys stayed or not. Maybe. If they, whatever, it's working. So they had currently the number 2 class. Georgia's 3. Their average player is 93.19. Honestly, what's interesting to me, Oregon is 5th, and they have the 2nd highest overall player rating. They only have 15 commits, but they're 94.10. LSU is 93.56, and that's it for the teams that are in that 93 level in the top 10 of the country. Those are the ones. But right now, in terms of the total player evaluation, Alabama's number 1, Oregon's number 2, Ohio State's number 3 on that.
And 3 of those Oregon recruits in the past week to 10 days have been guys that had Ohio State in their running with Dorian Brew, DeCorian Moore, and Jordan Davison.
Right. Yeah. They're all recruiting the same guys. I saw this story over the weekend. Phil Knight has mobilized. He's mobilized Oregon. Like, I've talked to people that are doing some of this stuff on the ground level in terms of the recruiting, and they will tell you that it is Oregon, it is Miami, and it is Texas A&M who are willing to have blank checks and say, "What do you need?" That's what's happening right now. It's all legal. It's all above board. But Oregon has Phil Knight, and if he wants to see a national championship, he's going to spend to make sure that he sees one. So there you go on that side of things. Nice weekend for threes as well. All right. New president Ted Carter says the amount of sports aren't going anywhere, but can we truly believe him on that? Is that the real truth? We'll get to that coming up next. Bishop and Friends right here on The Fan.
Common Man has spent the past 18 years telling you how much he hates people. And yes, that probably means you, too. Common Man and T-Bone.
Weekdays at 3.
The Fan.
Hey, it's Chops. After my initial consultation with Awaken 180 Weight Loss, I had one thought in mind. I could do this. After my first week losing 7 pounds, I thought
I'm doing this. Every week, I found myself sticking to my plan and continuing to lose weight. Why? Because Awaken 180 is doable, a simple term with a whole lot of meaning. If you've tried to lose weight in the past, you know what I mean. Either it was too time-consuming, too confusing, or maybe you weren't eating enough. All valid reasons, all of which are put to bed with Awaken 180. By now, you probably know someone who's lost weight with Awaken 180. Ask them. I'd bet one of their first things they would say is the program is doable. Maybe their word would be easy or realistic, but they all mean doable just the same. If your goal is to lose weight and you want a program that makes sense, do what I did and call Awaken 180 Weight Loss. 844-346-1800. That's 844-346-1800. Or reserve your consultation online at awaken180weightloss.com. That's awaken180weightloss.com.
Okay, so that's the final price. Oh, an extra fee to drive here. Is that it? A knock on the door fee. So is that the final price? A 15% Wednesday surcharge. What for? Oh, because it's Wednesday. Of course. Can I get back to you on this?
Apex Pros, the pros who knows.
This quote you gave me, are there any other charges I don't know about?
Other charges?
Like an it's too sunny fee or my dog wet the carpet tax.
No, Apex always gives you upfront pricing.
No surprise fees?
Never.
No charge if your stomach hurts or you lost your library card?
Upfront pricing every time at Apex Pros, whether it's plumbing, heating, and AC, or our new electrical services.
I'll call you right back. Hello, other company? Hi, me again.
It's Alex, the friendly Apex Bear. You'll never get a surprise charge with the Apex Pros upfront price guarantee. Schedule an appointment now at apexpros.com.
If you miss a little, you'll miss a lot. Search for your favorite fan shows wherever you get your podcasts and subscribe. Every episode comes right to your phone absolutely free. Modern technology, it's a hell of a thing. Do it now. The Fan.
Another day is here, and you're ready for it. What to wear? Check. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner? Check. Planning for what's next and how to save for it? That's where Bank of America can help. For your financial to-dos, Bank of America has experts ready to help get you closer to your goals. Get started at one of our Central Ohio financial centers or 24/7 in our mobile banking app. Find a location near you at bankofamerica.com/talktous. What would you like the power to do? Mobile banking requires downloading the app and is only available for select devices. Message and data rates may apply. Bank of America N.A., member FDIC.
It's time to start saving with deals for days at Giant Eagle and Market District. From the everyday essentials to your must-have branded favorites, Deals for Days has low prices on more than 1,000 items across the store. Don't delay. These discounted prices on your go-to groceries will only be available for a limited time. Learn more about Deals for Days at gianteagle.com or dive into savings today at your local Giant Eagle or Market District.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Bishop and Friends is sponsored by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Fast, sustainable weight loss without medications. The solution for weight loss. Awaken 180 Weight Loss.
What's up?
What's up, man? What's up with you?
All right, here's what's up on a Monday edition of the program. Top Gun Ted, our fearless president at The Ohio State University, was on with our good friends at 11 Warriors on their Real Pod Wednesdays and touched on myriad subjects. Before we get into the cuts, I would just say this. I absolutely believe that it is their intent to keep it as is. I think that the intent of we want to have a bunch of sports because it's what we've always done. Ohio State currently offers 36 varsity sports, and I think that it is their intent to keep the 36. And I think you can look to what Ross Bjork said to the new baseball coach when the baseball coach said, hey, we don't have the money for NIL in this the way we do in others, as kind of a symbol of we're going to do these sports, but we're not going to be able to do all of these sports the way all of our rivals do these sports. And by rivals, I mean specifically the schools in the South. Michigan is probably going to still try to be in this realm. They're around 30 varsity sports. Penn State will try to be in this realm, fine. But the teams that you're competing with for college football national championships, which is the most important thing, those teams are not going to try to do this. So I believe his intent is correct, that he wants to keep 36. I think Bjork's intent is correct. I just don't know that it's going to match up with reality over the long haul. So here is, this is Ted Carter, president of Ohio State, on Real Pod Wednesdays. Let's play the first one where he's talking about the college landscape.
We made one big, bold statement, and that is we're going to maintain 36 Division I sports. As I've watched college landscape think about what it means to maintain these sports, it's important once you get them to do everything you can to hold on to them. You don't want to lose that. It's too important to the student athlete. So we've made a declarative statement that we're going to hold on to that. Now, having said that, we've also got to look at what generates revenue. So for us right now, it's football, men's basketball. On occasion, women's basketball can be a contributor there. And we've just got to make sure that we maintain, even with this revenue share model, that we can do everything that we can to be self-sufficient. This program has been self-sufficient, and we anticipate it will be self-sufficient going forward.
The key there is the last part of it, and that goes back to my comment about intent, right? Can they do it? He gave you the revenue generating. It's football, it's men's basketball, and sometimes women's basketball. Those are the revenue generating at this point. The factor then becomes, how can you get more money out of those? It's just simple math, right? If you're going to have to pay $22 million at least every year to athletes that are attending Ohio State and participating in Ohio State athletics, then that money has to be replaced somewhere. So where can you get more drops of water? Where can you get more juice out of the fruit? That's where it comes into, I don't know, maybe you see an advertisement on the field at the shoe. Maybe you see something on the Buckeye jersey. Maybe you see some sort of an advertising patch somewhere there. Those are going to be the ways that they try to make up the money that they've lost, because there is no more money out there in terms of coming in from tickets, from television. All of that is finite. That's not going to go up. You can raise ticket prices. It's going to be a little bit here or there. I think one thing that the public has shown is if you raise them too much, they just won't go, especially to the non-Michigan games. And you got a lot of those type of games on the schedule now coming forward here. So it's going to be those new revenue streams if they're going to attempt to pull this off.
Yeah, and we've seen, already with like the Big 12 and what they've been trying to do with, are they going to sell the naming rights to their conference, or are they going to bring in private equity to come in? But that does seem to be the stance that the college athletic departments and the conferences are taking initially, at least. And we'll see what the reality is once all this stuff really starts to roll out and there is some sort of revenue sharing, and that $20 million range is the number that we've seen. Is it going to be that number? Is it going to have to be higher? Are certain schools going to have to go higher? We'll see. But it does feel like that most schools want to find new revenue streams to make it up rather than spending less. I'm not sure if that's going to be the reality. I think something that would be really important, especially with these conferences being dictated by college football right now, which nobody's going to let their football program run out of money, and they're going to be able to travel and they cross country. We've got 4 West Coast teams now in the Big Ten, and we've got all the way to the East Coast with Rutgers and Maryland. It crosses the entire country now. You've seen the way that the Big 12 is spread out. The ACC is adding those teams. I do think we need to go either to like Big Ten Classic or whatever, and like all those non-revenue generating sports need to just say we can just play regionally, because that's what the kids want to do. They want to compete, and they want to compete for championships. I don't think they care that, the Oregon's in the Big Ten now, so we better go out there every year. And it's just not very realistic for those sports.
Chip Kelly was right, Chops. He's been right. He was right about it when he was the UCLA head coach. A lot of people have said it too. Unfortunately, I don't think football-only conferences are something that's in the immediate future. But I do think if somebody that's the correct way, because of what you just said, because there's no point in taking 36 teams to the West Coast. There isn't. It makes no sense for the Oregon team. It makes no sense for the Oregon softball team to have to play Rutgers in softball.
Right.
When they have Oregon State in their own state that they can play, and they have Washington State. This is not. It's not. It's the problem is I just don't see it on the horizon because it will require big boy thinking and it will require blowing up the model. And one thing, and I think this speaks to what Ted's talking about here. Right now, we are still in amending the model mode. We are not in breaking up the model. And until we break up the model, some of those common sense things that you're talking about, or what Chip said, some of those things aren't going to be addressed because right now we're still trying to amend what used to be.
Yeah, and so I don't know what's going to be the reality for those sports or what they're gonna have to do. But for now, like you said, because it's not being changed, they're going to have to find a way to make that work, and that's going to be sharing flights and bunching up games when you travel. But that's where it becomes, it's the new ones to the conference. It'll put a strain for sure on the old members of the conference, but there's still going to be a lot of regional games for programs in Ohio State. All the teams they can play in the Big Ten. But going out to the West Coast is still going to be a thing. But it's all those new teams, especially those new ACC teams with Stanford and Cal going to the ACC. It just, what are they going to do? And Cal already wasn't not only not making money, but just experiencing a huge deficit for their athletic department.
Bleeding it. Yeah. No, I don't know. It makes very little sense. Have we seen schedules yet for like the spring sports? Like we spend so much time talking about football, obviously, and we pay attention to the basketball schedule as well. Like, I'm curious, like, is the Ohio State baseball schedule out? Is the Oregon baseball schedule out? USC baseball, like, what does that look like? I don't think they're out. I haven't seen them, but again, I'm not looking for them.
This was an article from May. The first piece of Ohio State's baseball team's 2025 schedule has been announced. The Buckeyes will compete in the College Baseball Series benefit Shriners Children's February 28th to March 2nd. So you've got some of that stuff, but it doesn't sound like their whole schedule is out yet.
I'm going to pull up. Let me see if Oregon's is out. They would be the ones that would.
I wonder if they can do that kind of everybody goes to one location stuff that the northern baseball teams do anyways at the beginning of the year.
Yeah.
But can you do that for longer stretches, like going into the season and just say, hey, everybody's going to go out and we're going to meet and play out in Oregon, and all the other West Coast teams can come there and stay there?
Yeah, they're not up yet. 2025 isn't up yet on the West Coast for like baseball and the non-revenue sports.
They probably haven't figured it out yet.
No, I don't think they have. And by the way, that would be alarming. It's July 8th, and you don't have schedules out for spring sports. I don't know if that's normally how it goes, but I just can't imagine being in that room trying to make sense of some of those West Coast to East Coast. And you mentioned Stanford's got all the money in the world, but Cal has none. And they're going to be going east over and over. There's just two of them in that league. I mean, it's absolutely absurd what's been done there on that side of things. All right, coming up next, a healthy dose of nostalgia, but did it hit? We'll get into that coming up next. Bishop and Friends right here on The Fan.
This promo is brought to you by Common Man and Timmy Hall's Ping Pong Game. The Fan.
Score a goal with the Love My Crew checking account from Pathways, the checking account that rewards you for supporting the crew. Learn more at pathwayscu.com. Pathways Financial Credit Union, official credit union of the Columbus Crew, federally insured by NCUA.
Hey, it's Anthony here for the Bath Authority. You spend a ton of time in your bathroom, and if you're trying to ignore your old, outdated bath or shower or that mold and mildew along with the broken tiles, you gotta call my friends at the Bath Authority. The Bath Authority provides the highest quality bathroom remodeling products along with a world-class customer experience. And all Bath Authority products are 100% made in the USA, and they can be installed in as little as 1 day by certified factory technicians. TheBathAuthority.com. A better bath awaits.
Turn any picnic into a Schmidtnick. Whether you order online, pick up at Schmidt's, or need catering, we bring the delicious flavors of our famous sausages to your celebrations. Why picnic when you can Schmidtnick?
Soak up the savings this summer from Family Dollar. It's never been easier. Just download the Family Dollar app, sign up for smart coupons, and see how you can save more than ever before. Enjoy smoking hot deals on cookout classics or get ready for outdoor fun with SPF for the whole family. Plus pool toys, decor, and so much more. Check out the app today and get ready to save with the Family Dollar Summer Savings Event. New offers drop every week. Family Dollar, helping you do more.
You can always say good morning. But when you're about to enjoy golden biscuits and toasty hash browns at McDonald's, you say, good morning.
And what better way to start your day than at McDonald's with the Sausage McMuffin, sausage biscuit, sausage burrito, or hash browns. Mix and match any two for just $3. Price and participation may vary, cannot be combined with any other offer, single item at regular price.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Hello, loyal listener. Make sure to spend your summer with the Fan. Are you going on a road trip? Don't suffer through the bad playlists and hillbilly radio stations. Download the Fan app and take us with you. The Fan, Ohio sports destination.
Hey friends, Brandon Beam here for Truehold. If you had a crystal ball, you wouldn't agonize over when to sell your home. You would just ask these questions. Should I sell when my home's value is sky high? Or wait and hope that the bottom doesn't drop out of the housing market? The thing is, I'm not ready to move. You don't need a crystal ball with Truehold's Sell and Stay program. You can literally sell now and stay in your home as long as you'd like. When you sell your home to Truehold for its best current value, you can fully cash out on your home's equity, and you can stay in your home as long as you want with an easy, affordable lease. Truehold pays property taxes, insurance, and all the maintenance and upkeep too. Truehold unlocks your wealth without uprooting your life. You can get an offer now while your home's value is sky high and use the money to secure your retirement, pay off bills, or finance your dreams. It's your money. Do whatever you want with it. Call 1-855-300-9993 or visit Truehold.com. The smarter, faster way to cash out on your home's best value without moving. Again, that's Truehold.com.
This show is sponsored by BetterHelp. How often do you compare yourself to others? It's easy to envy friends' lives on social media when you only see the good parts. But comparison is the thief of joy. Online therapy helps you focus on what you want, not what others have. Because your best life is better than the idea of someone else's. Visit betterhelp.com/like today to get 10% off your first month.
Around here at Wrangler, we are all excited for spring. The longer days, the warmer nights. When you've got your pick of shorts and jeans, either works just fine. Because comfort keeps us going. So grab your family, your friends, and your Wrangler layers for some fresh air adventures together. Blue skies, open roads. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
All your favorite fan shows are available when you want them.
Head to 971thefan.com and hit that subscribe button.
The Fan, Ohio sports destination. Our top men are working on everything except this show. This is Bishop and Friends.
And the Fan is down on YouTube. Watch your favorite shows live. Check out the videos, YouTube Shorts. How do you find us? At YouTube and search 971 The Fan. And don't forget to subscribe to the Fan's new YouTube channel. We have some comments here, Chops. Go ahead.
We've got one from Titus because we were talking about the fireworks and how they're continuing into the days after the 4th of July and said, hey, after the holiday weekend, maybe we can put them away. Well, he said it took until the 9th of July for most people to get the news of independence in 1770. He put 75, but I know it's 1776, but the years are also weird, too, sometimes. And like the July 4th of when did they actually sign the Declaration of Independence? Right. There's all sorts of stuff. But either way, he says July 9th, so that would be 2 more nights of fireworks. I responded to him. I did say, that seems like Groundhog saw his shadow logic, but I guess I'll let it ride. 2 more nights of fireworks.
I feel like that sounds fair if it's verifiable. Mm-hmm. If it did take that long, I can see that it probably would. We've got lacrosse at the end of the month in Massachusetts. It's the end of it, thank God. And so I'm in Chicago this weekend, Indianapolis the next weekend, and then Massachusetts after that. And we're kind of turning it into a little vacation. And I'm trying to decide how much of like the Revolutionary War stuff, like Revere Freedom Trail stuff, the kids would be into. Like, what's the threshold of their interest in that? They're certainly aware of it, and NBC would know, a decent amount of it. But what is the threshold for that stuff? And I've been to Boston I've been to Boston. Well, I was there with Dom when the Buckeye basketball team. We were there like 6 days, and we did a lot of things. But I don't remember doing any of the historical stuff that is good on that. And we're there for a couple days.
I wonder if you could get so when we went to Philadelphia, we got to do one that was it was double. You paid one price, but there were two different tours. They were both walking tours around all the historical stuff. The day one was like about the actual history and what these buildings and what happened there and so on and so forth. And then the night one was similar area, but like a ghost walking tour. So then they went around and told you all those ones. I wonder if Boston might have that. And then you can kind of convince the kids like, hey, we're going to do the fun nighttime one later. And you're going to be able to build on the knowledge. Yeah. When I was going into 8th grade, we went to Colonial Williamsburg out in Virginia.
Sure.
And that was fun, but that's like they play it up like they're actually still in that time period. And there's people in costumes and everything. And I remember like after a day, I was like, okay, that was fun, but you appreciate that stuff so much more when you become an adult.
Yeah, I think so too. We'll thread the needle on it and do a little bit of it, about as much as they can tolerate. I can tell you right now, based on their sleep patterns, that the ghost tour is not going to work for the two youngest. Like they're terrified.
Really?
Oh God, yeah, absolutely terrified. So they wouldn't handle it. NBC is in full horror movie watching mode. He's watching, like every time they have a sleepover, they try to find the scariest movie that they can watch. And I keep telling them like, that there's different types. I always feel like the horror movies with all the gore never got me much. Like those weren't the ones that I found scariest. It was the ones with the suspense that got me. The more thriller stuff, I found those to be a little scarier.
It also has to be just a little bit more grounded. Now they've become such like action movies at the end of the movies that it's almost like, okay, well, even the story that you're claiming this is based on didn't do this. Like the house didn't split in half and all the books were flying around everywhere. And it's like it gets past it. That's why I've always gravitated. I think it'd be a little slow for him, but 1978, the original Halloween, I think is perfect because it's just him walking around the suburbs. And that's where I lived growing up.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I think so too. I told it like the original Texas Chainsaw is pretty scary. Mm-hmm. Anything that can be rooted in truth. I think I've said before, like the scariest movie I saw as a kid, the one that made me not sleep was Silence of the Lambs. Like that was the one that I could not shake.
There could be somebody who just has this in their basement, just a hole in their basement.
Bake, what's the scariest movie you ever saw?
Oh, man. I don't really get scared at movies too
Even
often.
As a kid?
Yeah, no, not really.
God bless. You're such a sturdy soul, man.
I know.
Nothing's affecting you.
Do you watch horror movies, though?
I'm not a big movie guy anyway, so I haven't seen a lot of scare. Maybe I guess I would have to say like Texas Chainsaw Massacre, possibly.
Yeah.
But
I think that one was
I'm not a
legit.
big scary movie guy.
So I'm not a huge movie guy either because, as I've said many times, I usually have like an hour. I don't have two. But because NBC had sleepovers basically the whole last 5 days, most of the days were spent as sleepovers. The blonde and I had some time. We put the littles to bed and you got a couple hours. And we're not watching a show right now other than Lost with the oldest. So I thought, well, let's see what's on the Netflix. And of course, I'm a man, I'm 40. So what was served to me, Beverly Hills Cop, Axel F. was served to me. Now, Beverly Hills Cop was an instrumental part. It was one of the 6 to 10 movies that was my buddy Skipper West had the VHS of, and we would watch a lot. So this was one that was in the rotation, Beverly Hills Cop. Honestly, I think maybe Cop 2 is better than Cop 1. It has a better story, I think. I don't even know. See, the first one, it's so loose with the story that but it's Eddie, and he's throwing 110. So they dropped this one. Eddie was off the grid. He basically was just the donkey from Shrek for like 15 years.
I think it made him a lot of money. There's a lot of toys, a lot of licensed, like amusement park rides and stuff.
He would not come back. Like he won't go back to stand up. When he went back to SNL, like he just played it straight. Like he didn't try to be funny. And then now he did Coming to America.
He was in a Christmas movie last year that came out on Amazon Prime.
So he's starting to wade back into it a little bit. And this was his biggest foray because I think Beverly Hills Cop is probably his most beloved property that he did. A lot of people like 48 Hours too, but my hunch is this is Beverly Hills Cop is the most beloved. I found it to be a really fun hang. That's what it was. It wasn't like I watched it and I was like, oh my God, that's the greatest thing I've ever seen. I was not really, there wasn't really anything that I found surprising. Like who the big bad is pretty obvious right away. Like it's all there. He has a daughter in this one, so that's kind of that's where the emotional connective tissue is. Eddie isn't throwing 110 anymore. Like he's not as funny naturally as he was in the 80s. He's just not. But he still had some moments, and it was a fun hang. I don't know that it's anything more than that. And if you didn't have the nostalgia with the original, I don't know if it would impact you. Like you're going to do this for Chops movie review, I assume at some point.
Yeah, I was thinking about it. I definitely saw the first one on cable and maybe parts of the other two, but it's not something that I gravitated towards at those times. I haven't seen them in a very long time. I don't fully understand the naming for this one, where they just like Axel F. Well, he's in all of them. So why did it go from 1, 2, and 3, and then all of a sudden this one gets that name? But I would be interested in watching it because I've watched the other Eddie Murphy properties that have come out recently that we were talking about. The thing with comedy though, for those guys and why they're so good at the beginning of their career and then it always kind of falls off a little bit is there's two factors that make something funny. One is the misdirection, and that's something that Eddie Murphy still has for sure. He can do all that kind of stuff. But the other one is combining that with relatability. And once you've been a 10 millionaire, 100 millionaire, maybe in his case, for 20, 30 years, you just don't have the relatability anymore. And I think it's harder to get into those, especially when he hasn't been doing the movies and then it's coming back. But he Coming to America, the second one, that one didn't really hit for me, but I do think that this is where these legacy sequels should go. Always go streaming. Now, putting this in theaters, I think would have been a huge bomb, and we've talked about that with other properties too.
I don't know, because like Hitman was a huge hit for Netflix, but I don't know how to quantify a Netflix hit. So I don't know if this is a number one. Is this the number one movie on Netflix? That would quantify it as a hit, right?
Yeah, that would, for them, that's all they want. Yeah.
So yeah, it was fun. It was a fun hang. That's if you're looking for a fun hang and like, hey, there's Rosewood and Taggart and there's Axel and yeah, it's fun. On that side of things.
You don't see Judge Reinhold very much anymore,
and I think you'll see why if you watch.
Okay,
I think it all makes sense. DeCourcy loved it, huh? Our buddy Mike DeCourcy. Mm-hmm. He said it's a blast. Works harder than necessary to push the nostalgia button. Plus, the picture holds up. They essentially repeated the sound. They did. It's got all the soundtrack stuff that you had. So he said it's still fabulous. It's good. It's a fun hang. That's how I would describe it. We'll blitz the weekend coming up next. Bishop and Friends right here on The Fan.
An encyclopedic knowledge of sports and other random things you may or may not care about.
I think I found my mentor.
Rockman and Ice.
Weekdays from noon to 3.
The Fan.
Driving plays a big part in driving the local economy. It helps us all get where we're going and creates good jobs close to home. At Synovus Energy, our refineries in Toledo and Lima are a reliable domestic source of gasoline, diesel, and jet fuel. Plus, more than 2,300 employees and contractors work for us here in Ohio. See how we're helping local communities move forward at Synovus.com.
America's favorite car show returns to Columbus with a jam-packed weekend of cool cars, cool people, and good times. It's the Good Guys 26th Summit Racing Nationals, and it's all happening this weekend at the Ohio Expo Center. Cruise on out with your family and friends and check out over 6,000 of the country's coolest classics on display. And don't miss Good Guys CPP Autocross Racing action, Nitro Thunderfest, a huge swap meet and vendor midway, live music, family fun, and so much more. It's Ohio's biggest hot rod and party of the summer, and it's all going down this weekend at the Ohio Expo Center. Get details at good-guys.com.
As a local family-owned and operated company, Newman Roofing takes pride in providing a great customer experience and quality product to every job. From the first call to the final nail, you'll know how much we care. So call Newman Roofing today at 614-NEW-ROOF or visit us online at newmanroofing.com.
Now at UDF, buy 3 everyday favorites with UDrive Plus to quickly stack an extra 20 cents in gas savings. That includes drinks like Coke and Sprite, Pepsi, and Mountain Dew. And that adds up. UDF, made for you. Specially marked products with an opted-in UDrive account.
Lowe's knows owning a project means owning the right tools. And during Craftsman Days, you can save big on what you need from a brand you trust. Get a free Select V20 tool when you buy a Select Battery 2-pack. Plus, get your choice of the V20 string trimmer or leaf blower for only $99. Find these savings and more today. Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid through 7/10 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
This radio commercial was made to convince you to stop speeding. We can't use siren sound effects on the radio,
So we'll use other equally jarring sound effects to get your attention, like telling you that whether you drive a little over the speed limit or a lot, you can crash just the same. You could hurt yourself or worse, others.
I'm at the scene of the collision.
And the damage you cause will be beyond repair. See? We didn't have to use crash or siren sounds after all. Speeding catches up with you. Brought to you by NHTSA.
Broadcasting from the Lindsay Honda Studios.
Honda makes the cars. Lindsay makes the difference. Visit lindsayhonda.com.
WBNS-FM, HD1 Columbus. The Fan. Sports Center.
Good morning. I'm Ryan Baker. To no one's surprise, James Laurinaitis paying dividends on the recruiting trail already for Ohio State. The Buckeyes get a commitment from five-star Texas linebacker Riley Pettijohn this weekend. He's the number 4 linebacker in the class, according to 24/7 Sports, the number 31 player overall. James Laurinaitis has gotten recruits from 2 top 5 linebackers already. The Cleveland Guardians stayed hot. They beat the San Francisco Giants 5-4. Beau Naylor hits a 3-run homer in the 6th to power the win. Tariq Skubal pitches 7 innings, strikes out a career-high 13 as the Tigers beat the Reds 5-1. They swept Cincy over the weekend. The Reds did make a trade last night. They sent Alex Young to the Giants for outfielder Austin Slater. This one's sponsored by Dr. Mark Levy. If you're snoring and not sleeping, give him a call at 1-800-MORE-SLEEP or online, sleepbettercolumbus.com.
Producers, co-hosts, friends, some of those things are true. You're listening to Bishop and Friends.
Hi, second hour here on a Monday edition. 20 Most Interesting Programs kicks off an hour from now. We go behind enemy lines at the University of that school up north. John Bacon will provide perspective on that as well as we kick off the summer series 20 Most Interesting Programs. Austin Ward coming up at 10:33 on the big weekend, as Bacon alluded to in the update for the Buckeyes on the recruiting side of things. Between now and then, though, let's blitz the weekend. Hit it, fellas.
Bishop and Friends present a weekend sports blitz.
I believe I had that. Bake, what did you have this weekend, buddy?
I had that Ellie De La Cruz would be making his first All-Star game and be the Reds representative. You could have made a case for Hunter Green, even though he doesn't have the wins because the Reds don't hit for him. You could have made a case for Nick Lodolo, but he's been hurt quite a bit. Fernando Cruz has been good out of the bullpen. But All-Star game, stars, and there's no bigger star on the Reds than Ellie De La Cruz.
Yeah, he checks the boxes for sure. Paul Skeens made it too, man. First guy ever, number 1 overall pick, and then All-Star next time out. And he's dating Livy Dunn, so he wins across the board and is the envy of my oldest for sure. Chops, what did you have?
Does that mean Skeens is finally off the prospect list? Because I had that a few weeks ago where he I'd already played 3 games as a starting pitcher for the Pirates, and they were like, he's now the number 1 rated prospect. And it's like, sounds like he's just a major league player.
Sounds like he's just an all-star at this point. Yeah, he's probably not a prospect anymore.
I had this. I was not going to be good at line dancing. So visiting some of J-Lo's family down in Orlando this past week, and her sister is 23, just finished grad school, and she's still going out and doing that kind of stuff. And she's like, oh, there's this bar. It's called Cowboys. We go to, and I was like, I'll go to that. It sounds like fun. I mean, sure. So I went along and eventually did get out on the dance floor and basically just followed her the entire time. But they do a lot of turning. So I had to turn and then get my bearings again because I had to follow somebody. I had no idea what the dances are. That's the wildest thing. They play a song and people immediately know what to do, and they all do it in unison. It looks pretty cool. It was a pretty crowded place. We went on Friday night, but yeah, I knew I wasn't going to be good at it, and I wasn't, but I did have a good time.
Line dancing is back?
Apparently in Central Florida.
Man.
It was packed.
Because it feels like every 5 to 10 years it'll pop back in. So it's back. All right, there you go. I didn't have that, but I'll save that for another one. What did I have this weekend? So we were going up to the lake, and we can't get up there as much as we used to because of all the youth sports the boys play throughout the summer. So in the old days, and really for 15 years, we had jet skis. And it was something that we loved, and I loved having them, and they're basically undefeated. It's about as much fun as you can have. It's really hard to get hurt unless you're just a total idiot on them. You put them behind a tube behind one of them, and you pull kids around. Everybody wins. twins. And so we sold them, though, in COVID because at that time we weren't getting up there. And quite honestly, no one was manufacturing them. So we made a pretty good little check on them because the opportunity was there to sell them. So we haven't replaced them just because we haven't been going to the lake as much as we used to back in the day. So we borrowed a jet ski from some friends up there. And I told the blonde, I said, look, if we do this, you're going to want to buy jet skis again and just resist that urge because we're never going to get, it's never going to make sense financially to do it again, at least not now. And sure enough, we borrowed them. The kids had the best time ever. They were all saying, we've got to get jet skis again. We've got to get jet skis again. And of which I quickly said no, and I believe I had that. I knew exactly how this was going to go. You put kids on jet skis, they have the time of their life, and they want them. It's just that simple. We are not getting them. We're not replacing them. But I knew that this is how it would go. Absolutely.
Now, I don't know how much a jet ski would cost, but for $350, you can get the graphics kit, the skins, to make it look like Kenny Powers' jet ski with the purple and the leopard
panty
print.
Dropper.
Yes.
Isn't that what it was called? I mean, that tempting. Very tempting. What didn't you have, Bake?
I did not have yesterday in one of the 4 Columbus majors, our guy Tito winning that thing. He finished tied for first in it, and he tore up the skins, won like $250 in the skins. He shot a 93 yesterday, and that's the best I've seen Tito golf by about 20 strokes. My guy was killing it.
What was this? Where was this?
So this was at Groveport Golf Course.
It's you and him?
Well, it's
who's playing?
So there's a bunch of us. Our group, actually, there was 3 people from the fan, and we were all in the same group. It was me, Scotty Vegas, and Tito.
Okay.
And it's something that Tito and his friends have been doing for like 16, 17 years now. They have 4 different majors throughout the year. And Tito was on, man. He had every drive in the fairway just about. He played great, so good to him.
That is 90 seconds of positive Tito talk that has never previously been allowed on this show, ever. What didn't you have, Chops?
This is one. Well, we had it in the first block the first hour today, but it's an actual stat that I didn't have. So Cal will basically travel around the world this year. So Josh Pate had this stat as they're getting into the ACC because it was their we joined the ACC tweet. Cal will travel a combined 24,000 miles for their 5 road games this season. The Earth's circumference is 24,900 miles. So if you include the driving that they're going to have to do on those, I think they'll get to that extra 900 miles. And basically, they could have just taken a trip around the entire world, but it'll be 5 football games.
They're the one, right? They're the one of all of the ones that makes the least amount of sense. That's the one that makes the least amount of sense is Cal. What didn't I have? I did not have that on Friday night. So Beamsy loves lacrosse and he loves the PLL. And so he watches these games and he knows these players the way that I would be able to do NFL or college football. So I'm watching. It was Denver Outlaws versus New York Atlas is what we were watching. There's a dude for Atlas named Jeff Teat who has 44 points, which breaks the PLL record. He had it. He did it on Friday night. They have 4 games left to play. And if you've never seen it and I'm into it because the kids are now, watch that Atlas team operate. It is joy. It's behind the back passes. It's goals through the legs. It's nuts how skilled they are. And I did not have that I would sit there and watch a professional lacrosse game with him for 2.5 hours Friday night as I did. Player that impressed the most, Bake, who do you got?
For me, it's David Fry of the Cleveland Guardians. He made his first All-Star game. That was announced yesterday as one of the reserves. This is a guy that played college baseball at Northwestern State University.
Louisiana.
He was a player to be named in the J.C. Mejia trade a couple years ago. He's played everywhere for the Guardians this year. He's caught. He's played the outfield. He's played first. He's played third sometimes. He even pitched, I think, 6 through 64 pitches in a game last year. A .305 batting average, 8 home runs, 33 RBIs, and a .920 OPS this year. Good for that guy. What a grinder.
I have a cousin who coached down at Northwestern State. He was a basketball coach, but that's why I remembered that one being Louisiana. Who impressed me the most? I'm also going to go baseball, actually, but probably a league you haven't heard of. My brother-in-law, Derek, he was actually playing in the Northwoods League this year. It's a summer college league, but kind of gets to simulate a minor league experience for them, basically playing every day, traveling by bus, all that kind of stuff. And so we got to see him because they have this app, works pretty well. He plays for the Wilmer Stingers out of Minnesota. They were in the Dakotas, though, last week when I got to see him. The first night we were down there, he was DHing, and he was playing all right. He had a home run, but it was a wooden bat, so he's still getting used to that. If he had his metal bat, I think it would have been out. Guy robbed him just over the fence and took it. But then one of the later nights, he came in as a relief pitcher, which is crazy because he hasn't pitched in like 2 years. Is usually the catcher, but went in out there and pitched, struck out the last 2 guys, and got the relief pitcher of the game award for it. So good job, Derek. And I'm gonna download that app. You can get it right on your Roku, and I'm gonna watch some of his games as the season goes on.
There you go, Buddy Garrity. So he's my player impressed the most. We have for the first time in 5 years, we had turkeys back here at the residence. They were cruising through. It looked like a couple of moms and maybe 6 to 7 littles. And the loyal listeners know how I feel about birds, especially turkeys. They're my number one, right at the top of the list of the most terrified I am of any species of bird. Would be those, any breed rather. And so we made a decision. I'm like, well, this can't stand. I can't have them coming through here again. We're not going to have it. So we get Buddy Garrity, and so bird dog by nature, he's a retriever. Dude, he stalked him. He snuck up. No training, like just instinct, animal instinct. He stalked him, got right up behind him. Now he's a retriever, so his instinct should be to grab it and then bring it to me. I think that's what the idea is. So now, if you're wondering, did I let him devour the chicks? No, I did not. I called him off before it got close, and then he probably got within like 15 feet of them. He definitely would have got one of them because I don't know if the chicks could fly. He definitely would have got one of them had I not called him off. So as I called him off, he barked, they panicked, and I'm guessing they'll never be back. But it was a pretty good job of animal instinct out of Buddy Garrity on a Sunday night. Player who disappointed the most.
Nature versus nurture, Lodge.
Nature always wins, dude. I just didn't want to clean it up, quite honestly. Like, I didn't need dead turkey all over my yard.
For me, it's Justin Hill, the kid from Winton Woods, the edge rusher / linebacker, whatever he was. Ohio State had been in on him for a while. They really wanted him to come here, and he chose Alabama over the holiday weekend. He would have been a big get for this class. Unfortunately, they just don't have a lot of film for the position that he was going to play. Hopefully, maybe this year he sees what C.J. Hicks and Sonny Styles can bring to the table, and maybe they can flip him, keep in communication with him, but bummer that they didn't get Justin Hill.
So I had a good experience. My flights were, there was only 2. They were both direct, but they were all on time. All great there. But where I had the player who disappointed the most, and I get it, they're just being told to do by their bosses, by people up on top of them, but it was minutes long, the pitch for the credit card for this airline. And they just kept going, and just over the loudspeaker, and you're in a plane, you're stuck, there's nothing you can do about it. And he did it twice yesterday on the way back, did it, and then handed out some of them to people who were interested, and then came back and came out with more reasons why you should get it. And I was like, I don't want it, man. Can we just turn it off?
Yeah. All they got to do is just make the miles you get with your first purchase big enough, and then eventually that threshold's crossed, and then people will sign up for it. Player disappointed. So I was intrigued by this because I remember her doing the press for it. I'm going to go with Jennifer Lawrence here. She did the press for this movie called No Hard Feelings, which she pitched as like a Dumb and Dumber comedy. That's what she was going for, like an adult comedy.
Like a Fairly Brothers, comedy.
Yeah, like that's what she was kind of going for with it. So, again, like NBC is 1,000 Sleepovers, so we had a chance to watch the movie. So I'm like, well, this might be funny. Let's watch this. It was not. It was not funny. It did not have funny moments. It tried to be like heartfelt at the end. It was an awkward premise. It didn't make a whole lot of sense. All for a car? It just was a fail. It's just a bad job. Like, it was not what she was intending for it to be, and I think she thought because she got naked in it, like that was going to make it that. Did you do this on Chops Movie? You did? What did you grade it?
I don't remember what I graded it, but I remember thinking it was boring. That was like
very boring.
It's just kind of goes by.
The last 45 minutes just suck. Like, it's just like there's nothing to it. It's not good. It's not good. Bud Kilmer, honorary coach of the week. Who do you got, Bake?
Oh, this one was easy for me, James Laurinaitis. They've got 2 of the top 5 linebackers now in this class. Actually, 4 of the top 5 players in this class are on the defensive side of the ball. It seems like there's a renewed focus on defensive recruiting, and I think James is a big part of that.
Yeah, I think it might be a clean sweep for threes on this one. When he was on Man and Bone the other week, I texted him during the show because I was listening to some, and I was like, "Oh, good to hear you back on the radio, but don't come back from my job." And he was like, "Oh, I don't think you have to worry." And I was like, "Yeah, but if you did, then I could just become the linebacker coach." No, I don't think I'm going to become the linebacker coach. I think threes has it down.
Yeah, good for him. This was it is a clean sweep. Like, this is something that this summer was something he was pointing to, and I'm sure there was a great deal of pressure on him to deliver in a way that Hartline and others had delivered, and he needed to do it. And it's like, I understand, like, you don't celebrate until the sign on the line, which is dotted, but this was a very, very big week and a very big summer for threes. So yeah, he sweeps the Bud Kilmer honorary coach of the week. A lot going on the hardwood. We mentioned this off the top, the Bronny James debut. Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese are both playing historically good at the moment, and the Cavaliers get their guy to re-sign. But now what? It's all coming up next. Go on the hardwood. Bishop and Friends right here on The Fan.
If you consider yourself a Buckeye fan, you've come to the right place. This is your heritage sports talker and home of Ohio State athletics, The Fan, Ohio's sports destination.
As a local family-owned and operated company, Newman Roofing takes great pride in providing great customer experience and quality product to every job they do. From the first phone call to the end of your project, they'll know who you are. Don't just get a roof, get a Newman roof. Call 614-NEW-ROOF, newmanroofing.com.
If you're listening to this and you're not already keeping it easy in your backyard with a Bud Light, well, consider this message a gentle reminder. Your backyard is waiting, and so is that Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Bud Light. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Ready for an amazing deal? BreezeLine's fiber-powered internet, starting at $19.99 per month, offers the reliability you deserve and security you can trust. Whether you're streaming, gaming, or working from home, we've got all your needs covered with speeds up to 1 gig in our 2-year price lock guarantee. This deal gets even better with 2 free months of internet, free equipment, and free Wi-Fi your way to protect against cyber threats. Act now. Terms and conditions apply. Offer expires July 8th, 2024. Learn more at breezeline.com.
When you have to stop but don't really want to, stop at BP. Because BP has everything you need to keep it going. Fuel to keep the adventures going. The BP Me app to keep the savings and the commutes going. Snacks and drinks to keep the crew going. And the BP Me Rewards Visa to keep the rewards going and going and going. A stop at BP isn't a stop at all. Keep it going.
Hot deal days are here at Meijer. Get big offers all over the store July 7th through 13th. Save $170 on Element 65-inch 4K Zumo TV. Plus, get $50 off your next in-store purchase with coupon printed at checkout. Limit 2. Save $80 on a SodaStream art machine. And get 40% off select top hydration bottles and tumblers. These prices won't last long. Shop Hot Deal Days at Meijer. Exclusions apply. See all deals in-store or in the Meijer app.
Remember how that little girl in Poltergeist was in the TV?
They're here.
Yeah? Well, she's actually dead now. It's quite sad. Anyway, watch your favorite fan shows on your TV by subscribing to us on YouTube. Search 971 The Fan. Do it now.
Excuse me, waiter. There's a hair in my soup. A long purple hair.
I'm so sorry. I'll get the manager.
I'm the manager. How can I help?
Wait, weren't you the Plum Insurance mascot?
What gave it away? My long purple fur?
Something like that.
What if all insurance companies were like NJM and were known for putting their policyholders first, not gimmicks? Then all those insurance mascots would have to get real jobs.
I'll pass on dessert.
No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
Hey, Bobby Carpenter here from Carpenter Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electric. We save our customers tons of money and frustration by simply inspecting their sewer, water, and drain lines with our high-tech cameras before there's a problem. Check us out at carpentercolumbus.com. That's carpentercolumbus.com.
Score a goal with the Love My Crew checking account from Pathways, the checking account that rewards you for supporting the crew. Learn more at pathwayscu.com. Pathways Financial Credit Union, official credit union of the Columbus Crew. Federally insured by NCUA.
Hello, it's John Kozik, founder and president of TurboTrack Realty, and I buy real estate as is fast for cash. Give us a call today for an all-cash offer at 614-470-2000, 614-470-2000. I buy vacant properties, inherited homes, divorce situations, death in the family. I even buy my tenants won't pay me the rent houses. Give us a call today for an all-cash offer at 614-470-2000, 614-470-2000.
America's favorite car show returns to Columbus with a jam-packed weekend of cool cars, cool people, and good times. It's the Good Guys 26th Summit Racing National, and it's all happening July 12th through the 14th at the Ohio Expo Center. Cruise on out with your family and friends and check out over 6,000 of the country's coolest classics on display. And don't miss Good Guys CPP Autocross Racing action, Nitro Thunderfest, a huge swap meet and vendor midway, live music, family fun, and so much more. It's Ohio's biggest hot rod and party of the summer, and it's all going down July 12th through the 14th at the Ohio Expo Center. Get details at goodcashguys.com.
Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com, Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
Fan weather.
From the Logan AC and Heat Services Weather Center.
Today, sunny, hot, and humid with a high of 93. Today's actually the hottest day of the week. Tomorrow will be slightly cooler. We'll have a few afternoon showers and storms on your Tuesday with a high of 89, and then some heavy rain Tuesday night going into Wednesday as the remnants of Hurricane Beryl move into central Ohio. I'm meteorologist Dylan Rubshod with your Doppler 10 forecast on 97.1 The Fan.
The uncle you never knew you had. The friends you kind of wish you didn't. This is Bishop and Friends.
See this on the social from Kyle and Chops. I see you responded to it. He said, I feel like Blair Witch Project would scare NBC and his friends really well. Nothing truly happens, but it's suspense and silence that creeps you out. It's ultra realistic. If they didn't know about it, I think there's a chance. Like if you went in blind and didn't Google it or nothing. Like the problem is they all have phones. Mm-hmm. So as they were trying to sell it to one, it would have to be one of those ones, Kyle, where I would have to go downstairs when they were having a sleepover, put it on, take their phones, and
tell them it's a documentary. Like this was
sell it. I'd have to sell it.
That's how they sold it when it originally came out.
Did.
People legitimately did not know if it was real or not. It was like the first viral marketing campaign. Mm-hmm. The funny thing is they got to use the internet to perpetuate that it was real rather than being able to look up that it was fake. Because they had a website and everything that people were trying to piece together the mystery. But that first hour, I think, would be a really hard sell. But if they don't know, then maybe it could
totally
work.
Blind. I think I could get them.
Yeah.
Like if I didn't tell them what they'd have to have a sleepover. I'll take the phones. This is something that I watched when I was in college. It's real. Best of luck.
We had a few other people on the YouTube chat chime in. Somebody came in with, Craig said, The Strangers. Have you ever seen that one where the two people, it's Liv Tyler and this guy, and they go to a cabin, and then they're remote, and then they just start to see these people outside in the yard and stuff, and they're masked, and so then it's just really suspenseful.
That would probably get them too, especially if they watched it here. We have all sorts of windows in the basement, so people could see in, and it's wooded here, so that would have the potential to be able to do it be a little bit scary. We had a lot in the hoops where a lot of free agency happened on the NBA side of things. Donovan Mitchell officially re-signed with the Cavaliers. That happened, 3-year, $150. It's a 2-year deal, so he can hold their feet to the fire. The next thing on them will be what now? Because I saw Ben Axelrod of Awful Announcing tweet this. I think he's on point. You cannot tell me that they convinced Mitchell to sign an extension based on this roster just stays the same and somehow we are able to be better than Philly and Boston and whoever else going forward.
New York.
In the East. New York, Milwaukee, all of them. So to me, it feels like they must have something else up their sleeve, and the something else up their sleeve would have to be Darius Garland. That's the next thing. And then how do you make sure that the give back for that fits with what Mitchell is?
Yeah, and because you're right, when you put it together, it's okay, Mitchell has done the thing that you needed him to do. He's come in and been all-star, all-NBA type level, going, he went for 70 in a game, and it has elevated the Cavs, where they were able to get to the second round of the playoffs, but you can tell once they get up against those teams that are the real competitors for the championship, that no, they're not quite on that board, and part of that has been the development of some of those guys. Now, Darius Garland is still a really good player, but as you've mentioned many times, he doesn't quite fit with
they're redundant.
With Donovan Mitchell. So find something that works with him, which probably a very good shooter. Can we get that and something, and then that can possibly make the difference for him.
Bo, you're seeing a lot of rumors about them, as Chops just said, wanting to get a 3-and-D type wing player. You're hearing a lot of Miles Bridges, Cam Johnson, Dorian Finney-Smith. And we talked on Saturday, Tim May and I, to Tim Alcorn, the radio play-by-play voice of the Cavaliers. Okay. And he said he thinks for sure they are looking at a 3-and-D type wing.
That's what they need for sure. I think that's what they thought Isaac Okoro would be when they drafted him, that he would serve that. There's no question that Mitchell and Garland are redundant, and you can't have two of them. And I think it's stunted Garland because I think he's pretty special, but he just can't play up. You can't have two smallish guards in one backcourt. It's just not going to work on that side of things. So all of those guys would make sense, and we'll see what they can get done on that side of things. It's also possible on the WNBA side of thing, and we talk about this because the ratings demand it, that both Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese are really good. Both can be true. They obviously don't like each other. They're going to play together, though, right? Because isn't the WNBA All-Stars are going to play Team USA?
Yeah, that's the plan. So they both became All-Stars in the last week or so. So they'll finally be teammates for a game.
They will be teammates. Caitlin Clark had her first triple-double of her career, and the first in her the Fever's history with 19, 13, and 12. What was most significant about this, though, is they actually beat New York, who's the best team in the league, and they beat them. So that's what really matters, is they're starting to win, and she's consistently been great. The Chicago Sky, both of these teams would be playoff teams, by the way. The Fever would be the 7 and the Sky would be the 8. She recorded her 13th consecutive double-double, which is a new league record on that side of things. So guess what? They're both good. That's kind of the way that it goes. The one thing is that Clark is the one who drives the numbers, though. That's something that we talked about a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, and I mean, when you're talking about that double-double record for Angel Reese, it's always, okay, look at his stat. Like, that's really impressive, but, like, what does it have to do? Well, who does she pass? Candace Parker, who was the one who had 12 in a row. And it's like, okay, so if you're on a list of, like, hey, you did something that surpasses what Candace Parker did, yeah, you're truly a great basketball player at this point. And that's why it was so funny when the learning curve that Caitlin Clark was kind of going through the first few weeks in the WNBA, and everybody was like, "Oh man, see, she's terrible." Like, and it's like, no, I think she's just getting used to it. Like, she is definitely a full-on, like, starting one of the best players in the WNBA. She's going to do it. Yeah,
she's a star. Yeah, she's a top 15 player in the league for sure.
It's crazy how much these players have been picked apart. You know, Angel Reese, she does have some warts in her game, but let's pay attention to what she does really, really good and at a high level. And Caitlin Clark the same way. Like, they're rookies. There's a learning curve for this. Yeah. There's things they need to get better on, but man, they are playing so at such a high level for rookies, and the eyeballs are on the game like never before.
One thing that we're going to have to pay attention to is how. Well, we're not going to have to pay attention to it, but I did find it interesting the way that ESPN and others are covering Bronny James as if he's like Wembanyama. So, like, if you were on the cover, the front page of ESPN.com at one point over the weekend, like, it's like making a big deal about his debut. He had 4 points.
It's LeBron-aganda for them.
It is, and they're getting back into it. They did this in the old First Steak days with Skip and Stephen A. And they will find something like this. They did it with Tebow. So they will find something that you can argue strenuously one way or another. The problem with this is I don't know how you could argue that he's ready for this, that he was worthy of the contract that he was given, which, by the way, is not a two-way contract. He's not going to play in the G League. Like, he's taking up a roster spot on the Lakers next year, and he is not of that level as a player. Not at all.
And then in that ESPN article, they basically presented LeBron's statements without pushing back on it at all. And LeBron is trying to, like, frame it as what Bronny did was harder than what he did to get to the NBA. Like, it's like you're trying to, like, yes, he did have to, like, work hard and do some of this stuff. And, he could have easily, because of the means that he has, done something else. But I'm not going to believe you, LeBron, that, like, this was the hardest track to the NBA ever.
No. In fact, he was only going to be drafted by that team at that place and compensated that way by that team. Mm-hmm. That's it. There's nobody else. It's not a knock on the kid. It's really hard. There's only 60 guys who get drafted every year. It's tough.
That article was also like, LeBron left some money on the table to make sure that they could handle their cap situation. And then it says he left $3 million on the table. And it's like, okay, that's not real.
Yeah, they're going to play irrelevant basketball, but they'll get to play. Father and son will get to play together. And look, as we said, there's nepotism in ownership. There's nepotism in front office. This is just nepotism on the actual roster. Talk a little Buckeye football with our good buddy Austin Ward coming up next. Bishop and Friends right here on The Fan.
The Big Nine was a sad, incomplete place. Enter Ohio State. The rest is history. The Buckeye Show.
Weeknights at 6.
The Fan.
This radio commercial was made to convince you to stop speeding. We can't use siren sound effects on the radio, so we'll use other equally jarring sound effects to get your attention. Like telling you that whether you drive a little over the speed limit or a lot, you can crash just the same. You could hurt yourself or worse, others.
I'm at the scene of the collision.
And the damage you cause will be beyond repair. See, we didn't have to use crash or siren sounds after all. Speeding catches up with you. Brought to you by NHTSA.
Okay, so that's the final price. Oh, an extra fee to drive here, is that it? A knock on the door fee, so is that the final price? A 15% Wednesday surcharge, what for? Oh, because it's Wednesday. Of course. Can I get back to you on this?
Apex Pros, the pros who knows.
This quote you gave me, are there any other charges I don't know about?
Other charges?
Like an it's too sunny fee or my dog wet the carpet tax?
No, Apex always gives you upfront pricing.
No surprise fees?
Never.
No charge if your stomach hurts or you lost your library card?
Upfront pricing every time at Apex Pros, whether it's plumbing, heating, and AC, or our new electrical services.
I'll call you right back. Hello, other company? Hi, me again.
It's Alex, the friendly Apex Bear. You'll never get a surprise charge with the Apex Pros upfront price guarantee. Schedule an appointment now at apexpros.com.
Hey, it's Chops, and thanks to Awaken 180, I dropped my first 60 pounds in only 13 weeks. That's the same length as summer. Enjoy the summer months while creating the new you. Reserve your at-home consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com. That's awaken180weightloss.com.
At UDF, our made-from-scratch peach ice cream is back with a bonus. When you buy 3 48-ounce cartons, you can quickly stack an extra 20 cents a gallon in gas savings. UDF peach ice cream, made for you, while supplies last with an opted-in UDrive account.
Wouldn't it be fun if we went back and aired old Buckeye games where they kicked the crap out of people? It's happening, baby. Join Timmy Hall for Buckeye Replay, Saturday at 1.
This week, Ohio State and Oregon in the 2010 Rose Bowl.
The Fan.
Spectrum delivers with fast and reliable internet. And with Spectrum One, you get even more. Spectrum Internet, so you can work, game, and stream with speeds up to a gig. Plus advanced Wi-Fi for enhanced security and one Spectrum Mobile unlimited line, both free for 12 months. Internet, advanced Wi-Fi, and mobile. Get it all together with Spectrum One, starting at just $49.99 a month. Visit Spectrum.com for full details. Offer subject to change. Valid for qualified residential customers only. Restrictions apply.
Guys, it's summer and it's time to do more outdoors. But do you feel out of energy, lacking motivation, and mental focus? It could be low testosterone. Low T affects millions of men, and it happens naturally. The solution, testosterone replacement therapy at Low T Center. It starts with a quick test and results are fast. Don't wait. Take control of your health. And now Low T Center is offering a free initial test. So if you're over 30, schedule a visit at lowtcenter.com today. Offer till July 6th. That's lowtcenter.com. Terms and conditions apply.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
America's favorite car show returns to Ohio for the biggest hot rodding event of the year. It's the Good Guys 26th Summit Racing National, and it's all taking place this weekend at the Ohio Expo Center in Columbus. Check out thousands of chrome and candied hot rods, muscle cars, and trick trucks. Shop the huge swap meet at Vendor Midway and see which rides take home the crown of the Good Guys 2024 Classic Instrument Street Rod and PPG Street Machine of the Year. It's all happening this weekend at the Ohio Expo Center, and you don't want to miss it. Get complete details at good-guys.com.
Bishop and Friends is sponsored by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Fast, sustainable weight loss without medications. The solution for weight loss. Awaken 180 Weight Loss.
He knows everything about the Buckeyes. He's been offered tens of dollars by a certain team to spill his secrets. He's told that certain team to go to hell.
Damn you all to hell!
He's Austin Ward.
Sponsored by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. More life, more energy.
And, of course, he joins on the Bryant Heating and Cooling Systems fan guest hotline. He does every single Monday at this time. Hey, Ward, thank you so much for the time, my friend. Let me start here. We'll give Threes his flowers in a second. But you are a very, very passionate soccer fan, USA soccer fan, and they were eliminated from Copa. When Berhalter was brought back, I didn't understand it at the time. So let's just start there. How did he get another crack at this, and why has he not been relieved of duties yet?
I mean, Beau, I wish I could answer either one of those questions.
Strange, right?
It's my great torture in life that I've had to watch this man for the last 10 years and not really. He's in control of the two teams that I care about the most as an actual fan, and with putting my own time, energy, and money into it, and I've been baffled by it. I remember my wife's. One of her great frustrations is like this memory of me arguing with Frankie Hayduck in the old Crew Stadium, historic Crew Stadium, during one of the worst seasons in Crew history. And I wanted Berhalter fired then from the Crew job. And Frankie, in his own passionate way, was, you don't get it. You don't understand what's going on. It's rebuilding the culture and it's doing all these other things. And that's, to me, the memory of that conversation still resonates with what people are trying to describe Greg Berhalter's tenure with the U.S. as. And somehow he has convinced a ton of people that he is the only one who can do this, that he is seeing things that nobody else can see, and he's installing things that nobody else can understand. And there's just this insular group of mainly people who've been involved with the United States soccer national team and around Greg Berhalter since he was, playing in the 90s that have been fully bought into this system and way of doing business that doesn't seem to actually produce results no matter where he is. That's not just Columbus. That's not just the U.S. That's before that. So I didn't understand the mulligan. Few national team managers actually get that chance anyway, and when they do, it very rarely works out, as we had just seen with the U.S. and Jurgen Klinsmann before, or bringing back Bruce Arena for a second time. So it never made sense in real time. It doesn't make sense that they haven't made a move to me right now, given the stakes and what's out in 2 years. This was the opportunity to show that there had been progress, and you can point to injuries or momentary bits of madness for Tim Weah all you want. The results are the results, and he is the one who's supposed to be in charge of the culture that changes everything, and this all happens under his watch. Like, you don't get multiple years and 50 games to work through a culture building scenario. So I could probably rant about it way longer than one segment, though, but I don't know the answer, and it honestly, like, the results of what happened at Copa and the way that this has been trending under Greg Berhalter, I'm losing the ability to get excited for 2026 because it's just like, this is what's happening, and it's not getting any better.
So you said the results are the results, and I said something last week when they were eliminated, and that you tell me if this is fair. So the last time we had a World Cup was 1994. And the thinking was at that time that we would be I remember people saying this, and you and I are of similar age, so I'm sure you remember it too, that the United States, the next time we host a World Cup, would be a World Cup contender. To me, we look exactly what we were in 94 as an operation. It's not much different to me in terms of what happens on the national stage, what happens in the continental stage. It seems like USA Soccer is about what it was in 94.
I mean, yes. I think that that's probably fair, but it had made dramatic progress through 2014, and I think at that time people were looking at United States soccer, and it was over halfway between 94 to 2026. It's like, oh boy, they're right on track. And And so that's the frustrating thing, I think, as you and I sit here and look at it, is like they are probably in a similar spot, although maybe more secure with where they are in CONCACAF thanks to Mexico's own regression, which has slid way beyond the United States. Like the U.S., although if you're looking at the current results and what Canada is currently doing and losing to Panama twice for Greg Berhalter at this point, it feels more precarious, although they have had the results and have won games of significance with Greg Berhalter in CONCACAF. You can't take that away. But if the point is that the United States needs to be advancing in the knockout stages and posing a real threat, they were closer to doing that 10 years ago in Brazil than you can even possibly comprehend in 2024 going into 2026. So that's the part that's driving me a little bit crazy, is that it's not as if they've been stagnant and staying in the exact same place from 1994 until now. They made dramatic progress, and now they're giving it all away.
Yeah, it's stupefying, and I knew you'd be the guy that'd have a pretty decent handle on it. Let's do a little Buckeyes. So Threes is pretty good at this. Once you give him a title and let him get on the road, he can recruit it a little bit, Coach.
Yeah, I don't know that would surprise anybody. But the question was always going to be like if he wanted to do it, because once he committed to it, I'm not sure that there's been anything that James has ever done in his life that he didn't become immediately very good at. Although the golf game doesn't seem great based on the coach's outing a couple of weeks ago, but he's just, I don't know that he's fully committed to that. He is fully committed to being a linebackers coach, being and I know that these guys bristle at the title, but like, if you are very good at building relationships, you are a good recruiter. That's in life. That's in college football. That's in any other line of work. So he has got the proof. He's got the title. And that's, I think, what everyone was wondering. And even going back to like the first conversation maybe between Ryan Day and James Laurinaitis, it's like, are you sure? Like you don't have to do this. You got very good at media. You don't need the money. You were very good at the NFL. Like, do you want to put in the time? Do you want to hop in a car or get in a 6 a.m. flight to go talk to 16, 17, 18-year-old kids? And once everybody decided that the answer was yes, including James, that he was going to be fully committed to doing it at the highest level. So, there was some back and forth and trying to figure out the right way to massage the coaching staff in the off season. One option was, James potentially trying to do something that would be for the good of the program and waiting for one more year. But I think we can all look at this now, 6 months later, 7 months later, and think, well, this was probably the most obvious choice, and it was also maybe the best one, because putting him in a position where he gets to go evaluate the linebackers he wants, build relationships with the families that he wants to be part of the program, and all the other things that come with recruiting, he's thrown himself fully into that, and you're seeing the results. And I think that it's a great setup that they have where Jim Knowles doesn't have to be wearing two hats with linebacker recruiting, and I don't think he wants to do that. And if you can give that hat to somebody who has always worn the Block O and represented it at the very highest level, you're going to have good results. So you still have, I think it's a fascinating year for him once we get 1 month from now into training camp, where not just the recruiting side, but developing and what's going to happen with Cody Simon and CJ Hicks and Sonny Styles. We'll probably get to that on August 1st, but this is all setting up. It's been a big year for him, and the in-season evaluation is coming, but the off-season evaluation, he has passed already.
Yeah, and by the way, I'm sure that he has taken notes of us questioning his golf game, and my guess is he'll be an 8 handicap by next summer. If there's time, he'll do it. Like, that's just how he rolls.
Of course, and as long as he invites us out there and then beats us head to head, I'm cool with it.
That's right. That's the way that thing's going to go. Good talking to you as always, my friend. Appreciate your time.
All right, see you, Beau.
All right, that's our good buddy Austin Ward, right here at the Fan and dotting the I's on the Bryan Heating and Cooling Systems Fan Guest Hotline. Let's do the giveaway. We got time for that. Bake, you up for it? You up for the giveaway? All right, here you go. It's your Cardale Jones Celebrity Softball game. It is taking place on July 20th. you can go right now. If you want tickets, you can purchase them $10 available at BuckeyeCruise.com. 6:30 Huntington Park on July 20th. Let's go. Well, we got threes, so let's go third caller at 821-9710 picks up the 4-pack of tickets to that. We hit Thing or Not a Thing up next. Bishop and Friends right here on The Fan.
We're the highest rated sports radio station in America. There's no joke there. We just are. The Fan, Ohio's sports destination.
Attention aspiring media stars. Are you ready to take your talent to the next level? Register for your chance to win the Be On Air Summer Slam contest. This is your chance to showcase your skills in a thrilling 30-second live script challenge. Visit now at studiocontest.com to secure your spot and compete for amazing prizes, including a 4-hour studio session, Shure MV7 microphone, and Audio-Technica M20X headphones. Don't miss out on this dynamic event. Be On Air Summer Slam contest, where talent meets opportunity. Visit studiocontest.com and sign up today.
Right now at Planet Fitness, you can get everything you need for just $1 down. And I mean everything. Top-tier equipment? Check. 24-hour access? You bet. Free fitness training? Always. Workouts in the free PF app? What'd I tell you? Even super friendly team members.
Hey, welcome to Planet Fitness.
Oh, hey. I was just mentioning you.
Hey.
Join Planet Fitness today and get everything you need for just $1 down, $15 a month. Cancel anytime. Deal ends Thursday, July 18th. See Home Club for details.
Hey, it's Bobby Carpenter. For years, like me, you've heard their name on the radio, you've seen their ads on TV, you've seen their trucks driving around in your neighborhood, or you've been greeted with a smiling face at a local community event. Newman Roofing. That's right. They've built their reputation on honesty and professionalism within the Central Ohio community. As a company, Newman Roofing believes in giving back to the community who has supported them over the last 32 years. It's essential to developing those long-lasting relationships with their families. Tim is a small-town guy with small-town values, and when I met and talked with him and his team, you could tell how much they love the community they serve. And you can hear those stories and hundreds of 5-star reviews to how many people trust Newman Roofing with their project and how they meet their expectations. So when it comes to your roofing needs, call Newman Roofing to receive unparalleled customer experience. So give them a call at 614-NEW-ROOF or newmanroofing.com. That's newmanroofing.com.
Summer is full of family fun, strawberry picking, little Johnny's baseball games, warding off shark attacks on the beach.
You're going to need a bigger boat.
When you get sick of all that crap, turn to us. Download the Fan app and take us with you. The Fan.
Hot deal days are here at Meijer. Get big offers all over the store July 7th through 13th. Save $170 on Element 65-inch 4K Zumo TV. Plus, get $50 off your next in-store purchase with coupon printed at checkout. Limit 2. Save $80 on a SodaStream art machine. And get 40% off select top hydration bottles and tumblers. These prices won't last long. Shop Hot Deal Days at Meijer. Exclusions apply. See all deals in-store or in the Meijer app.
Soak up the savings this summer from Family Dollar. It's never been easier. Just download the Family Dollar app, sign up for smart coupons, and see how you can save more than ever before. Enjoy smoking hot deals on cookout classics or get ready for outdoor fun with SPF for the whole family. Plus pool toys, decor, and so much more. Check out the app today and get ready to save with the Family Dollar Summer Savings Event. New offers drop every week. Family Dollar, helping you do more.
Did your mobile provider just increase their prices again? Switch to Spectrum Mobile, the nation's fastest growing mobile provider. With Spectrum Mobile, you get unlimited talk, text, and data, plus nationwide 5G. Switching to Spectrum Mobile has never been easier. We'll pay off your phone balance up to $2,500. Stop dealing with price hikes from your cell phone company. Get Spectrum Mobile. Visit spectrum.com/itpays-to-switch for full details. Offer subject to change. Service not available in all areas. Restrictions apply.
The Ohio Egg Fest is back for its 10th year, presented by Specialty Gas House and Buckeye Cruise for Cancer. Join us for this big green egg grilling competition at Fortress Obetz on Saturday, July 27th. Enjoy all-you-can-eat food from 36 cook teams, live music from North to Nashville, cooking demos, giveaways, and more. Don't miss out on discounted big green egg grill packages with over $600 off retail and a lifetime warranty. Pre-order online at theohioeggfest.com today. Before they sell out, all proceeds benefit cancer research at the James. Get your discounted big green egg grills and your taster tickets now at theohioeggfest.com.
The Fan Guest Hotline is sponsored by Carpenter Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electric, and Bryant, doing whatever it takes to keep your home comfortable. The Fan.
The best hair on the air. You're listening to Bishop and Friends.
All right, time for a little thing or not a thing. Hit it, fellas.
Thing or not a thing.
Sponsored by Apex Plumbing Pros.
Guys, I saw this story over the weekend, and I thought it was pretty cool. Former Buckeye basketball player Musa Jallow is back at Ohio State, but he is not on the hardwood. He got himself a job at the Wexner Medical Center as an inpatient physiologist working in the cardiopulmonary rehab at the Ohio State Ross Hart Health Hospital. Jallow had a lifelong passion for health and physical education. It led him to earn a bachelor's degree while he was at Ohio State in exercise science. Then he completed his master's while he was Charlotte. He's currently playing in the Kingdom Summer League that's going on over at Ohio Dominican, and he's on a team with former teammates Caleb and Andre Wesson. He's planning on furthering his education this fall by attending medical school at Ohio State. Thing or not a thing?
That's Jardy with that, right? Was that in the Dispatch?
Yeah, that's. I saw Jardy did do an article on that.
Yeah. All cool. All a very cool thing. And I think it's a reminder for us that there is still room for both. There is room for the NIL, make all the money I can, prepare me to be a pro. And there is also a tremendous value in a free education and the relationships that come with a free education. So I think it's a great thing across the board.
I didn't remember him being at Ohio State as long as the article depicted there, and that he got his undergrad degree. So it was great, too, that he was able to parlay that it wasn't just a transfer to just try to play more or do anything like that. And he dealt with some injuries, it sounded like, at Charlotte as well. But he was actually able to go and get the master's degree. As far as the name always sticks out to me, Musa Jallow, because it's kind of a unique name as well. But for some reason, I had an alarm on my previous phone, and the ringtone that was for the alarm, the beat when it went off in the mornings would for some reason work with the amount of syllables in Musa Jallow. And so I remember a ton of mornings waking up with it running in my head, Musa Jallow. And I don't know why that's what I connected with it. But whenever I see his name or hear anything about him, I think about that.
Wild.
You probably don't realize he was here this long because he dealt with some injuries here, too. Had a couple surgeries while he was here and then tore that ACL while he was Charlotte. So I think him dealing with the surgeries and being in the hospital so much, I think that kind of furthered his want to get into the medical field.
Sure.
The American League and National League pitchers and reserves for the All-Star Game were announced yesterday. It's happening July 16th at Globe Life Field in Texas. And we know baseball and sports in general have been kind of skewing towards a younger-aged player. This game will feature 32 first-time All-Stars and 19 players under the age of 27. That group of first-time All-Stars includes Ellie De La Cruz, like we talked about, 2 Guardians players in David Fry and Josh Naylor. You've also got Bobby Witt, Jackson Merrill, the rookie outfielder for the San Diego Padres, Oakland Athletics closer Mason Miller, and Pittsburgh Pirates rookie right-hander Paul Skeens, as you talked about, Beau. Neither roster has a player with a person who has made double-digit All-Star appearances. Royals catcher Salvador Perez and Houston Astros second baseman Jose Altuve are both making their 9th appearance in the All-Star Game. Thing or not a thing?
Yeah, I think it's a thing from the standpoint of this. I think, you said there in the lead bake, all sports are skewing younger. It does appear that there is an incredible amount of young, exciting talent in the sport. Now, the key for that sport is how do you make it hit with kids? How do kids watch Skeens? And I'm going to tell you what, my kids know who he is because of who he dates. I mean, that's 100% because they don't watch baseball, but they know who he dates, who he is because of Livy Dunn. De La Cruz, that speaks for itself. That's easy. But I think the key is how do you get this young talent to be idolized by the kids? That's going to be the key for baseball. So I think it's off to a good start, but it just needs to resonate the way that it used to 30 years ago. I don't know if it ever will.
Yeah, it feels like the kids are all right moment, but is that actually going to translate into the people who are actually kids right now going ahead and saying, "Ooh, I want to play baseball again"? Because you've talked about your kids that you gave them the choice in spring, and all of them said, "Nah, I'd rather play lacrosse. I'm not doing baseball." So maybe this can rejuvenate people. And I also hope that Baker, you're more of a baseball head than I am for sure, that these players are actually really, really good and not just bunch of MLB clubs are now going cheaper as time goes on, and there are just more young guys. So the all-star teams have to be made up of young guys because there are more of them in the league.
I think that's part of it, but most of these guys that we talked about here are studs. Beau, you talked about the boys. Do you know if MLB does a good job on their social medias of promoting these guys and getting the clips out?
They never have.
I don't know if it's better, back when NBC was making these decisions about, because he was the first one to do it when he's like second or third grade. You just really can't do both. There's just no way that you can play lacrosse and baseball at the same time. You can if you're not very serious about either and you're just going to be willing to miss a bunch of practices and games of either, then you can do it. But if you're serious and really love one of them, there's no way. And I remember at that time it was brutal. Like the YouTube, they would police it vigilantly. Any sort of YouTube clip they would pull, Major League Baseball would. And heck, there's a lot of people that are dealing with this Bally outage. Like if you don't have an ability to watch the games. So like that's a big part of it. No, they're terrible on social. It's terrible. Maybe they're better in the last year. To be honest, I haven't looked. But for a long time, they were really behind on all that stuff.
We talk about all the time that like general people wouldn't know that Mike Trout just walked by them on the street.
Oh, no chance. No. He'd be totally anonymous.
Yeah, but if, Joe Burrow walked by, everyone would notice.
Yeah.
Interesting. The Dallas Cowboys, their quarterback Dak Prescott recently suffered a minor foot sprain and was temporarily in a walking boot, a source told ESPN's Todd Archer. Prescott was actually seen in the boot while on vacation in Cabo San Lucas, a picture that was posted to Twitter or X. It was unclear, though, when that was taken. He is no longer wearing the boot, according to the source. It's not known how he suffered the injury, but it is not expected to impact him when the Cowboys hold their first training camp practice on July 25th. We know Prescott is entering the final year of his contract. It pays him $29 million this year. Thing or not a thing?
Well, that's the big thing, right, is he doesn't have the extension, which is pretty wild to me. I don't know the best I can make sense of what Jerry is doing this offseason is setting it up so he can replace and bring Belichick in there like after this goes bad in a month. Because I don't understand what they did next to nothing in free agency. They still haven't done this deal for Prescott. I don't understand what they're doing at all. It's not like there are other options out there at quarterback other than Prescott, and he's pretty damn good. So like that doesn't make any sense to me. I'm going to say the injury thing is not a thing. No walking boot, he's fine. It does remind me of a time when Shaquille O'Neal would wait to have surgery until training camp so that he didn't have to go to training camp. And he would miss, and he pissed Kobe off. Like he'd miss the first parts of seasons because he said, well, look, I'm going to get this. I want to enjoy my summer, and I'll get this surgery done during training camp.
Veteran move.
That is interesting because, on vacation seen in the walking boot. But that's the part that makes me think like, okay, probably more preventative or just cautionary than anything, because it's not like he was staying back in Dallas and you're seeing him and he has to go to some sort of physical therapy or anything. He's still on vacation, so clearly he didn't think it was that big of a thing. So, but he has dealt with some injuries over his career, and maybe that's another reason why the extension hasn't been worked out. But Beau didn't do anything in free agency. How quickly you forget the greatness of Ezekiel Elliott. Wow.
You know, I love Zeke. He helped me potty train NBC. Like, I mean, Zeke's near to my heart. I just think, he's not 2015 Zeke anymore, unfortunately. We all
he
have
is
our
15
mortality.
Zeke again, though.
Is he wearing 15 for the Cowboys?
That's what was reported when he was signed, yeah.
So he's going to do the thing that Kobe did with the Lakers, where he's going to try to get 2 numbers.
Sell him again.
See if you can sell him again. 20 most interesting programs. We start behind enemy lines. We're going to get it out of the way first, but it's always good to know what your chief adversary is up to. Michigan up next. Bishop and Friends right here on The Fan.
If you haven't thought about Buckeye football today, I'm sorry to tell you that you're dead. Our condolences. Your home of the Buckeyes, The Fan.
My house has a new glow. I love my windows. Universal Windows Direct.
Call 614-502-5220 to schedule your free in-home estimate today. And for every 2 windows you buy, you get the next 2 free, plus 0% financing for 60 months. Like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
I love my windows. They've got that brand new home effect. Universal Windows Direct.
Can't believe tax season is here already. Look at all this info I have to enter.
Phil's small accounting firm is growing in numbers.
Why didn't I take that typing class in high school?
A data entry specialist could really help him in a crunch.
I got blisters on my fingers.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
It's a great feeling doing business with John Hinderer Honda.
It's a great feeling doing business means we're one of the highest rated nationally in customer service. We have one of the largest selections of Hondas, and we make service simple with car convenience and mobile service, all while serving Central Ohio for over 30 years. John Hinderer Honda, Route 79 in Heath, or HindererHonda.com. Open Sundays.
Great feeling doing business with John Hinderer Honda.
The wait is over. Dell Technologies Black Friday and July deals are live. Check out incredible savings on select laptops and more, like the XPS 15, powered by Intel Core processors. The XPS 15 brings you the perfect balance of power and portability, plus stellar visuals and immersive sound. When you shop online at Dell.com/deals, you'll have access to exceptional tech and electronics, plus free shipping on everything. Don't miss out on Black Friday and July savings at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
I can't believe tax season is here already. Look at all this info I have to enter.
Phil's small accounting firm is growing in numbers.
Why didn't I take that typing class in high school?
A data entry specialist could really help him in a crunch.
I got blisters on my fingers.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Broadcasting from the Lindsay Honda Studios.
Honda makes the cars. Lindsay makes the difference. Visit lindsayhonda.com.
WBNS-FM, HD1 Columbus. The Fan. Sports Center.
Good morning. I'm Ryan Baker. We already knew that Guardians' Jose Ramirez and Stephen Kwan would be in the All-Star game as starters. Yesterday, we found out that Josh Naylor and David Fry will be making their first appearance as All-Stars, and Emmanuel Clase will be joining them as well. The Guardians beat the Giants yesterday 5-4. Beau Naylor hit a 3-run homer in the game to power them for the win. Not a good weekend for the Reds. They were swept by the Detroit Tigers. Tariq Skubal was awesome yesterday. 7 innings pitched, struck out a career-high 13. They won 5-1. Good news for Ellie De La Cruz, though. He will be making his first All-Star game appearance as the team's lone representative. The Reds also made a trade yesterday. They sent left-handed reliever Alex Young to the San Francisco Giants for outfielder Austin Slater. And Ohio State got a big win on the recruiting trail. 5-star Texas linebacker Riley Pettijohn will be a Buckeye.
Beau knows many people. He talks to the interesting ones on this show. This is Bishop and Friends.
All right, 20 most interesting programs from now until Friday, August 2nd. We will do a program a day leading into those live broadcasts we'll be doing from the Buckeye practices on the 1st and the 2nd. Many ways to start something like this. And remember, when we talk about what we're doing here is most interesting, not necessarily the programs that we think will be the best, although many of these do have a very good shot at winning the national championship. And speaking of national championships, let's just remove the Band-Aid and understand that Michigan did it last year. And so we start with them. 20 most interesting. Hit it.
As college football draws near, Bishop and Friends present the 20 most interesting programs. Spoiler alert, Rutgers isn't one of them.
He did it. There's no other way to do it. I mean, there's no other way to say it. Harbaugh did it. He did it all. The analogy I've used before is he Danny Oceaned us. He got away with all of it. We're Terry Benedict. He stole from our casinos, and we're left holding a bag of nothing, and that's the result. He was on the verge of being fired, took a pay cut, then beat Ohio State 3 straight times and won the national championship and went 15-0. Now, the doing of that, I think, mobilized Ohio State in a way that Ohio State had never previously been mobilized. It was Ohio State taking its other arm out from behind its back and saying, oh, yeah, let's see how you like us now. We're now going to spend like everybody else. We are going to be aggressive like everybody else in recruiting and roster building and all of it. And so I think what's happened this spring and summer probably doesn't happen to this extent without Michigan winning the national championship. But when you look at this and you see that they went 15-0, they went 9-0, obviously, in the league, they won the national championship, and he got to walk. He got to walk, and he's not going to have to answer for whatever penalty. And I'm going to be honest with you, I don't think they're going to get punished much at all. I think it's going to be they're going to walk scot-free on most of what happened. And I would be shocked if they get any sort of significant penalty at all. And they're certainly not going to take away their national championship or anything like that. That's
Charlie Baker basically said as much. Yeah,
they're not. They're not going to get anything. Some scholarship reductions, whatever. So Harbaugh is off to the LA Chargers. He gets to have his cake and eat it too. And in his place is Sharon Moore. So what comes now of the Michigan football program? The thing that, and we'll have John U. Bacon on it at 11:33 on this side of it. This is a major rebuild. They only have 9 total starters back. They have just 3 on offense back. They have to replace their entire offensive line. They've got to replace, obviously, quarterback and J.J. McCarthy. They still have Donovan Edwards, but they're starting largely over on the offensive side of the ball. Defensively, they should be pretty stout, especially up front. They have 6 starters returning on that side of things. They have one of the best corners in the country, and Will Johnson coming back as well. But this is, without question, a rebuild coming from a very, very high place. And I guess what I'm curious about for Michigan is how do their fans view this period now in Michigan football? Do they view it, we climbed the mountaintop, let's pound our chest, and whatever happens in the next couple of years, good? Or is there the sense of now that we've gotten a taste of this is where we need to remain? Is there pressure for Sharon Moore to remain where Jim Harbaugh got him over the last 3 years? John U. Bacon will know that. I don't know the answer to that, but that's why I find them so fascinating. What will Michigan do now that they're at the top? Because prior to the last 3-year run with Harbaugh, it was wild inconsistency. They had a bunch of different coaches from Rich Rodriguez to Brady Hoke before they finally landed on Jim. And even that was kind of middling results until the last couple of years. They fell off a cliff. They were in an abyss. Rich Rodriguez into Brady was an abyss program. Sharon Moore has never been a head coach previously. He was on the staff. I think he was largely hired because of what he said after the Penn State game when Harbaugh was suspended. I think that's largely the reason he got the job, was the way that he handled that. But now what does he do with it? And how long is the leash for him at Michigan? Because one thing I'm certain of is they do not want to drift back into where they were in the Rich Rod, Brady Hoke eras and even early Jim Harbaugh era.
Yeah, and the Big Ten's only getting harder at this point. Getting into the playoff and winning the national championship, maybe that barrier, at least the playoff one, will get a little bit lower. So you have something there that you can shoot for. But it's going to be one of those things with Sharon Moore taking over. Can they do what Ohio State has been able to do over the last 30 years? And each coach does something a little bit different and seemingly makes the program a little bit better, even though it was already at the top of it. Or is it going to be still a good team, but a step back from where Harbaugh is? Can Sharon Moore actually build on that? You mentioned his offensive line chops going through, what he did before he became the head coach of Michigan and their offensive coordinator last year and did some of the interim coaching for them. They've really built as the Harbaugh time went on. They tried different things. Harbaugh, remember, he had like 3 fully different staffs at Michigan, and it took this third one. Sharon Moore's not going to get that kind of leash. He's not going to be allowed to change his staff over more than once, I would think. And so is he ready to do that, or are they going to try to build off of what they had these last few years with Harbaugh, where they can have this really strong, powerful run game with a head coach who has experience being an offensive line coach? You'd think that they'd be able to do that and still run the ball with Donovan Edwards. But is that going to be enough for them, or was there something special in the sauce with Harbaugh that made that mentality work? And in the other sense, with Sharon Moore trying to continue that on, is that going to be something that it falls a little bit flat, that there isn't whatever that secret ingredient was that Harbaugh was able to put in there? Because make no mistake, we can hate Harbaugh down here as much as we want, and he is a weirdo, but he's a weirdo in a good football coach way, and that's hard to replace.
He's a weirdo who wins.
Yeah.
He really does, everywhere he's been. Go ahead, Vic.
You talk about Sharon Moore and being the offensive line coach and whatnot. We're going to see how good of an offensive line coach he is and if they have recruited that position well, because that group that they've had the past couple of years, they've been really good, and they're all gone now. So...
yeah, defensively, I was surprised how many starters were back for them. And then obviously Will Johnson at cornerback, he's going to be one of the best defensive backs in the country. So I think defensively they'll still be pretty good. But watching their spring game, now I think they were just kind of holding it close to the vest. But it did not look like they were getting very creative on the offensive side of the ball. And do they have somebody who can play anywhere near the level of J.J. McCarthy? We saw Alex Orji briefly last year, but other than that, we don't know anything about these guys.
No, we don't. And it's an interesting hire. It's an interesting hire because Sharon Moore has been on the Michigan staff since 2018. Originally came in as a tight ends coach. Prior to that, he really has no connection to the University of Michigan at all. He went to Oklahoma as a player. His coaching career was at Louisville. Then he got to Central Michigan, and that's probably how he ends up at Michigan in 2018 as a tight ends coach. The thing that you'll hear Michigan people say, well, look, it's worked out for Ryan Day and Columbus. But a big difference between Ryan Day and Sharon Moore situations is Ryan Day had all the infrastructure guys from Urban. They all stayed. Harbaugh took a lot of those guys with him. Moore's having to build his own staff. He's having to build his own. Now they've taken a couple of people from us, right? Mm-hmm. They've taken people from down here, and so they're that's kind of the operation that they're building under. But this is now his program entirely. Their schedule is ambitious this year, guys. Anytime we did this last week, Chops. I think maybe you might have been off. I can't remember if I did it Monday or Tuesday, or sometimes my weeks run together. Where I did like my own 12-team playoff.
Okay.
And I played it out. I like this record. You had this record. That's how they got in, and so forth and so on. And I did not have Michigan in. And part of the reason that I don't have Michigan in is because offensively they returned 3 starters and their entire offensive line has to be replaced. The other reason I didn't have them in is because their schedule is brutal. In the first month of the season, they already play both Texas and USC, all before they're out of September. In the first 3 weeks, they play Texas and USC. Then they got Washington in early October, and I don't think Washington's just going to fall off of a cliff. They have to play Oregon as well, and Oregon might be the 3rd best team in the country. It seems like Ohio State, Oregon, and Georgia are separated from everybody else. And you could argue Texas is the 4th. In their regular season, they play 3 of the teams. There are 4 teams that most people think will win the national title, and they play 3 of them in their regular season. They play Texas, they play Oregon, and they play Ohio State. The odds of them navigating that and getting into a 12-team playoff, to me, seem very, very long. However, I have obviously learned my lesson in terms of discounting them, because I thought for sure that Ryan Day was going to get retribution in one of the last 3 years. Not last year. Last year they were special. Last year's not the one that bugs me. That was the year, obviously, based on who they had drafted, the amount of talent on the roster. Harbaugh was building to that. It was the one the previous year that sucked. CJ's last year here, that's the one that leaves the mark. That's the one that stings. They all suck. That one stings the most. And I think what Harbaugh was always building towards was that J.J. McCarthy 3rd year in the program situation. And he got it. And they had incredible depth, and they had this magical run. He got his game that Urban got here. He beat Bama. He beat him. And so, he gets that, and then he gets the national championship win as well. But where they go from here, it's in the hands of a guy who's never been a head coach before, who doesn't really have any ties to the state other than the fact that he's been an assistant there since 2018. Is that critical? I don't know. If you're curious where they are recruiting, not great at this point. They're currently 22nd overall in the 24/7 recruiting. Remember, we always talk about that 93 level. That's the elite level. Right now, Michigan is their average player rating is 91.03, and they sit there at 22nd in the country. So that's kind of where they are so far. But again, I don't know if Michigan fan is demanding that they stay at this level or if they're just happy they got there at all.
Beau, you talk about the recruiting rankings. If you look at the 24/7 Sports, transfer portal rankings, too. They were not very good. They brought in 9 guys, but none of them are real highly touted, and they lost 17. They're 13th in the Big Ten in those rankings.
That's the 13th in the Big Ten in the portal, too?
They have the 4 newcomers in there as well, but they're 13th.
Well, how are they supposed to hit the portal? 1, they were preparing for the college football playoff and then the national championship. True. 2, everybody pretty much thought Harbaugh was going to be gone for one of those NFL jobs, that he was finally going to be able to parlay that. And we've talked about how that calendar just doesn't work out. So then how did Sharon Moore, was he really able to put together a 2024 recruiting class? Not really of his own. It helps that there's some continuity in that, but that was something that confused me the last few years of Harbaugh. Now, their recruiting was so good that eventually it all came together. And like you said, Beau, that team was so talented last year, but they never really, by my account at least, got to like capitalize on all those good years of Harbaugh, especially like not in the moment. Like finally beating Ohio State and doing it 3 times in a row was something that they really could have worked on. And then being the defending national champions, you'd think that would lead to transfer portal stuff. And they've never really hit that game very hard. And I think that's something they're going to have to change. But is Sharon Moore the guy that can get that done? That's where the question is going to be. That's why what you were saying. I wouldn't be surprised on either side. If they make the playoff, okay, I get it. They still, the cupboard wasn't left completely bare. But if they don't, I also won't be that surprised because of the schedule and everything they've lost.
And again, I don't know, were they in a situation where Harbaugh left and they felt like this was their only path forward? Or is this kind of like the Marcus Freeman thing, right? Or honestly, like the Ryan Day thing, like this guy's here. Let's roll with it, and we can keep what we have on the roster. But it's a lot of pressure.
But they didn't go out and get Justin Fields.
No, they didn't. No, they didn't get Justin Fields. They did not. So I don't know. I don't know what they expect. Maybe they're just really happy. I know one thing that's annoyed the hell out of me, and we did some vacations over the course of the spring and stuff, and the amount of Go Blue and Michigan stuff I saw, which I never saw previously, it's out. So they're chesty and they're living it. And then it's just a matter of how important is it for them to stay at that level. Go ahead, quick.
Just happened to me. I was walking around Disney Springs cursing under my breath to J-Lo. Like, look at that guy over there with that hat on.
Everywhere. They're everywhere now. They came out of the woodwork. We'll hit the categories on Michigan coming up next. John U. Bacon at 11:33. Bishop and Friends right here on The Fan.
We have so many local shows, I can't fit them in a 10-second promo. So let's just say we're live and local all damn day. The Fan. Get Eco.
Hey, Aaron. Hey, Jerry. Remember when we first met? I was just starting Eco Plumbers and looking for a silent partner. And I had just invented sneakers with lights in them and was looking for somewhere to invest my fortune. I didn't even think inventor was an actual job. I didn't think plumbers started companies.
Get Eco.
As I recall, you thought the name Eco was a pretty good idea. As a full-time inventor, Aaron, it's just that kind of creative thinking that caught my attention. Simple, memorable, singable.
Get Eco.
And it reminds homeowners that modern plumbing can make economical sense and ecological sense at the same time. Waste less water and save money on your utility bills.
Get Eco.
Instead of just sitting here raking in royalties after inventing that little plastic hanger that socks come on, I might as well be a silent partner in a company that's doing good. You're not all that silent as silent partners go. But I am charming, Aaron.
Get Eco.
GetEco.
Fresh for everyone. Fuel restrictions apply.
Be sure to keep thirst-quenching drinks on hand. Right now, Powerade or Body Armor Super Drinks are only 79 cents each with your card and digital coupon. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Billiards Plus has everything for the master griller in your house. Come to their showroom, open the lid, and feel the difference in their grills. Professional top-quality equipment at great prices with a huge selection ready to go home with you. Billiards Plus on Dublin Center Drive in Dublin.
As a local family-owned and operated company, Newman Roofing takes great pride in providing great customer experience and quality product to every job they do. From the first phone call to the end of your project, they'll know who you are. Don't just get a roof, get a Newman roof. Call 614-NEW-ROOF, newmanroofing.com.
Here's a quick listening guide. When something's on The Fan, it's on the station you're listening to right now. If I say something's on ESPN Columbus, it's on 1460 AM and The Fan's HD2. When in doubt, stream it on The Fan app. Thank you and good night.
Hey, what's up? It's T-Bone. Let's talk about your sleep, specifically if you're not getting enough of it. If you're feeling groggy all day because you didn't sleep well, that is an awful feeling. I've been there. And if you're snoring when you sleep, well, that could be a big reason why you aren't feeling rested. This fact surprised even me the first time I heard it, and that is as you age, your risk of having obstructive sleep apnea nearly doubles. That's right. You need to find out if your snoring is related to sleep apnea, because if it is, there's actually help available for you right now. Dr. Mark Levy is board certified in the treatment of sleep apnea, and he offers a custom-fitted oral appliance that effectively treats sleep apnea. I have been telling you about this for years. And maybe you've been snoring for years. Now's the time to get this fixed. Plus, most Medicare patients have little to no out-of-pocket costs for this treatment. So you need to stop putting it off. Don't ignore your snore. Get your sleep apnea treated by calling Dr. Mark Levy today at 1-800-MORE-SLEEP. Get the life back you deserve. Call Dr. Mark Levy today, 1-800-MORE-SLEEP, or visit him online at sleepbettercolumbus.com.
Hi, I'm Nick. I'm getting married today.
You may now kiss the bride.
I'm also a firefighter and first responder. When you move over and slow down, you're not only giving me room to work, you're also making sure I can get to my wedding ceremony to start the next chapter of my life.
Roadside workers have lives and families, but when they're on the job, they put it all on the line to protect and serve us. Let's all give them room to work. When you see flashing lights, remember, they're not just roadside workers. Thank you for moving over and slowing down.
At Glow Fiber Business, your business is our priority. With prepackaged and customized fully fiber optic solutions, Glow Fiber Business delivers the fast, reliable, and scalable fiber internet your business needs to grow, all backed by the superior local customer support you deserve. Glow Fiber is here, and we mean business. Call 1-833-WANT-GLOW or visit glowfiberbusiness.com to switch today.
Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com, Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
Fan weather.
From the Logan AC and Heat Services Weather Center.
Today, lots of sunshine, high 93. Tonight, partly cloudy, low 70. Tomorrow, look for increasing clouds, along with a late day shower or thunderstorm, high 89. I'm meteorologist Dylan Robichaud with your Doppler 10 forecast on 97.1 The Fan.
First Friday miracles are always better with Uncle Beau. This is Bishop and Friends.
Hey guys, it's Chaps, and after my initial consultation with Awaken 180 Weight Loss, I had just one thought in mind. I could do this. After my first week, I lost 7 pounds. I thought, I am doing this. Every week, I found myself sticking to my plan and continuing to lose weight. Why? Because Awaken 180 is doable, a simple term with a whole lot of meaning. If you're tired, if you've tried to lose weight in the past, you know what I mean. Either it was too time-consuming, too confusing, or maybe you weren't eating enough, you're always hungry. All valid reasons, all of which are put to bed with Awaken 180. By now, you probably know someone who's lost weight with Awaken 180. Ask them. Hell, ask me. I bet one of the first things they'd say is the program is doable. Maybe their word would be easy or realistic, but they all mean doable just the same. So if your goal is to lose weight and you want a program that makes sense, do what I did and call Awaken 180 Weight Loss, 844-346-1800, online at awaken180weightloss.com. Bishop and Friends, we're sponsored by Awaken 180, fast, sustainable weight loss without medications, the solution for weight loss, Awaken 180 Weight Loss.
All right, time to hit the categories on Michigan. This will be painful.
Oh, sorry, not that one.
First one might have been better. We don't give a damn? Can we put that one up?
I was looking through it because I have a lot of these still just saved in one of my folders, and that was in there, and I was like, should I just play that instead?
Just play We Don't Give a Damn.
I went with a little yakety sax instead.
I like yakety sack in there too. It's a damn good school song. Look, there's a lot of history to it. You hate it, but part of it is the fact it's been the same for so long. Modern football grade for Michigan, Chops.
I mean, like, are we talking in the last year? Because that's an A+, but I'm going to go A-.
What we're going for here is, do they seem ready for what this sport is about to be, or what it has become?
That's why I'm going to go with A- because I still, I can't discount them completely, but I do question, is Sharon Moore the right guy, like we were talking in the previous segment? And then I also wonder, are they going to be able to get past some of the they like to puff their chests out and talk about how good they are academically, and sometimes that will hold the football program back. Now, there are different obligations and things that universities want to be good at, but it's the truth of it that it makes it harder when you care about those things more from the academic side.
Bake?
It sure doesn't seem like that they are going the modern way. I mean, we talked about their recruiting down a little. Their transfer portal rankings really bad. So I think you got to give it like a D right now, even though they're coming off the national championship. It doesn't seem great.
They feel to me, this is my perception, that they are having their cake and they're eating it too, and they'll worry about it down the road, that they're good for a decade. That's my feeling. I don't know. That's just my gut feeling on it. I think they're a C at this point on the modern football grade. I don't know how willing they're going to be to mobilize for what this sport's to come, because in part because they're high on the hog. There might not be that big pressure to the way that we feel down here. Do they have the right coach grade, Chops?
I just gave them the average grade here at C+, because I can't say wholeheartedly that I think Sharon Moore can't get this done, but I also can't go the other way. So I'm willing to give him a chance, but for right now, that puts him at a passing grade, but just there.
Bake?
Man, I got to go D as well. I am not... and I know Ryan Day has been pretty good here at Ohio State, but I am just not a fan of first-time head coaches at big universities like this. Like the CEO of Nationwide ran other companies before he became the CEO of Nationwide. And even like Day and Sharon Moore, they weren't at the schools very long. It's not like they've been there for 20, 30 years putting their time in. So I don't know. I don't think this is going to end well for Sharon Moore.
This is the new norm, though. Like we saw it with Marcus. Before that, we saw it with Lincoln Riley at Oklahoma. We saw it with Ryan. Like, this is the new norm where this is how this goes, is you hire a guy from within. I can't go higher than a C or lower than a C, because we just don't know. We just haven't seen it. I'm skeptical because of what I'm seeing in recruiting and portal, and I'm not very high on them this year. But at the same time, give the guy a chance to see. Uniform grade, Chops.
This one can be the most subjective of any of them. So F minus, 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 minus. I don't want to see a Michigan uniform. I don't want to see maize and blue. But yes, I understand that it is a classic one, and the winged helmet is cool. But F, total F.
My kids will not even say the name. They can't even say their name. That's how much they hate him. Go ahead, Bake.
I hate that I'm going to do this, but I think it's an A. I think the blue and yellow, as gross as it is, it looks good together. And that helmet is so cool. Like Eastmore High School has those helmets. They're just different colors, and they're freaking awesome. So
they are great.
I got to give it an A.
Yeah, it's really good. Here's the only thing I hated that. I hated for them that they wore the monochrome uniform, like in the net. They wore blue over blue. Like they wore, that's
bad.
So strange to me that they didn't wear maize pants, that they went the monochrome. But yeah, it's an A look. I think you have to. I understand where you're coming from the F, but I can't. I was thinking, like, would my kids ever put one on? No, they would never. They would never put on Michigan anything, nothing. Coolest to play there. Who's the coolest for you to ever play there, Chops?
Charles Woodson. I didn't, really get to experience him live, but the fact that he won the Heisman really is the last mainly defensive player. That's a pretty cool thing to do. Look at the list of the people he beat out for that one. I know Peyton Manning's on it, but that was just a great class for that Heisman race. And then as time goes on, I mean, he's a guy who goes on TV and wears an ascot confidently. And I got to give my flowers to that. That's pretty cool.
Freeport, Ohio, right? Isn't that where he's from?
That's correct.
Go ahead, Beck.
Or Fremont.
Yeah,
Fremont.
Yeah, Freeport's
to
Jamaica,
me, it's
right, with the Bahamas.
Yeah, to me, it's Charles Woodson as well. I mean, he won the Heisman as a defender, even though he played a lot of offense. I'll always remember him and David Boston, the rivalry that they had going at each other, and it was such good fun to watch those two at each other. So it's Charles Woodson to me. It probably would be Tom Brady, but he didn't really ever play at Michigan that much.
Just that 1 year where he was a stud his last year, but yeah, that was it. It's Woodson's a correct answer. I do wonder for a younger generation how much Aiden Hutchinson hits, or how much J.J. McCarthy hits. Like J.J. McCarthy, pretty good, right? What's he have? One loss as a starter? Is that it?
Yeah, it's pretty. I think that's correct.
Denard was fun in his time, too, but they just weren't very good.
Yeah.
With the shoelace and everything.
Yeah. I'm guessing JJ's going to be way up there. Like 10 years from now, if he has a decent NFL career, he's going to be way up there. All right. Would they make Lance Harbor's Final Five grade? Lance Harbor, of course, of Varsity Blues.
Yes, so I know the reference, but you're going to have to explain to me exactly what I'm grading here.
You're grading if you think he would visit, if they would be in his Final Five.
Okay.
Percentage. So an A would be, yes, absolutely, they're in the Final Five.
I think because they just won the national championship, I'm going to give them like a B range for that. But if Harbaugh was still there, I would put him in the A range. Like, look at what he just did with J.J. McCarthy.
Yeah.
But now you're like, what am I going into?
I don't think they would make the Final Five here. You got to think like if Lance Harbor's coming out, it's going to be Ohio State, Georgia, Oregon, Alabama, Texas, USC. I think they're way down on the list. So no, I don't think so.
I think C- here too. I think it's a tough sell to get into Harbor's Final Five for Sherrod Moore. Win it all, playoff or chumps for Michigan in 2024.
Well, because I don't think chumps is appropriate. I'm going to go playoff for them. But with the 12-team playoff, I like that I think we used to have a fourth category here.
I think
like
I need
New
to
Year's
add
6 or something. But now that doesn't, what else is there? What else do you do besides make the playoff?
It's so strange, right? Because it's like if you don't make that, then you kind of are a chump. I mean, 12 teams get in.
Yeah.
Like,
and then what? Okay, instead you go to the Capital One Bowl or
so
whatever it's called.
Enjoy
now?
whatever that's going to be. Enjoy El Paso. I don't know.
That's kind of crazy how college football has become. If you're not in this playoff, you are kind of a chump. I think Michigan's going to be right there on the edge battling. That their schedule is probably going to keep them out, but I think their defense is still really good. That interior, their defensive line with Mason Graham and who's the other one? Is it Grant? No, yeah, Kenneth Grant. Those two dudes are studs.
Grant and Graham, yeah. I think they're going to have 3 losses. So I think they're going to be on the outside looking in, which would make them a chump. The guy who's going to join us next is far from that. New York Times bestselling author, great friend of the program, the great John Bacon, joins us on Michigan coming up next. Bishop and Friends right here on The Fan.
An ex-jock and a very puffy, smooth-faced man. These are the first voices you should hear. Morning Juice. Your wake-up service.
Weekday mornings from 6 to 9.
The Fan.
Marty Brenneman here for Tri-State Men's Health, the leader in men's sexual health for treating erectile dysfunction and low testosterone issues. And they're the leader for a reason, because I can tell you from my own experience of being treated there, Tri-State Men's Health is top shelf. Far too many men wait to get their ED treated, but I want to tell you today that you shouldn't wait any longer. If you're suffering with ED and are like most guys, a medical team at Tri-State Men's Health will get you back on track fast. They have the experience, they have the treatment protocols, and they know what they're doing. At Tri-State Men's Health, they have ED treatments that are effective in well over 90% of men. They can even combine treatments for better results. You might even find yourself performing like you haven't in years. So make an appointment today. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 800-900-9654 or go to TriStateMen'sHealth.com. They have 6 offices in the tri-state area to serve you.
The best of rivals, the best of 2 leagues meet again this summer. MLS versus Liga MX face off in the 2024 MLS All-Star, starting Sunday, July 21st. After a weekend of soccer celebrations, MLS All-Star Skills Challenge presented by AT&T will come to Lower.com Field on Tuesday, July 23rd, featuring MLS All-Stars versus Liga MX All-Stars as they show off the best of their skills. The 2 teams will match up once more at the 2024 MLS All-Star Game, presented by Target on Wednesday, July 24th. For more information on tickets and events, visit MLSsoccer.com/All-Star.
Check out the all-new John Hinderer Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram facility in Heath and experience the difference. We're your exclusive AgPack dealer, offering up to $30,000 in savings and benefits. And if you're tired of waiting at the dealership for service, take advantage of our service made simple with Carvenience or mobile service. Home of the lifetime powertrain guarantee and one of the largest selections in Central Ohio. John Hinderer Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 79 in Heath, or HindererCDJR.com. We love what moves you.
The Fan is your home for the Dallas Cowboys.
No, we're not. You can't say that. Take 2.
The Fan is your home of the Buckeyes. Yes, that's right. Same thing, but more playoff success. Now give Big Voice Guy another brandy. Thank you. The Fan.
Attention aspiring media stars. Are you ready to take your talent to the next level? Register for your chance to win the Be On Air Summer Slam contest. This is your chance to showcase your skills in a thrilling 30-second live script challenge. Visit now at studiocontest.com to secure your spot and compete for amazing prizes, including a 4-hour studio session, Shure MV7 microphone, and Audio-Technica M20X headphones. Don't miss out on this dynamic event. Be On Air Summer Slam Contest, where talent meets opportunity. Visit studiocontest.com and sign up today.
Hey, it's Anthony for the Good Feet store. 3 words for me: pain-free summer. Spent probably 30 hours walking around the Memorial Tournament and felt awesome with my personal arch supports from the Good Feet store in my everyday kicks. Sure, every now and then we all get random foot pain from pickleball or golf or just being a human being. Having my personally fit arch supports in my shoes has made a massive difference. And even right after I put them in, Didn't take long to feel much more supported and aligned, and it's so easy to just move them into any pair. Before I had them, I dreaded being on my feet for any length of time. Well, you have nothing to lose but the pain, as they say. It's a free fitting and test walk. Try them for yourself. See the difference it can make. It did for me. And best of all, you can wear them home. 2 locations on Polaris Parkway and Stringtown Road, or schedule an appointment at goodfeet.com. The Good Feet Store, America's arch supports experts.
You're not going to want to miss this. Diamonds Direct summer sale starts next weekend. For 3 days only, next Friday through Sunday, get 20% off. Rings, earrings, pendants, bracelets, and more. Plus, book an appointment and get an additional $100 off. And designers are flying in from New York and LA to showcase their latest trends. That's 20% off, plus $100 off with an appointment and designer trunk shows. Tons of engagement rings on sale, too. 20% off starts next Friday. Details at diamondsdirect.com.
Bishop and Friends is sponsored by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Fast, sustainable weight loss without medications. The solution for weight loss. Awaken 180 Weight Loss.
After putting up with Dom Tiberi for a decade, the broadcast gods gave Beau these two. This is Bishop and Friends.
Well, he's a great friend of the program. He's a New York Times best-selling author, one of the best in the business. Great friend, John U. Bacon, joining us on the Brian Eating Cooling Systems Fan Guest Hotline. 20 interesting programs, University of Michigan. Buddy, thank you so much for the time. Let's start here. Where is the head space of the Michigan fan right now, coming off of that season that they had and everything that has followed?
I would say they're in a very unusual spot, Beau, and that is they're happy. This never happens. My old joke about Michigan fans is that they're not happy unless they're not happy. They're very good at that. Fans may complain about. Although, honestly, the Buckeye fan base is probably about the same mindset, and they've been a lot more spoiled than Michigan has lately. Lately being this quarter century. So that's a long lately. But, no, I think Michigan fans are grateful. They're the ones I've talked to and what you see on the boards, they're not mad at Harbaugh for leaving. They're disappointed a little bit, but they get it. No, I mean, they look 25 years between national titles, and before that, 50 years. So they're grateful for that. They're not hung up on the NCAA stuff, which obviously Spartan fans and Buckeye fans largely are. So we'll see what happens there. That report has still not come down yet. So when that comes down, then that'll get sorted out. They are not they have no delusions, I would say, about the season ahead. This is not going to be a national title season. Almost that would be a miracle, truly. And I'd further say that I don't know any team in the off season that has gained more ground than the Buckeyes have this off season. Transfers, with recruits, with what they already had, which is not insubstantial, to say the least. So I would think that Michigan fans are probably not expecting a Big Ten title this year, but they're grateful for what they have, and that is unusual.
Yeah, I've said this from I don't think it's a coincidence that Quinshon Judkins announced he was going to Ohio State within minutes after Michigan wins the national title. Like, Michigan having the success that they had, it mobilized Ohio State in a way that they really hadn't been previously, financially, with NIL and everything else. You mentioned the 25 years, because I think that's a critical thing, my friend. Michigan has experienced something that Ohio State hasn't, in that they missed on some coaches. And sometimes you miss on a coach and it's the coach's fault. Sometimes it's university's fault, so forth. But when you miss, sometimes you can fall off a cliff. How close are they monitoring a guy who's never been a head coach stepping into those footprints that Harbaugh left?
Well, great question. And no simple answers, I would say. Of course, the coach in question is Sharon Moore, who was Harbaugh's offensive coordinator last year and also offensive line, unusual series of hats. Great guy, great recruiter. He got Dax Hill in, amongst others, 5 stars, which at Michigan is rare. So you've got 2 choices, Beau, at that point. Neither one's great. And that is you get a guy from outside, like DeBoer from Washington. And I understand that he was waiting on Alabama to see what happened with Michigan, because he would have been a candidate there for sure. And I heard that he wanted the job. Again, we're in the category of who knows. But anyway, so if you get a guy like DeBoer coming in, okay, that guy's clearly got a pedigree, did a hell of a job at Washington. But will he get the Michigan coach? Will he fit? And you saw that with Rich Rodriguez, a guy who had taken West Virginia to a thumping of Georgia, I believe, in the Peach Bowl, I think. And then, almost a national title there, and comes to Michigan and didn't work. So you never know about the fit. One thing I learned from the book, Beau, is that in the NFL, you can go from the Bengals to the Browns, and who cares? There's no real cultural question there. The teams might not like each other, the cities, but it's not an issue. But you'd never, ever go from Ohio State to Michigan or vice versa. So it's not plugging in a toaster when you change coaches in college, unlike the pros. It's a heart transplant. And you better make sure you got the blood type right, that the patient does their job, the doctor does their job, or else it's going to get rejected, which is what happened with Rich Rodriguez, which is hard to watch. So that's what happens there. So you don't know in DeBoer's case, or a coach like that, if that's going to work. The flip side is, okay, a guy like Sherrone Moore, exactly he is the culture. He coached 4 games out of 15, including the Ohio State game last season for Michigan. So you know that he is the culture. The players love him. They're not going to transfer when he takes over. You don't know if he's got the chops to be a head coach, and you simply cannot know. Coach Tim Beckler, close friend of mine during that time when we were finishing the book, he had a great line. He said, man, you're an assistant coach. You think you got all the answers, and guess what? Now you're the head coach. You make all the decisions, and those are not the same things. And see, in either case, you're taking a leap. And the question is, what is the safer choice? And I think they made the safer choice in Sherrone Moore, the insider who looks like he can probably handle being a head coach. He's a pretty calm guy. But that and the quarterback are the two huge questions going forward. And quarterbacks come and go. So the bigger question is the one you've circled, and that's Sherrone Moore.
Yeah, it is. And I guess I was obviously very impressed with the way he handled his in-game duties, and he was pretty fearless in the Ohio State game. But again, to your point, the buck didn't stop with him absolutely in those games. I mean, there was Harbaugh looming over all of it, and now he will be the one. I mean, he's the one on the switch. How is he handling the other part about being a head coach? They weren't very active in the portal. Some of that had to do with when Harbaugh left. Obviously, that hamstrung them a little bit. It seems like they have a little bit of momentum now in recruiting after a bit of a slow spring, but it's kissing babies and it's NIL and how's he at all that stuff?
He's really good. The soft skills, if you will, are A+. And the players are very dedicated to him. You didn't see. I mean, look, when's the last time a team won a national title and the head coach bolts? Yeah. Not very often. And by and large, the only players that really left on a grand scale were the NFLers. The guys that could have transferred, or even 5 guys that could have jumped to the NFL themselves, probably, they stayed. So that speaks to the pull he's got on them right now, certainly. Now, you see it over time. Once the team is entirely his in 3 or 4 years, this is true of any coach, you really can't tell exactly what he's got from a coaching point of view until nobody on the roster remembers Jim Harbaugh. Then it's your team. So on that front, good. He's handicapped by Michigan's, and you've circled it, their slowness on NIL. They've been dragging their feet while Ohio State has been flying with it. Michigan's usually been a good recruiting school, but never a great one, almost very rarely. I believe on the field against Ohio State this last time around, Michigan had, I think, 2 or 3 5-star players, and Ohio State had 15, and I think Alabama had 22. So they're not winning that contest. That's not how they're doing it. And I got to say, too, about the Buckeyes, which you have correctly underscored. I did a rivalry documentary with Ella John Wortham from 60 Minutes and Sports Illustrated. You might have seen it. They did a great job kind of breaking down the psychology of rivalries, looking at Michigan and Ohio State that way. And one of the great insights is the best predictor for any rival success is the success of his rival. And I love that. If Michigan wins a national title, you know what's going to happen next? Ohio State's going to crank it up. And that's exactly what has happened. So I can't imagine a universe where Michigan is favored in that game in November. That's just hard to believe.
Yeah. I'll get you out of here on this one, my friend. I greatly appreciate your time. Texas.
Beau, always a pleasure. And one of these days a beer, but let's keep going.
That's fact. This schedule's crazy. Texas, USC, Washington, Oregon, Buckeyes. Most people say there are 4 teams that are the favorites to win the national title: Texas, Oregon, Ohio State, and Georgia. They play 3 of them in the regular season. What is satisfactory, my friend, for Sherrone Moore year 1?
That is going to be a sliding scale, I think. And when you ask, is Sharon ready for the job, call me after the first loss, because there's going to be one this year. And I'm not pinning that on him. That's just the way it's set up and the team you have. I think it could be a good to very good team. I doubt it's going to be a great team with a new quarterback, no matter who it is. But that schedule is as brutal as last year's was not. You recall they played 6 or 7 games before they even faced a ranked opponent, I think, last year. So last year's team could be facing that schedule and drop 2 games, I think. Yeah. That's how brutal it is. I think if Sharon Moore wins 10 games, if the Ohio State game still has the Big Ten title on the line, if they get to the 12-team playoff, those are all A-plus jobs. And they might not get it. He might do a good job and win, 8 or 9. So that schedule, you've correctly surmised, is crazy. Look, they signed up Texas a few years ago before, of course, the Big Ten expanded, before you're getting Oregon and USC, as you point out, on there. If they'd known that, I don't think Texas is coming to Ann Arbor.
No.
So the other problem is with new quarterbacks, you try them out, I suppose, in the first game, which is a throwaway. And that's your tryout. It's not a 2 or 3 game tryout. It's a half each, and then go play the Longhorns. So that is brutal. 10 games and get into the 12-team playoff, that would be A-plus. And beyond that, we'll see what happens.
You're the best, buddy. Appreciate you greatly. Talk to you soon.
Always a pleasure. And by the way, if the Buckeyes are not looking forward to this season, they're not paying attention. So
we're not enjoying it. You know this fan base.
Of course they're not.
It's like all you got to do, Ryan. I had Ryan Day in studio with me about a month and a half ago, buddy, and I said, well, look, all you got to do is win every game and win the national title. Good luck.
That's
anything less than that.
Exactly right.
Failure.
Well, and, I got to say one more point. I know you have to go, but this does, I hate to put this one in Buckeyes fans' heads, but they clearly have a superior team this year. They're going to in November. It's just hard to believe not with the roster they've got and what they've done. Hats off. But the pressure on Ryan Day will be immense for that reason. That's the crazy part. The better they are, the more pressure they're going to have. It harkens back to 95 with Eddie George, great guy, Heisman Trophy winner, and a number 1 undefeated team. That is pressure. And that's the pressure you want to have, but it is pressure. So.
It's nuts. As you can imagine, it is. Great talking to you, my friend.
I can imagine. All right. Always a pleasure, Beau.
All right. That's our good buddy, John U. Bacon, New York Times bestselling author, one of the best in the business on the Bryan Heating Cooling Systems fan guest hotline. 3 things on a Monday. Up next, Bishop and Friends right here on The Fan.
All the 10 TV people come over to our side of the building to take a deuce. That should tell you something about how we operate. The Fan.
Hey friends, Brandon Beam here for Truehold. If you had a crystal ball, you wouldn't agonize over when to sell your home. You would just ask these questions. Should I sell when my home's value is sky high? Or wait and hope that the bottom doesn't drop out of the housing market? The thing is, I'm not ready to move. You don't need a crystal ball with Truehold's Sell and Stay program. You can literally sell now and stay in your home as long as you'd like. When you sell your home to Truehold for its best current value, you can fully cash out on your home's equity, and you can stay in your home as long as you want with an easy, affordable lease. Truehold pays property taxes, insurance, and all the maintenance and upkeep, too. Truehold unlocks your wealth without uprooting your life. You can get an offer now while your home's value is sky high and use the money to secure your retirement, pay off bills, or finance your dreams. It's your money. Do whatever you want with it. Call 1-855-300-9993 or visit Truehold.com. The smarter, faster way to cash out on your home's best value without moving. Again, that's Truehold.com.
Soak up the savings this summer from Family Dollar. It's never been easier. Just download the Family Dollar app, sign up for smart coupons, and see how you can save more than ever before. Enjoy smoking hot deals on cookout classics or get ready for outdoor fun with SPF for the whole family, plus pool toys, decor, and so much more. Check out the app today and get ready to save with the Family Dollar Summer Savings Event. New offers drop every week. Family Dollar, helping you do more.
At Metal Supermarkets, we're all about getting you and your crew to quit in time sooner. That's why our service is a cut above. You see, no matter the project, we'll get you to the right metal, shape, and grade. Cut to any size, ready real fast. And yeah, we'll deliver, leaving plenty of time for the important things, like opening an ice-cold can of aluminum. Metal Supermarkets, the convenience store for metal.
Common Man and T-Bone are known for many things. And while great radio ain't one of them, shoving food down their gullets is their specialty. Join Man and Bone for Fat Boy Food Tip.
Live at 3 or on the podcast.
Your home for fat. The Fan.
Hey guys, it's summer and time to do more outdoors, but do you feel out of energy, lacking motivation and mental focus? It could be low testosterone. Low T affects millions of men and happens naturally. The solution? Testosterone replacement therapy at Low T Center. It starts with a quick test and results are fast. Don't wait. Take control of your health. And now, Low T Center is offering a free initial test. So if you're over 30, schedule a visit at lowtcenter.com today. Offer till July 6th. That's lowtcenter.com. Terms and conditions apply.
Billiards Plus has everything for the master griller in your house. Come to their showroom, open the lid, and feel the difference in their grills. Professional top quality equipment at great prices with a huge selection ready to go home with you. Billiards Plus on Dublin Center Drive in Dublin.
Now at UDF, buy 3 everyday favorites with UDrive Plus to quickly stack an extra 20 cents in gas savings. That includes Monster Energy and Red Bull and Gatorade and Body Armor. And that adds up. UDF, made for you. Specially marked products with an opted-in UDrive account.
Your bathroom is boring and basic too. It seems like there's nothing you can do. A better bath awaits. You'll feel brand new, relaxing in a world of peace at the Bath Authority.
Schedule your free in-home estimate today and get $1,500 off a new shower or bath, plus 36 months of interest-free financing. Restrictions apply.
You're our priority at the Bath Authority.
Right now at Planet Fitness, you can get everything you need for just $1 down. And I mean everything. Top-tier equipment? Check. 24-hour access? You bet. Free fitness training? Always. Workouts in the free PF app? What'd I tell you? Even super friendly team members.
Hey, welcome to Planet Fitness.
Oh, hey, I was just mentioning you.
Hey.
Join Planet Fitness today and get everything you need for just $1 down, $15 a month. Cancel anytime. Deal ends Thursday, July 18th. See Home Club for details.
Want to know anything about the Fans contest, how to win, or what's up for grabs? Check out 971thefan.com. The Fan, Ohio's sports destination.
Pull up a stool and ask the bartender for something neat, because Uncle Beau is on the radio. This is Bishop and Friends.
Hey, Bake, what do we have on the poll?
Today's fan poll over at 971thefan.com. Who is the best coach in the AFC North? Coming in right now with a slight margin of victory is Mike Tomlin. He's at 35.9%. Just behind him is John Harbaugh at 35%. Then Kevin Stefanski comes in at almost 18%, and just over 11%, Zach Taylor.
Is that the best coach division in football? 2 Super Bowl champions. Stefanski's a 2-time coach of the year, and Taylor took a team to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
In an AFC championship game when he has Burrow healthy.
I mean, what would the NFC West
would
right?
be with Kyle and McVay, but they only have 1 Super Bowl out there now that Carroll's gone.
Mm-hmm. I think it is. I would go with Harbs over Tomlin just a little bit. But it's just so hard to discount that, like, he doesn't let his teams get bad. Not at all.
Yeah, and the other thing is the 2 guys at the top of that, neither one calls offense or defense. The 2 guys at the bottom both do. They both call the offensive plays. So it's stylistically, they're all different as well. The 2 guys who are most accomplished did it in a different way. All right, time for 3 things on a Monday.
1, 2, 1, 2, 3 things.
Sponsored by Custom Air. Custom Air. Custom Solutions. Custom Comfort.
All right, number 1 for me, football camp, man. NBC had football camp today. And then we got a note that his practice starts August 1st. And I'm going to be honest with you, I had a kind of a mini panic attack about the notion that, like, there are 3 weekends that we have left that are not going to be locked in to football. And all 3 of the ones we have left, we're doing youth sports. So it's like, I don't know what the hell happened to my summer. I do know what happened to my summer. I drove all over the country, is what basically ended up happening and what's going to happen over the course of next month. But it just hit home how quickly this summer is going this morning. It crystallized with the idea of football camp today for NBC.
First one for me, I wore my Def Leppard shirt on purpose today for those of you watching on the YouTube stream. So I discovered a cultural divide in the last week with J-Lo's family and myself. I don't know, like, it's kind of rap, kind of R&B, but from like the mid-2000s to the mid-2010s maybe, definitely just not my most known music. So they kept playing songs and asking me and then laughing at me, hey, who do you think sings this one? Who do you think sings this one? And I tried to best to make my educated guess. It was weird. There were two connections. Every time I guessed T-Pain, it was Akon. That happened like 3 or 4 times. And then I also guessed Usher a couple of times when it was Neo. So that is just something. But then I said, okay, to J-Lo's younger sister, I was like, did you know who Def Leppard is? And she's like, what's that? Why would I know what that is? And I was like, they're a pretty big deal. We're going to the concert for the 3rd time this year.
Guys, my first thing that's coming in from Mark Scheig of the Hockey Writers yesterday. He said he expects to have the Blue Jackets to announce a head coach here in the coming days. He's pretty sure Todd McClellan and Dean Evison are 2 of the 3 that have interviewed for the job. He speculated that the other one was either Gerard Gallant or Jay Woodcroft. I would have a hard time believing that it is Gallant, but he still says his money is on McClellan getting the job, and we should know sooner rather than later.
I mean, yeah, let's go. I mean, it certainly is time. Number 2 for me. So I've one of the things that I've said very often on this show is there are 2 things you cannot DVR: Game of Thrones and sports that matter. Now, I did not put House of Dragon in that mix because I do not enjoy House of Dragon the way I enjoyed Game of Thrones. I probably should, because apparently the episode last night was a banger. I got 15 text messages last night saying, did you see this? Da-da-da-da. I'm going, oh, God. I'm watching it tonight, people. I'll catch up, and maybe it's something I'm going to have to watch on Sunday nights going forward.
Yeah, I'm watching it tonight as well.
You haven't seen it either, right?
J-Lo watched it, but I was just tired after our travel day and said I can watch it tomorrow. But I've heard good things so far. Yeah. Second one for me. All right, Chris Vanini, and actually this was passed along to us from a loyal listener, Snagglepuss, but he had this from the Euro 2024, the soccer going on. France heads to the semifinals, having scored 0 open play goals in 5 games. Austria was an own goal. It was 0-0 versus the Netherlands. PK versus Poland. Belgian own goal beat Portuguese on PKs. And then he put it with a picture. It's the French flag with an Iowa Tiger Hawk in the middle. But you know what? It's a compliment to the Hawkeyes because they also do move on to things like the bowl season and the Big Ten championship without playing offense.
It would be like though if it was Iowa but they had Ohio State's roster.
Right.
Like, it's stupefying that they aren't scoring goals. And I know Mbappe's hurt, but like the fact that they aren't scoring goals is nuts.
I've been playing golf since I was 5 years old, and there's 2 things I've always wanted to do. One of them was hit a hole-in-one. I've been close, but never done it. 6 inches is the closest I've been before. The other thing was I've always wanted to dunk one from the fairway. Just hit it in the cup on the fly. Nothing else. And I almost accomplished that yesterday. I was golfing. I was about 60 yards out with a 60-degree wedge, and it literally hit 2 inches to the left of the cup. I almost dunked it. I was so close.
Who got you into it? Who got you into golf? He got you in early.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, see, that's hopefully my kids will be talking about this someday. I did see this. This will be the 3rd for all of us, and this was a funny one because the headline says it all. This was on Pro Football Talk this morning. Used TVs from Bengals Stadium are being sold cheap. And I initially thought, my God, what in the heck is Mike Brown doing with his pie? He's trying to get $50 for televisions in the stadium? No. It's Hamilton County is selling the television sets. It's not even the Bengals. To which I said, wait a second, the Bengals don't even own the television sets in their stadium? Well, no, because the county owns the stadium. And only in Cincinnati would that be the case. Now they're selling from $30 to $60 is the price on them. The highest price can get a screen from 56 to 85 inches. By the way, no remotes on them. There are no remotes.
You're gonna have to find your own remote.
Got to sort those out. Rothman and Ice up next. We're back tomorrow. Bishop and Friends right here on the Fan.
Matty Ice has a large tattoo on his calf of LeBron eating a lion. I have nothing else to say. Rothman and Ice.
Weekdays from noon to 3.
The Fan. This is a Fan Action Update.
The Guardians have the 3rd most wins in Major League Baseball at 56, and they're also tied for the least number of losses. Cleveland is a -148 favorite on the road in Detroit tonight. Currently a 6-game lead in the AL Central. The Guardians are -220 to win the division, and a near lock to make the playoffs at -2,000. Cleveland has the 3rd best odds to win the AL at 6-1. For your Action Update, I'm Scotty Vegas.
Hey folks, Austin Ward here. Do you ever find yourself just accepting things the way they are? It is what it is, right? Well, that was me before I met my Awaken 180 coach. It wasn't only about the number on the scale. It was about reigniting goals I'd shelved, thinking they were out of reach. We sat down, and she didn't just talk numbers. She helped me uncover real goals, personal goals. Looking back at what those were, I've had a really solid lineup of victories. Sleeping through the night like a baby? Check. Playing a round of golf without nagging back pain the next day? Check. Desire to be more active? You bet. That's a check. And okay, yes, dropping a whopping 50 pounds, that deserves a loud and proud double check. Change your perspectives from what ifs to what's next. Pull up awaken180weightloss.com on your phone or computer. Select the day and time that works for you, and boom, the first step is done. Uncover your goals, then reach them with the solution for weight loss. It's online at awaken180weightloss.com.
I can't believe tax season is here already. But look at all this info I have to enter.
Phil's small accounting firm is growing in numbers.
Why didn't I take that typing class in high school?
A data entry specialist could really help him in a crunch.
I got blisters on my fingers.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you. Discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online